time to lollygag, man, I'm on the go. I go 0 to 100, I go Tony Rowe. Check my Robin Hood, Reddit latest post. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. No time to stash a bag, man, I'm on the go. Just rack the guap, market's hot in Tokyo. Cash in, cash out, don't let that chart catch vertigo. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half. No time to take a break, man, I'm on the road. Lunch break steak with Ray Dalio. Warren Buffett, where you at? Hey, hit me, bro. I'm trying to know where interest rates about to go. Inflation looking crazy, it's out of control. I ain't tripping though, I put aside some crypto. Even my chips got cookies, Nabisco. That mean my dough don't take no risk unless it's official. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, Shut off your light. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. Don't let it run wild. They can feel you. They can feel you. Don't hold
자, 이번 파이널! 자, 지원해!
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
아무래도 잘하는 선수들도 있었고 개인적으로는 우승도 할 수 있을 거라고 생각을 하고 있었는데
중심은 뭐 아쉽게 됐습니다. 연패를 끊어내지 못한.
각자 팀에서 하던 스타일이 있었다 보니까 그걸 바꾸는 게 되게 힘들었었던 것 같아요.
아쉬움밖에 없는 것 같아요. 팀의 가능성을 보긴 했지만
연패를 계속 하다 보니까 저도 지치고 팀원들도 지쳐서 많이 힘들었던 게 기억에 남는 것 같아요.
7위를 했는데
일로 와! 일로 와! 이거 30번째 킬 아닙니까?
더 많은 경기가 있으면 좋겠다라는 생각을 했었거든요. 내 폼이 좋을 때 좀 더 보여주고 싶은 그런 생각이 있었는데
아, 이거 지켜보고 있던 장단 처음으로 기어해 갑니다.
코치님이 정말 서럽게 우시길래 우리가 뭔가 해내긴 했구나, 밑바닥이었던 우리가 뭔가를 해냈구나. 저는 약팀이라는 건 부정하지 않고요, 팀 플레이 하나만으로 우리는 같이 이끌어온 거니까 새로운 시작이자 기회인 것 같아요.
폼이 좋을 때는 다 이길 수 있는데 저점이 낮은 팀이었던 것 같아요. 플레이오프에 가도 잘한 거다 약간 이런 생각을 가지고 있었는데 더 올라갈 수 있다고 생각을 해서
보니까 뭔가 감정이 약간 이상한 거예요. 아, 원래 내가 저기 있었어야 되는데 나 여기 지금 뭐 하고 있는 거지? 갑자기 좀
잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고 있었고, 그렇지만 저희도 충분히 할 수 있다고 생각하고 있었고요. 눈앞에 딱 그냥 손만 뻗으면 잡을 수 있는 것들을 못 잡아서 너무 아쉬웠던 것 같고, 다시 만들고 싶다, 이 기회를 다시 맛보고 싶다라고 생각했습니다.
몇 번째 우승이든 간에 저는 아직도 부족하다고 생각합니다. 스프링 시즌 충분히 경험했고 확실히 보여드리겠습니다.
꿈을 이루기 위해 다시 돌아왔습니다.
제 이름처럼 두려움이 뭔지 보여드리겠습니다.
이번 시즌 최고의 유망주 기대해주세요. 지난 시즌 소년만이었다면 이번 서머 영화 한 편 만들겠습니다.
이번 서머는 더 높은 곳에서 분명해 보이겠습니다. 이번 시즌이 끝날 때 제가 가장 기억에 남는 선수일 겁니다.
제가 돌아온 이유는 하나예요. 4번 기아를 다시 한번 정상에 올려놓겠습니다.
2위에 만족할 수 없고 이번 우승은 절대 놓치지 않겠습니다.
누가 돌아오든 누가 더 강해졌든 여전히 우승은 저희 겁니다.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK here at Lal Park. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler tonight, and we will be jumping into this first matchup. Live Sandbox up against the Kwangdong Freaks. We just did the desk. We meditated a lot. Hopefully, the meta begins to speed up a little bit, especially with Live Sandbox playing today.
If Live Sandbox, of all the teams, doesn't draft aggressive, that's when we know the LCK is truly in a dark place, because there has been one team, despite what the meta might dictate, that has been a big fan of the R5 Aatrox, you know, the Gnar blind picks,
Yes.
the aggressive, the Jins, the Kallistas, then it is this team. And I think Kwangdong, even though they were able to get the win, didn't look all that clean against Hanwha Life, and that in of itself should mean we have a good match on our hands here.
It should mean that. We will have to see just how the players perform. Let's take a look at the rosters here, as we do have the last day today, by the way, of all the teams playing. This is the third day, so Live Sandbox and T1, the only two teams that have not played just yet. T1 playing later on. The big addition is Prince back in the 80 carry role.
And if the guy who loves challengers can't really make up any excuses for Envy and Kel's performance last split, you know it's not great. And Prince coming back is hopefully going to provide this roster with some much needed stability. I think the individual form of Closer and Dove and anything that isn't Tryndamere also needs to notably improve if we do want to see this team actually punch up like they have in the past. But Prince should be a good start to that.
The return of Prince, Live Sandbox strengthens bot versus Human Nexus Teddy performs. Kwangdong Freaks take the open day of victory. Yeah, Teddy was really big. He played a really sick Kai'Sa, and Prince is known as the Ezreal player, so we might see that matchup more to the chagrin of Chronicler.
Yeah, the Ezreal doesn't have the best time in that matchup at all. We have seen teams being able to navigate it, but Teddy in particular had just a wonderful performance, really making full use of the aggressive capabilities and the dive that the Kai'Sa has.
Sir Dovebar is back with more experience in top. What is his trump card in the new meta against Kwangdong Scheme? Well,
yeah,
maybe we'll see some Azir top, because he is named after Azir, or maybe Closer will rotate to the top lane, or he'll just play Azir himself, or maybe it'll just be banned. I'm not 100% sure.
Jason just explained. It's actually a good joke because it's Dove like the soap.
Yes.
It's a Dove, but I didn't really.
They don't have that in the Netherlands?
Well, we do. That's why I should have gotten it. So that's
Yeah.
on me, everyone.
That's a big brand, yeah.
It is, for sure. And then we also have Fate facing off against his former teammates, going for 2 consecutive wins. And he was really very excited to play against Kroko.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to be a fun matchup. Let's take a look at the player interviews now.
프로게이머를 하고 싶은 마음도 많이 남아 있었어가지고 대회를 보니까 좀 더 그렇더라고요. 저 때 좀 다르게 할 수도 있었는데 이런 생각도 들고
그냥 프린스가 오고 나서 조금 더 저희가 하고 싶은 플레이가 확고해졌다. 분위기도 좀 살아나고 애들도 자신감이 점점 더 붙는 것 같아요.
파격적인가요?
맞습니다. B자로 컷.
BJ를 할 때 이미지도 프로게이머를 할 때 기존의 이미지도 좀 둘 다 받고 싶어가지고 파격적인 머리 스타일을 좀 선택했던 것 같습니다.
했는데 거기에 수세미가 있는 거 봤는데 프린스 머리랑 똑같길래 깜짝 놀랐거든요.
멋있는 머리인데 수세미 프레임 씌워지면 안 됩니다.
오랜만에 LCK 와서 반가울 것 같고요. 그래도 오래된 선수라서 후반 집중해도 좋을 것 같아서 후반 갔을 때 좀 더 잘해야 될 것 같고.
테디 형은 진짜 약간 범접 불가한 느낌이 있었는데요. 시간이 좀 지나면서 이제 이길 수 있겠다라는 생각도 들고 내가 이기겠다 생각도 들어가지고
자기가 막 원딜 왕자 막 이체와 막 이런 이미지를 먹어가려 하는데 보는데 좀 그렇고요.
원딜에서 좀 기강을 좀 잡고 싶네요. 네.
미드 라이너가 솔직히 탑으로 포변해서 탑으로 몇 년 한 사람한테 솔직히 라인전에서 이기는 건 힘들다고 생각을 해서
어느 정도는 맞는 말인데 또 어느 정도는 틀린 말인 게 이전에 했었던 메타가 아니니까 그 새로운 메타를 다시 시작한다는 점에서 출발 지점이 비슷하다고는 생각하거든요.
광동의 프랜차이즈 스타 기인 앞에서는 어쩔 수 없지 않나. 한낱 비둘기에 불과하는 가볍게 저희 기인이 형이 리드해줄 거라고 굳게 믿고 있습니다.
제가 스프링 때는 초식 동물이었거든요. 기린 같은 느낌. 그래도 한 번씩 발걸음질 이제 기차기 보여주는 그런 탑라인이었는데 기인 선수 한번 확실하게 가져놓도록 하겠습니다.
이기도록 하겠습니다.
일부 샌박전도 이제 초반에 되게 연승하기 위해서 무조건 이겨야 되는 상대인데
저희 팀이 1세트 이겨서 2대0으로 이길 것 같습니다.
스프링 때도 개막전 2대0으로 이겼었으니까 썸머도 첫 단추는 그래도 좋게 꿰맬 수 있지 않을까.
다음에 리브 샌박 기대해주세요.
2대0으로 이겨서 제가 2번 다 PO자면 너무 기분이 좋을 것 같네요.
썸머에도 광동 프릭스 많이 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 파이팅!
Well, there you have it. Very interesting words were said there. Apparently, Dove is now a giraffe. I'm not sure how that transformation happened, but he's got some hooves, and maybe he can use those against Keen tonight.
That's probably the funniest thing I've seen up until this split. Dove, deadpan. I am a giraffe. And I'm going to I kicked with my hooves.
Yeah, it's pretty big. And guys, we do have the player walkout now. Let's introduce our teams here to the stage. Here is Liv Sandbox in their first match of the tournament, as they do have some pretty nice jerseys there, and they are led by Scary Timo, and just getting ready to play.
It's the first team that actually matches up to the Scary Timo callers. So I really appreciate that. And as I mentioned previously, I do think that the individual performance of particularly Dove and Closure needs to be better. KL, who was not a strong point, not a weak point. Him and Envy definitely were, but I feel KL individually was still able to play a pretty decent Spring Split, considering it was his debut after his stint on Genji in Challengers. And, you know, Deshai's playing Anivia top, so maybe Dove can actually pull out the Azir, as you said.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there because that is who he's named after, and you know, spring wasn't the meta for it, but who knows? Here in summer, maybe if we get some kind of weird blind pick out of Keen, they could make it happen. As, yeah, you're going to the left here, Croco. You just came from the left side. That's why you're going to the left side.
This is not new, Croco.
Rookie Croco is back.
Oh, I remember Rookie Croco. I was so excited. I'm still excited. Croco's still great. This team's going to get him today, Valdez. I'm telling you.
I think they are going to get a different kind of, well, maybe we're going to get a different taste of the meta through their play.
Please.
That's what we'd like to see. Again, no Azir top, please. I don't think that's actually a good thing, but who knows? As let us introduce our second team now. It is Kwangdong Freaks, as they have already a win under their belt. It wasn't a smooth win, but a win's a win, a 2-1 over Hama Life Esports will currently put them at 1-0.
And Kwangdong, to me, looks exactly the same. It is Teddy looking really good, very stable bot lane, Hoyd looking great when he's playing Nautilus, and then Keen and Fade both being kind of the strong points of the top side of the map. LM had decent games in their wins, but the loss, I think he ended up like 1-6, 1-7 on Wukong. Wasn't really what you're looking for. And against a team that has a strong top side, that specifically has a strong, very aggressive, skill-checky jungler in Croco, that can definitely be a problem. But Fade and Keen versus Dove and Closer does sound good for Fade and Keen, I gotta say. And if you have Prio and your lanes are winning, jungling is a lot easier.
That is very true. Might be a little bit easier. Surprise, Kwangdong Freaks, sponsored by Kwangdong. Yes, here they are, ready to go. And yeah, I'm not really sure what to expect exactly because they went up against Hama Life Esports, who obviously didn't have a great spring, and it was a 2-1. So here against Live Sandbox, we might see a similar kind of matchup, or at least a 2-1, and a very back-and-forth series is what I would expect.
So what I'm personally hoping for, and with the inconsistencies from Kwangdong, I personally wouldn't be surprised. As we can see, Live Sandbox had a horrible spring, and Kwangdong had a pretty decent one, all things considered. It wasn't great, but especially once they got over the initial hurdle of getting Hoyt and LM really finding their own form, Hoyt discovering Nautilus and LM just looking better in general. The team itself has said it as well. So I just really like going back to it because it really is night and day when you look at his performance between Nautilus and other champions. And Dove, it is a kill meta, you know, maybe throw in some Ornn there. Ornn's easy, relatively. You know?
What are you trying to say? No, I think Ornn is great, actually. I think he will see more play, absolutely. Not just because he is great at scaling, but also because he can take on Sealed Spellbook and potentially be very competitive in the lane, which is always going to help you get those little leads to help you scale for that 25-minute fight. So, blue side is going to be selected here by Live Sandbox. No surprise there. Blue is still strong.
And will remain so, I personally expect, with the amount of blind picks. Gwen is fortunately now getting banned, so we at least get to enjoy ourselves a little bit, which is good. The amount of Gwen that I think collectively as a League of Legends audience we have witnessed is too much for any sane person.
Yeah, and I mean, she's immune, so I would rather not see any more Gwen here. Let's see what they will prioritize. Always a good question, you know, do they want to get something like a Wukong for Kroko? Try to let that one slip through. That's kind of been one of the first picks we've seen a lot of just because it used to be Gwen, but now Gwen's being banned. Let's see what they decide to go for here, as they are going to start off with a Kalista ban.
And the Wukong has the benefit of not really being counterable. There are junglers, things like the Karthus. There's a bunch of other AP junglers or junglers that can actually match him very well early and try to pressure him, but that's also dependent on lane state. And the LCK itself has been very happy to handshake any form of scaling. Live Sandbox, though, say no. We don't want to do Wukong. And with Kroko's style, it does make sense. Looking at the power of the pick, though, I feel like Wukong B1 gives nothing away and allows you to actually respond to your opponent's draft while still securing a lot of power picks. And it just fits into any team comp. So definitely Live Sandbox going a little bit off course here.
Yeah, pretty interesting start. There's that Kai'Sa ban. They're not going to deal with that, so this does open up options for maybe an early Ezreal pick for Live Sandbox.
Do you not ban? You might ban it as Quannoy just to not deal with it. You know it's going to get B1. Like, there's no way they don't. Ezreal is an incredibly strong spot. Kai'Sa is the main answer. And
there it is.
Yeah. Not
right.
surprised.
That's good to see. I mean, there's a lot of teams that would come in with a certain plan and they'd be like, no, like we said we were going to ban this. Renata Glask is going to get first picked here again, and we weren't super happy about it the last time. I don't think much has changed since then.
Oh, that was yesterday. Not that much time has passed for Zveldes, and I agree. Renata, while I think a really strong pick, does suffer from being punished by things like Karma. Love Taliyah, a pick that I've been a really big fan of even when she wasn't very good, and now in the current state of the meta has been exceptionally strong. We have seen answers in Challengers, most notably. It was answered a bunch of times by Yone, of all things. Now, actually, it's closer, so I could see reliably pull that out.
I was about to mention, I'm like, if there's one... I mean, there are a couple, at least 2 or 3 that could do it, but Closer's definitely one of those mid laners that would pick those champions that could be a counter to Taliyah.
Yeah, the upside, of course, of the Renata, and the one reason why I like it a little more here for Live Sandbox is that picking Nautilus into it feels absolutely miserable, and you know Kwangdong wants to default to that. The team has spoken about length, we have as well, so I'm not going to keep beating the dead giraffe, but I do really feel like in that way, it has a little bit more value. Croco now has the opportunity to pick himself up a jungler as well. Viego has been the 1-2 to Wukong's generally 1, but with that champion being banned, we see something else, and it will be the Vi, debuted by Owner. And oh, Liv Sandbox, I am glad that we can rely on you to still play the same way, regardless of what everyone else in the meta says. Because that's Vi Ahri goes back to what, like season 3 as like a 1-2, really strong mid jungle duo. Great lockdown, great chain. It's a lot of dashes into Taliyah. I don't think that's great.
Also, we see Vi as kind of an answer, at least in the pro scene, to a Wukong, but Wukong's banned, and against a Viego, I mean, I suppose it's decent. You can lock him down and charm and blow him up. He's relatively squishy. The Taliyah as well, another target for that kind of wombo combo in the sense of those two champions. But I'm not sure about the overall power of this pick outside of that lockdown.
No, the Chronicon definitely more well-rounded, I do feel like. Can go a lot of different directions, has decent global pressure with the Taliyah. All right, early snowball. Viego and Sejuani are a great combination. The permafrost gets relatively easily stacked. One thing, though, that we haven't really talked about, because Sejuani top has been kind of a blind pick mainstay, and I do actually think the pick is very hard to reliably punish, is that whenever Sejuani jungle became meta, Trundle immediately appeared. Now, Trundle in lane has a lot more issues than Trundle in jungle, where we do see him come up every now and then. Another example would be the Olaf, which can just make really any tank's life very miserable, although we haven't really seen that within the LCK just now, as more AD how are we just gonna ban all of them?
I mean...
Or ban all the AD carries? Come on, go for 8. Come on, we can do it.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about setting records. I think there have been more than 8 banned in the past, but 8 is certainly a large number of AD carries to get banned. And it means that Teddy gets first pick, right? Between the two AD carries at what they would want to go for. So Tom Kent's is going to be taken off the board, maybe expecting something hyper-ish like a Kog'Maw, but the Caitlyn is still available, so considering that as a pick.
There's also Senna that has just made it through the draft, which is a really strong pick as well.
No Tom Kench anymore.
Yeah, that's my point. And obviously, you don't actually need... You could go Senna, Sejuani for all I care, but that's not going to happen. Not in our LCK. So I think the Caitlyn and then presumably a Karma for Hoyt in R5 is a really strong lane. Will deal with almost anything. And now Liv Sandbox kind of needs something that can actually match the shove of what is expected to be a Kate Karma lane. And there's not a lot left.
Ah, yes. Gnar AD carry.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's going to be for the top lane up against that Sejuani, most likely. As what is going to be the AD carry pick? Feels like they knew they were going to pick Gnar, and they're just buying extra time to make this decision. Obviously not an easy one.
It's not a lot left.
Maybe Sivir?
Yeah, I was thinking Sivir as well. At least it's an AD carry that once you get a couple of levels, you can at least match wave a little bit. And well, 12.11. 12.11 Zeri was definitely something. But on this patch against Kate Karma, good luck. That's not going to be a fun laning phase, Valdez, especially with Taliyah mid. Like, the moment that Fade is freed up from his lane, that bot side is not safe.
Yeah, that's not quite my tempo, Chronicler. I don't think the Zeri's doing it for me. I think they are going to get absolutely pushed in a lot down there. It's going to be extremely difficult. The Karma was pretty much face up, as you were talking about, and this is the choice. So Zeri definitely can be strong later on in team fights and stuff like that, but a series of nerfs and a lack of strength in the lane, I think, is going to make this quite difficult for the Liv Sandbox bot lane.
Oh, for sure. There was not a lot left. That was, I mean,
Sivir!
You did mention, I actually, because alternatively, normally what you do is, honestly, something like a Ziggs, right? Or another mage that actually has wave clear available.
You've got like no AD damage.
Yeah, because then you have...
You've got Gnar.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would like match the wave clear. She can handle the poke, right? She can engage with her team, you know?
Great suggestion, Valdez.
But not today. Maybe Prince just not very practiced on that pick.
But Liv Sandbox did pick Vi and Ahri, and that in of itself is a win. Liv Sandbox don't stray away from what they have done for the last 3 years. And that's something something that, at least for entertainment, is good. When it comes to all-round team comp, gonna give the clear edge. You have a great prior bot lane, Teddy with a lot of agency, roaming mid, you have Engage, a lot of tankiness. Just a really well-rounded comp here from Kwangdong.
Yeah, just looks really good on this side, like regardless of what it is going against and what the bans were. This one is able to sneak through. Kwangdong certainly winning the draft in our minds. But let's see how the game is actually going to go, as we are just about ready to hop onto the Rift here for game number 1. Liv Sandbox and Kwangdong Freaks, but we do have a little bit of a swamp bug, so we will take a little bit of time to get that going.
Fan signs. Those will never disappoint.
Not flu.
What?
Because the first 2 syllables of that is kamgi, which is like a cold or a flu.
Ah. I like it's in English
I love
as
the
well.
clarification. Thank you.
For any
just in case.
For any bilingual person that reads the sign in Korean.
She's saying kamgi? Oh, not flu. Oh, yes. Okay, thank you. Great Gosu closer. If you've been around in the esports scene for long enough, you know what a Gosu is. It is kind of a master.
A lot of Croco
of your craft.
I'm liking it. Oh,
Croco Whiting. LFL loves LCK.
Oh.
Well, guess what? LCK loves LFL. Take that.
Wow. I wonder what the favorite ERL would be. Generally, it's LFL. LFL's just can't top that. You know, amount of audience, amount of fans.
True.
Amount of hype. It's hard to match.
I heard Sunke made a loud noise, so maybe that means we are going into game 1. I'm not sure, but it should be just a moment, guys. Don't you worry. We should just get people to do like dances and stuff.
We should, yeah. I mean, I'm sure we can find fans that are willing to.
That is one thick Teddy.
He's buff.
Okay.
That's actually a real life drawing of Teddy's back after the amount of carrying
That's
that
true.
to do over the last couple of years. You know that man got back muscles.
Yeah. It says in the bottom, Wolf fighting. I think that does refer to the Korean streamer Wolf, but also I would like to extend a fighting to our co-caster and peer Wolf, the caster.
Yeah. Why not both Wolves?
Why not both?
Huh?
There you go. He's asking for Ezreal for Teddy. Greetings from Finland.
Oh my God.
Good luck, have fun. The Liv
Finland.
Sandbox fan.
Have you ever been?
I have never been to Finland, actually.
I have.
Fortunately.
It's
What's it like?
It's great. It's cold.
It's cold, you say?
As you'd expect, yeah. It's a lot of space. It in many ways reminded me of the Netherlands because it's relatively flat, at least the parts that I saw. Actually, compared to well, not compared to the Netherlands, but compared to the Netherlands, nothing is flat because our highest point is like, I want to say 200 meters.
Wow.
It's not a lot, no. And now I'm here, where like I walk to the bakery in the morning, and that's a 300-meter climb upwards.
You gotta climb 1 mile up and down 2 hills to get there. Man, that Teemo, that BMO. We had Beanged yesterday. I refuse to call him Beekeeper Singed. That's just not as fun.
Oh, can't believe we got beanged. So. Actually, seeing this team up close, he looks very friendly.
No, you need the lights on the eyes so it doesn't just look like 2 desperate black holes of
That's
despair.
the problem.
You got to see like little happy eye signal.
They're there. You just can't see them until he's close.
You need the lighting.
Until he's right behind you.
Kwangdong 사랑해, which means I love Kwangdong. And that's 2 Teddies, I would assume. Imagine 2 Teddies. That doesn't sound very fair.
No. Would you put second Teddy in mid lane? Top lane? Just one play like
maybe
top
support
every game.
because he has such a deep understanding of the lane, you know?
2 Teddies. What a world.
I think that could be big. We do have clapping. That means the game is starting. Let's go into it. And there you have it. I think Liv Sandbox, it's their first game of the season. They need to kind of get used to the fan chants. It's the first time in a long time since 2019, but they're back.
So happy to fan chant. I mean, for me, they're not back. For me, they're just here now. My LCK experience just keeps getting better. More and more gets added. And looking at runes, looking at the sums that we see overall, nothing too surprising. Fade has gone for the Airy, which I do think it's a range matchup makes sense. We've seen a little bit of first strike Talia as well. Of course, the old staples of Electrocute, Dark Harvest not really being picked up anymore ever since the champion got reworked. A lot less burst, but very reliable outside of that nonetheless. And I'm going to be looking at Croco, seeing where he goes early on. The setup for Liv Sandbox in most of their lanes is quite good. For Kwangdong, top side's great. Bot side is more about the dive than it is about, and maybe a counter gank than it is about the gank itself. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see where our junglers pay their early attention.
So guys, it's been 720 days since mid Talia was picked. That was Genji's BDD up against Torewan Prince Mickey. That was in 2020 LCK Summer, almost exactly 2 years ago. 10 days to the date. And it would be there, as today it is, of course, June 17th in Korea. So it's been a while, and of course, that was back when Talia was similar in terms of having AoE stones.
Yeah, she's actually been kind of reverted in an interesting way, and immediately comes back to mid with a vengeance. As have the early ward, plays by Kwangdong, so they are going to be aware, and looks like Croco isn't going to skip any camps. I'm going to try and deny any information of junglers just moving along with their full mirrored clears here.
Maybe Prince was just like, you know what, this game is going to go 40 minutes, so I don't care about my lane. Like, we'll just lose the lane. That's fine.
You know, knowing Kwangdong, there have been moments where closing out games have been problematic.
I'm just trying to really think deep on that pick. Because there's another thing that I would like to point out. We did have 2 Scorches, and that's one thing after watching the last couple of days. For Hoyt, I'm like, okay, you're a support Karma, you want to be oppressive in the lane, that's okay. But for Fate, yeah, I think you just gather the storm.
I'd agree. Yeah, I'm a big fan of gathering the storm, and it's interesting as well because it might also signal something of the read from Kwangdong here, where their composition has a lot of elements that do scale great, but I can see like late game that you would have issue actually dealing with it with the Zeri specifically. Dealing with Zeri without sufficient lockdown into a Gnar can be quite a difficult task. Because eventually, especially Crit Zeri, even more so than the Bruiser type that we saw for a really long time, up until that build was truly gutted, can be very obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, this is very true. We'll have to wait and see when that Zeri does come online, and once she actually starts doing things, because it will be quite a while until she really becomes oppressive. As Closer has been doing a good job of actually trading and does get the push advantage here as Fate did go for a back. Fate did take Cleanse, which means that he does not want to get one comboed by the Ahri and the Vi, so it's safety in that sense, but he won't have teleport.
Especially post 6, even with the added safety you have with your Unraveled Earth now stunning with when a dash comes in, you're basically going to die every single time that the Closer and or Croco have their ultimate if you don't have Cleanse. So this is providing you with a lot more safety, very necessary utility as well, and Talia should still be able to make her way onto the map, although her passive of course got nerfed in the early levels, not nearly as much base mobility speed, but still scales fairly nicely. Overall though, I gotta say, for Liv Sandbox, your bot lane is doing pretty reasonable, and with Vi as well, I think you're perfectly happy just waiting till 6 when your Assault and Battery becomes available and a lot stronger.
Trying to go for this early. Elam is nearby, and they see the mist and say, you know what, never mind. Not going to make too much of it. He does have Cleanse. Croco trying. Okay, guys, he's trying his best to make early action happen, but he did get stifled there. Maybe next time.
It's Sandbox. Honestly, I don't see. At some point, they won't have the patience. Like there's no way that this team is gonna be like, no, we're just gonna give up the objective. Of all the teams in the LCK,
Yeah, I'm trying to think about the most realistic way it's going to happen. I think Kwangdong with their prio on bot, they're going to say, you know what, we're going to take both the early Drake and the Rift Herald. And Live Sandbox are going to be like, no, you're not allowed. We will fight you regardless of the game state on the Rift Herald. And then we'll see how that one goes. Fate and LM not able to get that early Drake, though.
I think it's a good read. Good read, Valdez. I like it a lot.
Think it could be the way.
Prince now. That's, of course, the thing, K Karma as well.
That's the... Okay, he's going to flash up. He does have closer from mid, so it does work.
What? And now they're taking position in River.
Live Sandbox's Drake. No prio on bot, no problem.
Yeah, neither team is prio, neither lane. They're just like, let's do it. Let's
right.
fight.
4v4, they're going for it. The charm is down, and that was huge. Closer gets stunned up for a long time. Krako is also going to go down. That will be first blood here for Fate in the mid lane on this Taliyah.
Well, Live Sandbox didn't change one bit. I don't think there was an engage you wanted to go for, but it did so nonetheless, and Kwangdong was standing there like, what do you guys, you need to hit charms or have the Vi ultimate that's not available yet? You can't just try and make this work, and it doesn't work. That's first blood, but hey, at least we got action.
We did get action, that's what we've been asking for. Teddy got a little bit low, but he currently is also sitting on 3 biscuits. What?
And double sums.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just,
so, I like the idea from Closer, but then, yeah, the moment that the charm, I mean, you really need a charm to hit before you go for that play. Because Coit actually flashes it, and then everyone else is still going in.
They full commit and stack up for the knockup from
as well.
Taliyah. It's like, oh,
yeah,
okay.
And it doesn't even do that much damage anymore, right? It's a lot of the power budget for Taliyah was taken out of Cuba. It also doesn't matter because you're still stunned, and there's like Kate Karma and because she's just standing there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised only Kroko died, honestly.
Yeah, we had some other low health members that were able to kind of just scoot out of there. Nobody else used their flash.
Hey.
Just Kroko.
But you know who's having a great time?
Dove?
Dove
is having a great time. That was very close to the knock-up there, but not quite going to land. Gale was nearby, but could have been a nice amount of burst damage to potentially force a flash out of Closer.
Dove in the isolated matchup. 10 CS up.
He's autoing a tank who is melee.
Yes. And he has had no jungle attack at all.
For me, like when I see the Sejuani and it was blind, right? Yeah, it was. Why not just go for the Ornn in this case? You're going to have more reliable engage. You are going to do something in terms of the scaling. I feel like he would have a little bit better of a time against the Gnar.
Ooh, that's interesting. I actually really like the Sejuani because I think the big difference with Ornn, whereas Ornn is like by default a better scaler, Ornn also enables champions like Kale and like champions that can just free scale completely. But Sejuani with Ignite, actually, especially when paired with a jungle like Viego, has a ton of pressure. As a
man, Prince goes for the heal though. They went pretty deep on that one. Hoyt is going to eat 2 giant turret shots. And Teddy will be forced to flash out of there.
And this time around, it's Kwangdong that bites off a little bit more. Kroko making his way, does have the ultimate available this time around.
And they're sticking around for now. Closer here on Vision as around the bend they come. And Closer will have to respect that, especially with his bottom side here coming up to the top. And Kroko just going to go back to farming.
A lot of back and forth in this game. Overall, the gold lead still firmly in favor of Kwangdong with the first blood they were able to pick up. The CS lead that they got in both bot side, but should even up now. Because while that Drake was being taken, Kroko was able to get that Scuttle. And do see the gold, I'm pretty sure going to both Kroko and Prince. Be very happy with that. And hey, even gold. It's not bad for Sandbox.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if your Zeri is only 13 CS behind and was also able to pick up some plates, not half bad. You know,
No.
you've got some other lanes that are doing pretty well. The Talia getting a kill in that kind of unfortunate early fight, obviously aside, things are looking pretty good. So Dove still putting on the pressure in the top side. Only 12 CS now ahead.
He reads it. Alan paying a quick visit. Is leaving some of his camps open, whereas Croco is just going to continue. And
oh no.
He doesn't know.
He's going to get hit by that, and now he's Mininar, so this is going to be a squishy Dove who will be forced to flash away. He is burning down, and that's what you're talking about, that Sejuani able to put on a lot of pressure, even mostly by herself.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming through there, and now maybe the counterplay.
Hey, they're trying to... This is a Sejuani, though, who does have the Cinder, and Closer making a long trip up to the top side. Elam's still here, though, and he's just going to back away. They say, nope, Keen, you're just dead, and they're going to hand that kill over to Croco on the fly.
Key thing there, Fate not able to join that. Still in mid lane. Really nice roam being set up there by Liv Sandbox, and that initial play on Dove not quite working out. I think Keen initially had the plan to go, we'll see it in the replay, to try and actually get Dove with the initial permafrost. Only way you can apply it twice is if you first go for your E and then for the ultimate. But with the hop and the flash being available, not a lot of time, and really nice punish coming through and Liv Sandbox. I want to reiterate that I don't feel like Liv Sandbox by default have a better late game, because I don't really think they do. It is very execution based. We have like effectively what is a dive comp, and then Zeri that when unchecked in the late game in theory should do a lot, but the front to back from Kwangdong is always going to be very good, and if they can deny flank angles and someone being immediately picked off, then the game plan for Sandbox still becomes a little bit hazy. But I'm just shocked that Zeri, I mean, she's losing.
Prince here, he's going to get over the wall though, but that is a significant amount of damage that he has to eat to get out of there.
Yeah, as I was saying.
Coming over the wall here is Fate looking for the knock-up, and he will be able to get it. The stun comes in into the Sedge ultimate, and that will be enough. The power of Talia showing it right here.
Really nicely done there by Fate. Beautiful setup. Keen knocks it down, and especially Mininar, gotta respect. Really nice roam coming through from Fate there, and also note Elam immediately ready in mid to pick up the remnants of that wave until Fate can come back. Not losing any resources. That's a really big play for Kwangdong here.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. You know, you take a lot of that pressure off the top side, and now Keen is going to get so many plates here. This is going to be a third plate for him, and maybe even a fourth. I mean, if he really sticks it out for the next 30 seconds. As we'll take another look here back at the rotation from Liv Sandbox.
Keen plays this as well as is reasonably possible. Feels very safe due to the fact that he still has his jungler in the area, and they don't see Closer until it is too late. Sidesteps Q, but unfortunately not a lot to be done there. Then yeah, this is the regank that comes through here, and even though Dove finds a knife sidestep, finds the hop activation as well. Fate very happy with the fact that your W is now a lot bigger, and actually getting the CCJ down doesn't feel as punishing as previously was the case, and Fate really the main instigator of action here for Kwangdong.
Yeah, it's really nice to see. Now he's 2-0. He has that Leandris now, so he's going to begin really putting up the hurt from behind the brick wall that is his front line of the Sejuani and the Karma shields. Now there's not a lot of vision here around this Infernal Drake. They have one ward and a control ward for Kwangdong Freaks, so seems like they're just going to let this one go and try to actually pick away at this mid turret.
And you have to respect the pick comp regardless, although Rocco.
Fate's doing so much damage already. You know, Clothes are much more combo-oriented, but Fate's just sitting here poking you down as you're trying to rotate to mid. So Kwangdong, they give away the singular Drake, and they get a mid turret.
And that's where the issues with the Kwangdong comp that we mentioned earlier comes in. Like, in theory, I think a lot of the components skill reasonably well, but I don't know if this Zeri is really going to have the setup that she needs as Kel.
Yeah, there's a little bit of damage there from Ellen, but now they're trying to turn him here onto Teddy, who has to flash away, but Croco goes in to make sure he goes down. A 1-for-1 trade so far. And Prince and Kale say, no, we're not going to take this 2v3.
Teddy going down, losing both the summoners as well, but well invested. 2 flashes from Sandbox, and Prince doesn't get the kill. Goes to Croco, and can guarantee you, into this team, Vi getting kills, not that great. Fade in itself is a kind of a nightmare to deal with. You have a Kraken Slayer Viego as well. This adaptation has come through, with Divine Sunderer being kind of repeatedly taken down, and of course the item always has been good on Viego, and now LCK junglers have also caught on as so much damage going down. But again, Fate is the difference maker, right? He's the one that actually is at this play, and Prince didn't hold his E there. That would have been an easy double coming through from Kwangdong.
And this is the power of Talia. You are just everywhere, right? I mean, yes, the passive did get nerfed, but he's there like every single time. He's in the top lane, now he's in the bot lane to make it a 4v3. And, you know, this Ahri that had so much power earlier on in the year is not looking quite as good as the Talia right now.
It's also, it was mostly nerfed like specifically for the early game, right? To mitigate the jungle pressure that she often did have. And come late game, you're not going to feel nearly as much of that movement speed nerf. And also, it's Fate. If there's one guy on Kwangdong that loves spreading his influence around the map, we've seen him do it on TF so many times, and there's a lot of similarities with how his Talia play has worked out thus far. And really, he's been the main difference maker. Alum has been there for a lot of the plays, but not really been the instigator, I'd say. Has mostly been Fate. As now turrets start falling, and the map is going to open up more and more, and we need to see some vision traps. Because you did see earlier, if Kwangdong don't have vision, they still need to respect, because the one-tap potential from Sandbox is there. But as we get later into the game, at some point, Keen is going to be so tanky that he can just face check that.
Here we go again. That is the knockup. He has to flash it. And the Rift Herald is just getting more and more value. This is a second-tier turret already coming in here on the top lane for Kwangdong Freaks, just trying to get as much money early on as possible.
Again, Sandbox kind of being caught off guard, and with a composition like this, being on the back foot in tempo feels so bad. Because if they know where you are, they're not going to get taken down. As, that's a big gold lead for Fate. That is a lot.
I mean, you know, Kwangdong Freaks, they didn't look fantastic against Homolife Esports, but if now you have to ban not only TF, but also the Talia, which, again, especially if you're on red side, will be kind of a normal ban. It's going to make it pretty difficult to draft against this team if one guy is like, no, you're just not allowed to have those champions available if I'm playing the game. Makes it pretty difficult. Reminds me of, you know, when T1 were just so good at so many different champions, and it's like, well, you can only ban 3 of them in the first stage, so good luck, you know, pick your poison. And we'll have to wait and see how Fate develops and how oppressive he can get.
As Keen gonna find Mini Dove.
Mini Giraffe. There's the stun coming in, but you can see that Dove also putting out some nice damage here.
Yeah, I don't know if the chances for Keen in that 1v1 are going to remain good. However, there is no vision besides Kwangdong's vision, and Dove is in a very long lane. So it's like, I'm gonna run. Goodbye, guys. Like a Frozen Heart that's going to come through from Keen, going to provide an incredible amount of value into the Vi, Na, and the Zeri as well. And for Sandbox, this is the type of comp where, again, once you're kind of slowed down, it becomes really hard. I'm loving this, though. This is exactly what you want to do. I don't know if they have the damage. Kwangdong is very grouped up here.
Yeah, it's good if Keen is leading the charge, you know, as he is quite tanky. You see Closer gets a little combo onto him, but it doesn't do too much. And so if he can just push forward with the scanner, clear out some vision, and potentially allow his team a better spot to just front to back and not get picked off, can be very beneficial to his team.
Kwangdong is playing it well. Teleport coming in now. Keen, full health bar. And yeah, from this position, the Lift Sandbox comp, it's going to be so hard to actually pull off. 2 really big threats in Fade and Teddy.
Wow. Even throwing the ult, that was definitely an overcommittal there from Keen. As they knew Croco was in the bush, but, I mean, not 100% going to land that one blind. As some poke damage is already coming out here, Croco looking for that backline. They want to burst down Fate, and they knock him into the wall. That is going to be the end of him, and that is exactly who they wanted. Element's doing so much damage on the Viego, but he is all alone. And the takedown comes through. That is 2 kills now for Liv Sandbox, and they are on the chase.
And there you see the danger of dive. Only a moment of weakness is necessary, and immediately Liv Sandbox strike as Croco, I don't know about that one, really nicely done by Teddy, as Hoyt is also gonna get taken down by Prince. And despite that unfortunate ending, man, what a setup from Croco. Immediate ult coming through from KL as well, because if that doesn't hit, that play looks completely different. And I get excited, because it was a good play for Sandbox, but they also don't get Drake. So, I don't know what we really just witnessed here.
It's okay, Chronicler, we've got at least 6 or 7 more fights in this game, so don't you worry. Just an excellent setup, as you were saying. There was no vision in the Dragon Pit for Kwangdong Freaks, and they were trying to poke down the river, and Croco took that opportunity to go in.
And this is, hopefully, if we can keep getting it, the positive side of the durability patch is that fights like this last a lot longer, as Croco actually just dying for the sins of Dove. Has to go in, save his buddy. Really nicely played by Teddy as well. Picks himself up a kill, but hopefully, you know, if teams actually fight each other, the fights do last longer, as we see here. So that part's great, as again, Croco.
Yeah, they're trying to get in this one. He's looking for that backline. He finds Teddy. Can anyone follow up, though, is the question. The answer, absolutely not. As Keen's going to be knocked in, but here comes the giant wall. Everybody corralled up against this one. Dove is not able to get the takedown, and immediately Kwangdong Freaks strike back.
Live by the dive, die by the dive. Liv Sandbox try to go for another play, but that one was way too deep. Teddy was very ready. Took the net back, and we're not done yet.
Oh, he's spotted, though. And, you know, he's just trying to be a deterrent right now for this Baron, as he is going to get stunned on the corner, but it doesn't matter. They take out Fate. As Teddy, I don't know if you can take that 1v4, as you see that Hoyt also going to be charmed up, and Closer makes a big play.
It's a fiesta, Valdez. Whoa! We got plenty of action to compensate for yesterday. Closer actually coming in huge there, sidestepping Fate. His combo also able to dish out so much damage. Buy space, crucially for Prince, now on a 2-item spike. And, you know, Croco, if you want to dive that deep, maybe invest in the Zhonyas. I don't love it.
Or an Ahri.
At least get a stopwatch. And yeah,
Closer was miles away.
Well, Closer was not there, and it's Caitlyn. So like, it's not Talia, who doesn't have a move besides Flash. 90 caliber net exists, and unfortunately, the existence of that in of itself a really big problem. But then Kwangdong kind of overstretching themselves by trying to pick up the Baron as well. And by the end of this, game state's even. You know, Kwangdong was the one who eventually picked up the Drake after the previous kerfuffle. And I expect every single fight to play out exactly what we're seeing here. Just, can the dive work? And if not, we need to see big performances from Prince or from Closer, because otherwise the Kwangdong team comp, if they can stay together, they're strong. The moment they split up, you see what happens.
Yeah, Closer, just really great mechanics, you know, showing those off. He's always had those. It's always just a question of, does he make the right decision? And when I saw that teleport, to be honest, I kind of chuckled. I'm like, that's not going to do much. But actually, it was the perfect flank angle. And even though he was on vision with that Ahri, he's just showing off the power of this pick. So great stuff from him to keep it even. Because if Kwangdong took the 2 kills and the Baron for free, I could easily have seen this game just sliding down on their side.
Oh, for sure. There comes a point where Kwangdong is so far ahead that even if you do land your combo, like maybe you take down one person, but there's multiple threats on Kwangdong's side, so Liv Sandbox then not able to actually win any of the fights. And making sure that doesn't happen is important as Fate.
He's got Flash, and he tries to go for the wall. I guess deciding that even with the Flash, he would not have survived. And after that, does get one comboed, so see you later to that Talia. Certainly highlighting one of the downsides of this pick.
Yeah, you can see Fate is building towards Zhonyas, but he's not there yet. And as long as he's not collapsing onto a pick that has global potential, and generally is looking to collapse on you, is always going to be a really, really great way. Fate feeling a little bit too safe there with the lack of vision that was available. Dove is doesn't lack confidence on Gnar, for sure. And that's how you gotta play Gnar. Gotta look for the angles.
You gotta make the most of your Mega Gnar as well. You can see him doing that as Fate. I think he had just cleared a ward as well, so he should have known they were there.
Yeah, it's a nice timing from Sandbox. Again, it's that as I mentioned, I think it was like Season 3, Season 4 when RE Vi was just, you know, it's the classic hit a charm or a Q, and then they just immediately got blown up. And still works. Like, what is it, 8 years later?
Yeah.
Yeah? Sometimes it's back to basics, you know. Last spring we had Udyr. I don't think that was great, but...
hey man, it was good for a little bit.
It was fun for
then it stuck around for about 3 months too long. But
2021 spring was definitely a time. This is good.
Look at this vision control. It's not the first time they've done this either. It's always been Kwangdong Freaks that have to push into the vision of Live Sandbox.
Big wave also stacked up for Sandbox here on bot side, so even if they play this slow, they will have waves shoving in, so at some point, Kwangdong's either got to pull the trigger or respond. They do have a good idea of where everyone is, though.
Yeah. That ward over the wall there from Keen, maybe someone put it over, just spotted where the Vi is, which makes it a little bit easier as the Sejuani ultimate going to be thrown on in, and the charm is going to be sidestepped so close here as they try to burst it down, and the smite will go actually to LM as Keen might just be left to the prey here as down he will go super low. Krako's going in there, over the wall comes Prince, they're diving in, and the Zeri is beginning to show the value of this pick as they chase them down. Fate trying to deny it, but he will be slowed up. Has to flash over the wall, but here comes Dove. He's got Mega Gnar in just a moment as well as Cleanse on the slow of the boomerang. Fate really wanting to get out of this one as one by one the pieces fall, and the charm will not land though.
And Zeri's online. I was worried. They got great dive, but do they have enough damage? Well, if Prince jumps into 3 people, they definitely do. And Sandbox might get themselves the Baron here. Looks like Kwangdong not going to be able, and they get the Drake, but lose the larger objective.
And flash available for LM, but they are checking all the angles here. And as we know, LM is nowhere near the Baron pit, so a free one here for Live Sandbox after they crush that fight. And it all started with Kwangdong getting a little bit too close to the fire.
As we see, initial initiation, as pointed out, the waves are shoving. Kwangdong needs to pull the trigger, and they do get the Drake, thanks to a really nice smite from LM, even though Kroko is close. And then, I think here, just let Keen go. But that's not what happens. The rest of the team tries to assist him, and this dive from Kroko, augmented by Prince going as aggressive as he did, LM not having enough damage, and with Caitlyn being blown up immediately, there nothing, or being no chances, no damage available whatsoever. Really nicely done here.
And the fact that Prince responds immediately, like we don't get to hear the comms of Kroko, but I guarantee you he's screaming like, go, 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 I'm going in, I'm going in. And the fact that Prince is immediately over the wall means that the damage is there for Teddy and forces them back. If Kroko goes in alone and he gets blown up, it's a totally different story, and then Prince is kind of out there by himself. Oh no.
Closer, no.
It's the classic Jonah Strong angle, as he is, yeah, he's dead. There's all 5 of them there. And that's a dead Ahri, at least.
Yeah, it's going to cost him a turret, but I think it's still a good play. The turret was going to be lost regardless. And when it comes to trying to take tempo out of the Baron plays, just this means that it's 30 seconds till the closer is available, and then they can invest the teleport. Okay, well, you know what? 2 turrets is too much, actually. I take that back. I think if they just lost one of them, would have been okay. Now it is a lot invested. At the very least, the base doesn't get broken open. And Kwangdong, as mentioned, they took a couple of unfortunate team fights, or rather, I think Live Sandbox found really good angles. But Kwangdong is still very much in this. This team fight, or this comp rather, can win fights at any point. I don't know where we're getting a replay of this.
Look at the big flashy damage, Chronicler. What are you talking about? It's a shutdown for LM.
Not even stopwatch, he said.
Huge.
Huge. Well, you know who's huge? It's Prince. He has IE, and he's gonna have a really good time. And This is where the role of Keen really changes, as we have also kind of seen, where I'm sure the initiator role he'll still be able to play, but his side laning threat now all but evaporated, not going to be able to match Dove whatsoever, and it really becomes about the teamfight utility for Kwangdong. But Live Sandbox Comp has so much mobility built in and so much ways to catch someone in a rotation that Kwangdong really feeling the pressure here, and I'm very positively surprised by a Live Sandbox that doesn't have full control early to mid-game and still manages to find a way in, because we saw them get wins in spring even.
Yeah.
But then it was generally they stomped lane so hard that the snowball was really easy.
Yeah.
But what's happening here is them actually playing out the team fights with this dive very, very well.
Yeah, the team fights definitely look a lot cleaner, at least the ones in this game so far, so definitely a nice surprise for us.
That Drake skirmish we
well, I already forgot about that one. That's already erased from my mind.
Good.
But the last one was great. So we got that going for us. And it's funny, too, because we have been very regularly having, 7 elemental drakes a game and stuff like that, 6 to 7. There have been fights over every single drake in this one, even though it is just the Ocean Soul. Which I feel like could be good for Kwangdong if they pick it up, but at the end of the day, like, if you get hit by someone, you're probably going to die anyway if you're in the wrong spot, so. Not sure about the value of it if you have to hard commit to fighting every single Drake fight.
Yeah, you just let this one go.
This one, for sure.
This one is whatever. Even, I'd argue, with Zeri, it's a little hazy, but I think Ocean, Drake, the Sandbox, in the grand scheme of things, or the Soul rather, not going to be that big a deal if you look at how the comps play out. Although, I guess, eventually you could reach a point where the Kwangdong comp, if they lose Fade or Teddy immediately, which with cleanses and defensive itemization as GA will come through eventually, Fade now sitting on the Zhonya's, will be harder, but they can actually lack damage. And if you, again, don't check Prince at any point, he will shred through everyone with relative impunity. So, interesting game here. Sandbox. Definitely still a Sandbox draft. No problem. Easy sidestep for Croco.
Yeah. Also, Talia's not, seen so many Talia games where she does that in the past and the guy just immediately dies.
Yeah.
Like, that's not really the case anymore, but still, like, a stun there, some damage, some follow-up could be a big moment. Fate was trying to set that one up.
For Kwangdong, besides making sure you don't face check, which they have actually been, I think they've been really good about that. The one thing that has been difficult for them is making sure you don't fight in narrow spaces, right? I think the Kwangdong comp, if you have control, if you know where the enemies are, and you can play an actual front to back, it's actually really hard to get the Teddy, right? Like, Teddy is... and we don't even talk about Fade and its Unraveled Earth, but just Teddy getting through Keen, getting past Void, getting on Caitlyn in the first place, all of that is relatively hard as long as you're not in the jungle, which is why, Kwangdong, please, get out of the jungle. Don't stay there.
But the Baron's about to spawn, Chronicler.
Well, they kind of have to in this scenario, and them keeping control of the jungle is important for that specific scenario. But I do think that if they're in a wide open area, like if they're fighting in River, it becomes a bomber doable, although...
Yeah, you got to be careful about taking angles like that, where there's a perfect concave of Live Sandbox, and Prince is just waiting.
What?
Rocco's the jungler, by the way.
You have 2 people with teleport.
Hold on, I got to get this Gromp. Wait, guys, we can't do the Baron yet. I need to take down the Gromp.
Hey, he's going to finish his item now.
I guess so. I mean,
it's going to be worth it.
It's got to be what the idea was, right? I mean, he goes down, he buys AGA, and now they should just group up for the Baron here. Kwangdong, they still have a great front-to-back team fight, as you were mentioning, if they can set up vision and they can set up a position here. They've got some, they still have this control ward here on the Baron. You can see that Kayla's not exactly too hyped about taking that down by himself, so he'll wait for his team to come in. Could give an opportunity for Kwangdong to begin to sneak in and clear some vision.
And you also recognize, Live Sandbox, they know as well how important it is that they keep at least some vision pockets alive. I do feel like side lanes have been basically ignored this game, and I just want to make note of that. This is Liv Sandbox, so I'm not going to go too hard on them for not having perfect side lane management besides that one Drake play. But I do definitely feel like with how strong their side lanes are, as long as you keep track of Fate, you can actually apply a lot more pressure there. Dove? Yeah, Teddy is 4 items.
This is the thing, and Prince can't really do this, right? So if it's just all 5 members and you've got Fate rocks being thrown at you, you've got Teddy shooting the sniper gun, even Dove, who's supposed to be basically the front line of this alongside a Croco, even he will get poked down as Croco has found an immaculate angle. Just the best angle into the back here, and look at the damage immediately. Teddy gets blown up, and it doesn't matter if they have the poke damage, if they don't have their damn Caitlyn, as he will go down. That's going to be 3 kills basically for free. And the 2 of them just on the run. You can see the rest of Liv Sandbox already pushing the mid lane.
And that's going to be it, Valdez. Liv Sandbox about to take the victory here. Helen trying to run away in the mist. I'm sure he'll stay alive. But I don't think we can say the same for his base as Croco. That was an angle, man. Sneaking through the waves.
This guy gets an 100 in his geometry class. I'm telling you, man, he has got the best angles. Oh, and just like that, I mean, the game just ends.
Going, the chase.
Ellum, he's actually going to live. He's going to live, but the Nexus will not. Liv Sandbox on the backs of Croco's Vi. Really showing the power of that pick. Just every single fight, it seemed like he was the one getting it going.
Every fight started with Croco, but I'm happy to see what to me is a lot more similar to the iteration of Sandbox that we saw in 2021. A Sandbox that, for all their faults, again, I think the side lane could have been a lot better, but actually has a bot lane that can match. KL looks so much better alongside Prince as well. Didn't die a single time in the game, whereas that was a really big problem for them. Prince, his proactive play was very, as it should be, kind of on the edge, closer looking. Honestly, I'd say better than like 90% of his spring games as well. So it's just the best of 1. We shouldn't get overexcited. But at the same time, great game here from Liv Sandbox, and kind of the same issues coming to head here for Guangdong Freaks in this loss.
Yeah, I forget who said it in an interview, but it is really important to start off the season right. And it does look like Liv Sandbox, as you said, it is just a best of 1, but they look so fresh. And again, I mean, this is just immaculate. Just playing around Vision actually perfectly.
And also like
there was no better angle, actually.
No. And the great part about this is that, and this is something that I personally say Fred and Brion is actually one of the best teams for in the LCK, is that everyone goes over that wall. Croco is like, guys, we're going, and the rest of the team is win or lose, let's do it.
And everybody can, I guess outside of Kale, right? I mean, Prince is over the wall, Closer dashes, Dove hops, and everybody is immediately there, which is also a great point. And this game was very back and forth. It started off with a very, a team fight we did not want to replay in our minds. But we might get in highlights a little bit later for Liv Sandbox. But they end up cleaning it up, and they have a very nice, fresh start here to the beginning of summer. They've got to do it one more time to win the series, though, so we'll see if Guangdong can fight back, or will it just be the 2-0? We will be right back.
천천히 봐도 돼 대리 쪽 봐줘 다 죽여 아니 미드가 따라가자 우리 아래 봐 가
비고 높을.
내가 비고 따라갈게.
비고 따라오고 끝내자.
게임 끝내줘. 내가 비고 따라갈게.
내가 카르마 따라갈게 그러면. 야 앞에서 나를 몸 대봐. 점프하고 그냥. 빨리. 따라갈 수 있어 그거?
따라갈 수 있어. 끝까지 가나.
상관없어. 그냥 이번에 끝나.
내가 미안하다. 일단은. 더블 줄게. 끝난 거 같아. 끝난 거 같아. 야 퍼져서 해.
촉된다.
퍼서 해.
나이스.
몸 대봐.
굿.
야, 나 미안하다. 초반에 내가 조금.
아니야.
야, 이거.
나도 미안하다. 아니야.
이거.
땄어.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread.
Welcome everyone to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and that was a game of League of Legends where apparently draft doesn't really matter.
Yeah, because let's talk about this draft. They gave over, or rather, the Caitlyn goes through, right? Okay, that's fine. There were a lot of other picks that Prince could have picked up, the bottom duo. They locked in Zeri into Caitlyn with Karma open. There were a lot of other enchanters that could have gone with the Caitlyn, but obviously it's going to be a huge problem in the laning phase. It was at the beginning of it, and it started things off with a Vi. That's totally fine. But I thought the way that Kwangdong Freaks rounded this draft out, they had the superior draft. They had the bot 2v2 completely locked down. Really nice team fight engages the Talia. They also got a super prio pick right now. Like, how do you lose with this draft as Kwangdong Freaks? Well, Kroko with really good engages, some poor vision control from Kwangdong Freaks is really what we're going to be getting into these highlights.
Yeah, exactly right. I think that the Vi was absolutely fantastic from Kroko. Not necessarily the pick as far as the draft was concerned, but just the way he piloted it. Of course, that last decisive fight was 100% like the clincher that really made it for Live Sandbox, but they made so many just little avenues back into the game, and the way that Kroko got the Rift Herald, put it down towards that bottom side, gave Prince the amount of money that he needed in order to get off the ground was absolutely fantastic. Let's get into our first replay though, because this is an example of Fate being pretty good on this Talia, demonstrating the power of this pick right now.
He had so many great maximum range shoves here, and this is one of those ones where he gets the double here, which splits Live Sandbox in two. They're able to pick off Kroko, and this is the first win for them in this game. And
the radius buff buff coming in clutch. I actually didn't expect it to hit too.
And it comes in clutch in this second replay here for him as well, where he just barely is able to clip Dove at the last right side part of it here to set up another kill. And Talia could be so strong in matchups like this where the Gnar is actually naturally sort of pushing, so it gives it the power to Sejuani in the top side of the map a little bit. So utilized very well, picked it up early in the draft, was left open, not taken, and they got a huge opportunity with it.
Yeah, exactly right. And now we can go into our second highlight, and this is an example of how Live Sandbox can win some of these team fights. And a lot of it has to do with Kroko finding just the sickest angles at any moment.
Kroko's angle here is fantastic. He's able to get into the backline. The follow-up ults, too, from Renata in these fights every single time helps peel for Kroko while he gets deep into the backline. I notice Teddy is just not a part of this fight anymore. Like, he's way back because he has to be. The dives are so clean. Kroko found these angles with his ultimate so succinctly every time, and he's just flanking super well. If you give him these opportunities, he can engage from so far away with the Vi. So impressive stuff here again with Kroko's Vi pick, and in our last highlight as well. That's the one no one forgot about.
No, absolutely not. And it was absolutely fantastic watching how Live Sandbox managed to navigate what was a pick composition. But look at this.
Look at this. This is the one.
I really wish we had been able to get the actual lead up to that, because the way he navigated through minion waves in order to get into that brush, like, this fight was over before it even started.
And it was partially over because Kwangdong Freaks were just so desperately trying to control vision around the Baron pit. They were on the back foot through a lot of that mid to late game. Never had Baron control, never had vision control around the pit, so I had to force the way into these choke points where they're dealing with Gnar as well in that choke, and then with the ability to flank here, you're all trapped in one specific spot, and the Zeri loves it when everybody's all stacked up at half health.
Yeah, exactly right. And there was a lot of damage as well on the side of Live Sandbox, so they could have the Vi go in, do a bunch of work, and there were too many threats, it felt like, so Prince was able to actually get a lot of work done in this game. And I was thinking that the Zeri was going to be a bit of a disaster because you're shorter range, and
you're laning into Caitlyn.
You're laning into Caitlyn, so you shouldn't actually ever be able to get to that point where you're a big threat. But I mean, Prince was just ridiculous this game, and honestly, he was on the sidelines throughout most.
Yeah, he was given a lot of resources with those plates early, and you and I were talking about it, during the games itself. Like, he got an advantage in levels and experience because he was often solo farming, solo grabbing that extra experience, that extra gold. So he got those items up a lot faster than Teddy, and the engages set him up to have success each and every critical team.
Yeah, he was amazing. But now it's time for Kroko, the player of the crocodile of the. It's Kroko that wins player of the game.
No participation at 14, 100%. Every relevant fight in the early parts of the game, he was involved.
And it's really cool that we get this Vi pickup just before T1 has their first game of the season. Because, of course, Ona was our resident Vi player last season, And Croco is demonstrating just what this pick is capable of. Check out his
That
profile view as
incredible
well.
ult
Really
there, too, is in part set up because the rest of his team is on the same page. When he calls out he wants to go in, they're trapped, and there's no escape, actually. The ult basically hits all 5 people. Massive knockback, the team is split. Somebody voted for mid in this case. That's a really out there vote, I feel. That's an observer, too.
Yeah, that's an odd one. We can actually have a chat. Maybe that was Kisan that went for the random closer vote. But that is going to destroy the 13 out of 13, which is not necessarily what we want. Let's hear from the gentleman on the desk, though, and what they think about that vote split.
I'm mad. I'm mad, I'm mad, I'm mad, I'm mad. This is not okay. He deserved a 13 out of 13. What does he need to do?
I'm casting with the president of the Croco fan club over here.
Unbelievable.
And, yeah, you know, I actually thought Closer had an excellent game.
He did. No, he was good. That was not the problem.
Unfortunately, Croco was the player of the game. But, you know, at least Closer had a great game. So it's not like he voted for, you know, something random.
I know.
It was at least shouting out one of the other good players on the team.
It was a defendable vote. That's not what I want. I don't want you to call me down, Feltz. I just want you to
Let
listen,
me just explain.
Okay? I just want to express my emotions.
Okay.
That's all. And then you can come in with your ratio about how Closer had a great... I don't want to hear it. 13 out of 13 performance.
Maybe next time. Kwangdong Freaks did select blue side to the surprise of absolutely nobody, as we are going into game number 2. And let's see if that does play a part in this one. I forget who it was, but someone won twice on red side. Maybe Dom won. Or maybe it was Genji.
Yeah, it feels
actually,
like...
I think it was both, actually.
Could be. I know it was Genji for sure.
Pretty sure it was both.
That'll
Either
make
way,
sense. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, the skill outweighs the science selection. We are going to go into this draft. And let's see what Kwangdong Freaks will highlight here. Are they going to leave the Wukong available? They say, well, Renata Glask, that's not okay. We'll take that away.
And honestly, after last game, pretty understandable with how it... Okay, well, you know Kwangdong.
Oh, boy.
You know, that's a lot. That's a lot of attention being paid. Immediate Wukong response. Or Bannon response as well, as Sandbox like, well, if Vi's not available, we don't want any of this. We don't want any of that. And I wouldn't be shocked to see Sandbox go for a Nautilus ban now. It will be Gwen, hopefully, for our collective entertainment, enjoyment, and lack of going immune. But
please, no lack of going immune.
Oh yeah, I mean yeah. I mean
okay,
there we go.
Thank you.
No, there is a lack.
Yeah, I said that wrong.
Yeah.
Please lack going of immune.
Yes. Oh, I thought I was saying it wrong. So I was like, wait.
No, it was me.
I did a double backtrack as that. You got to take that away. And I mean, Teddy is an exceptional Ezreal himself as well. Pick is extremely high prio. And then Liv Samos can draft dive with Kai'Sa. So I don't think they're going to be too sad. All things considered, as a roaring applause.
Yeah, everybody liked that. And yeah, there was even a sign that was asking for Teddy's Ezreal. She was probably the one that started the cheer. And it is going to be entertaining. See how he does do on it. Good to take it away from Prince. What is going to be the highlight here? Will we go for some kind of Ahri combination? Still the Viego is available. No Vi this time for Croco, but the Kai'Sa is going to come out early.
And this is a thing that Liv Sandbox has done in the past as well, where they prioritize picking up, because you can pick Kai'Sa third rotation here and get yourself the high priority jungle, which is Viego. But Croco loves counter-picking in jungle. This is one of the few players that does this very consistently. We've seen teams like T1, like Damwon, through Owner and Canyon do it at times. But Sandbox definitely really loves going in that direction. And do firmly believe that that is something we're going to see here as well. Unless Kwangdong leaves the Viego open here, but I don't see any reason why you wouldn't. Can also alternatively go for the Lissandra lock-in, because the one thing you do risk is Lissandra getting banned. Of course, you can also just go Taliyah again, but that pick wasn't super successful, so maybe Sandbox is just going to leave that open and just ban the Lissandra, which has been extremely effective in the Ahri, because Taliyah, a couple of good early skirmishes, but outside of that, didn't seem to be the biggest problem for Sandbox.
Yeah, I mean, especially when they were getting engaged upon and killed in about the span of a second and a half. Certainly, I think Guangdong are going to be having nightmares about that and will be picking to not have that happen again as much as possible. And so we're thinking about the Nautilus here. They could ban it. I mean, they don't have to ban it, obviously. The Recon is picked. So considering it for themselves, just to add to the pick potential and to the engage potential on their side.
I really like Nautilus, not only, although in the laning phase it has very little threat into Ezreal. The value of Nautilus to me comes from a depth charge late in the game, allowing a 2-3 item Kai'Sa to just instantly dive into the Ezreal, regardless of how far he arcane shifts back, as there is, of course, the immediate Lissandra ban coming through. Now, for Sandbox, it is going to be about securing themselves a, presumably, R5 top, although I could just as easily see them just blind pick Nah, because they are Live Sandbox. Maybe Aatrox instead for some variety. Don't pick Aatrox into the Guangdong comp, please. I don't think it's going to end very well.
Sounds awful.
Yeah, it really does. And
Azir denying that pick too. They do deny that from Fate. There is TF potential, I suppose. It is, I say that because it is Fate himself. Would depend on what you wanted to pick for the top side, but obviously a lot of range already. The Kale is going to be banned away.
Lock in that Ornn, Sandbox. No, it is the Trundle, and Trundle not only has a good matchup into Viego, but is also a champion that actually really enables Kai'Sa, because getting a displacement with your pillar counts as a plasma stack. Good enough. So, as weird as that looks, is actually something that can be utilized there by Sandbox. In terms of dive, obviously not as good as the previous pick, as Guangdong is just, again, assembling all the picks you could possibly want. They're going to round it out, maybe like a Victor's. Swain would be exceptional as well, although the matchup into Ahri, I don't think in the laning phase is necessarily great. Into a short-range comp, Swain is just always going to be very happy.
Considering the LeBlanc, this is actually another pick that Fate was fantastic on. And he will actually lock it in. So LeBlanc is the pick. Sejuani available. Maybe time for Dove to give a crack at that. And he will lock it in.
Gonna get picked up here. Sejuani, obviously. Early game, going to be a little rough. I do like the pressure that a Sejuani and Trundle 2v2 has into the Gangplank, because, well, the 1v1 is obviously one that King still has to navigate a little bit respectfully due to the Ignite being there. The gang pressure that those two have between Chomp, the auto resets, enabling Sejuani is definitely a big risk. Overall, though, the Guangdong comp is... well, I hope Sandbox is ready to dive again, and they are Sandbox, so they will be. Because
yeah, I think they'll be fine.
If you hesitate or your engage isn't crisp, then you run into Ezreal and
Krako's playing Trundle.
Yeah.
Against an Ezreal. So, like you were saying, you can throw out a pillar, you can throw out a depth charge, and try to enable Prince. So maybe it's Krako just taking a back seat and saying, okay, Prince, it's time for you to shine. Time for you to get some POG votes.
Honestly, that's the angle, because Guangdong Freaks, unless they get really snowballed against early game, because this comp does lack, outside of the mid-jungle 2v2, a lot of cohesive power. I think in skirmishes and in smaller fights. But once you get out of laning phase, comp is insanely strong, especially into, again, what Live Sandbox have drafted. This is a very straightforward dive comp, no range effectively, so it all comes down to playing aggressively for Sandbox, and after last game, you know, maybe Dove can do what Kroko did.
That says Prince.
Is a Prince game. This
Insu.
For sure. Yeah, that's Prince.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Behind it says the return of the romantic sandbox.
They did sweep us away last game.
Yes, they really did. And that's how they sweep you in. They pull you in the romantic power, and then...
They don't call you.
And then they don't make playoffs.
Every time.
hate when that happens.
Yeah. 1 year. They're gonna do it. Hey!
Welcome, guys.
I love it.
Welcome to
French
Lal Park.
fans?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Oh man, this is awesome.
I was an international fan once.
That was you at some point.
That
in
was
time.
me at some point. It was also you, but in a much further
In a
point.
universe far, far away.
Yeah.
Our mid fate. Guangdong Freaks fighting. Actually, that says Guangdong Freaks win. Anyway. Yeah, Fate was, felt like he was pretty good. Like you were mentioning, I think that Talia just really wasn't able to find much power just because of the way the game was playing. It says, please give Elam the Pog vote. Or the player of the game. That is a book, and then turns it over to Croco.
Nice. Great. It's Morbin time. Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't remind us about that movie. The internet has suffered enough, Albus.
Yes.
I love the slow pan. Showing the audience, showing all the fan signs.
Yeah, there's
all the Croco fans.
There's no limit anymore, so full houses will be a thing. Later on, it is going to be T1 up against Nongshim. I guarantee you guys, every single seat is going to be filled.
It's going to be packed.
Please save us. Teddy, I'm not sure what the nickname is there, but she is referring to Teddy.
Yeah, because of the te.
Yes.
Yeah, I got that.
Good job, Chronicler.
I know.
What's that on the right? Is that Elam?
Is it a?
It's an Elam skin, I guess.
Is it a beaver? Is it an otter? I can't really tell.
I think it's a beaver.
I can't really see the tail. It feels like it's
sure
too...
that's yeah.
Yeah.
Also, clearly this is a crocodile next to Teddy.
Is it?
Yeah, clearly.
This looks like a...
It's got shoulders. I'm not sure why.
It's a dog, apparently.
Oh, it's a dog. Okay.
Thank you, G-Sun.
I thought it was pretty clear that it was a crocodile, even though they're not on the same team.
No.
Sunke is just slow reading.
I hope you guys can hear this. I don't know if you can, but...
Yeah, you got to turn up the scroll speed, dude. He's like, yeah, I really do. Maybe
Yeah, I'm
next time.
sorry. That's on me. Oh my god! Mom, can we get Callista? No, we got Callista at home.
Oh, that poor Callista. The claw on the right, though, that's going to give me nightmares.
Oh, that's a great Callista. I mean, you know the one I mean, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I love that they have them side to side as well.
It's perfect.
That's best friends right there. It's like, come on, let's draw it together, even though you know one of you is way better. Aww.
Yeah.
Aww, we
That's-
got... That's so cute.
You are my C, Teddy.
So it's Teddy, Fade, and Keen?
Oh, I don't know.
He to sun. Is he the sun, and then Keen
Yes, you are
stars?
my son, and you are my C.
Oh.
Good luck, Live Sandbox. Calling for the Shamrock Vagar. Atlas would be very disappointed. It seems like it's okay though. We like it here.
I appreciate it as well.
Yeah.
No.
Thanks for coming down. Man, I missed this. This was like 2019 feels, you know.
So good. Man, we got Finland, we got France, we got Ireland. Where we're getting all the European. Where are my Dutch people at?
No, it's just you.
It's just me.
No, sorry.
That's too much reading for me. I can't do that. That's got to be you.
Says you guys the Kium Heroes. It's a baseball team actually. You guys can win. Go on the 2-game winning streak.
Aww. Remember when the moon was good? That one game at Worlds.
Yeah.
It was like 2 days.
I heard about 30 days worth of talking, and then I saw the one game, and it was like, yeah, well,
it's not actually
maybe
that
not
good.
Reliable, keen.
Dun dun.
Guys, we are ready. Ready to jump into the game. It is time. Game 2 is now. There you go. They figured out the cheer. Live Sandbox. Especially after that one, there's a lot to cheer about. Try to push their team over the edge here to the 2-0.
They were bolstered. That was about 50% more output there in terms of cheering. I appreciate it. And looking at initial setup here, a lot of the same patterns that we saw in the previous game. Kwangdong in particular now, it seems like we can hang back. Not too bothered. Can look for early 2v2s with LeBlanc and Viego, but by no means has any necessity to. For Sandbox, I think a little bit more pressure is on Kroko. The Trundle, if he doesn't get any form of early start, can be a little bit hamstrung and will become no more of a pillar bot and subjugate bot later in the game. Whereas if you get some early kills, the champion can actually snowball quite well, can take big chomps out of health bars, and can gank effectively every single lane. There's good setup in bot, good setup in mid, good setup in top side. And as pointed out earlier, the early auto reset that he has available is really nice for Sejuani. You want to try and make plays on Gangplank, although pre-ultimate, locking down Gangplank is pretty hard. But yeah, pillar, so just pillar him and then flash and then come back.
Just pillar him.
Just pillar him. Yeah.
It's that easy.
It's not hard.
It is actually pretty easy.
Well, with Gangplank it is, yeah.
It's definitely one of the better CC abilities in the game against the Gangplank. As Kale, I'm not sure what you're doing up that far. The Ignite is going to come in, and you see Teddy's getting in a bunch of autos. Not going to commit to it. You already got the win. Just take what you got. They did have to use their Ignite, though, so Kale can slowly heal up here.
Diving Penguin. Variation from Elamir. Skipping his Krugs. Might loop back. And they did make sure, once again, to have some vision, but this time around, Kroko is going to avoid the initial ward and also doing Raptors as Trundle is a fairly miserable experience. And he's going to walk toward top side. This should be pretty telegraphed, very, very obvious. The Trundle level 3 gank. Let's see if Keen is at the ready. Should see this coming. Won't have his jungler in the vicinity though, because Alan is looking back towards bot.
Oh, Dove beating it very nicely here. Flash forward, waits for the follow-up flash, and there is the chomp. Do they have the damage? So the answer is no. Even with the red buff, Kroko not able to extend that. And here comes LM. Unseen for now, but let's see how they handle this one. Kroko says, no, that's a suspicious looking bush there. I'm not sure. And you know what? Maybe he's just looking for the follow-up, but LM is just going to go over to this scuttle as here we go. Once again, nice buffer there from Kale.
Nicely done. Otherwise, he will definitely have to invest some summoners and might still get taken down. And
he's back!
He is again!
This time, the pillar is pretty nice, actually, but Keen is just going to turn around, and now LM is coming up to the top side here. Do they have the damage? Kroko a little bit out of his depth, now trying to turn it. He gets the chomp on a Keen, but the oranges are enough. And Keen will be able to survive as now the pillar comes in from the stolen Trundle. And LM is going to be able to pull up another kill here.
Oh, and by utilizing the slow of the W early there as Kroko walks in, the problem is that Dove doesn't actually have a way of getting his permafrost stacks on top of Keen. So he's able to sustain through it. And this gives us flashback to Summit and Kroko that got into similar misadventures at times. And is such a big bolster to the early top side here. And really, really bad news. Because if your top side 2v2 is this far down this early on, and Kroko has had his large part of his camps, both the Raptors as well as the Gromp, Wolves now both back up, and the Scuttle just kind of scuttling about, all to try and make the play work. And it didn't. It went very poorly. Live Sandbox, not the start you were looking for.
Yeah, absolutely not. Especially as this game does come along, I feel like Kwangdong this time around have even more pieces to make that late game a living hell.
Yeah. You gotta wait with the flail until Croco actually has the pillar. Because if you do actually land that chain, you might be fine. I think Keen also levels up here. I know he gets the orange, and then no, it doesn't even need to level up. Just Alan gets it, and then chomp stuff.
Yeah.
Trundle does counter Sejuani, so you know.
There you go.
Yeah, that's
perfect.
that's the reason that went horribly wrong.
No.
This is very Croco. We've seen him do it.
He's back on
He's
a
on the
ward.
war.
Oh
no. Oh, the cut
and a
again.
fight down in bot, the Ignite committed to, and we're just going to see this again. I mean, Keen is just waiting for the Viego as now here you go, the barrel on both of them, and they immediately turn this one. Can they escape this time is the question. The speed up from Keen, but it's not going to be enough, and Croco and Dove actually will get away.
Oh, yeah, if they die there, the game is effectively over. Now they're in the ropes, but they're hanging on for dear life, and bot side actually going fairly well. Not too much action there, even though the early game was a little rough. The rest of the map has effectively been completely isolated from any form of jungle attention. And as a result, yeah, as you'd expect, small lead for Kai'Sa. Teddy with even the combat summoner advantage still going to be pressured in that lane, as you'd expect. Lane matchup is just not great. I mean, the whole matchup isn't great. Even late game, Ezreal definitely gets threatened by the Kai'Sa as Prince comes back with a pickaxe and not one, not two, but 3 long swords.
Wow.
I know.
How does he carry all those swords? Generally, you can, you know,
Okay.
if they're short swords, you can
So-
kind of carry one with one hand, but
Okay.
I don't know. Well, how does it work?
He holds the pickaxe, one
Okay.
sword sheath on the right hip, one on the left hip, and then one of those cool on the back, you know, like the back straps. Yeah.
And holds the pickaxe with 2 hands.
Yeah, of course.
Because it's heavy.
Because it's heavy, yeah. I mean, what are you going to mine with one hand?
And then the wards, well, the ward that just got put down. Elam is going to be slowed up here. And there is a really nice pillar this time around. Elam does not have much of a hope of getting out of this one. Even with the cannon barrage, he is slowed for days as Prince gets himself into an awkward spot, but immediately gets that reset with the 4th shot. Has the flash in, and now he's got level 6.
He has no vision.
Oh, no. And he's not going to face check there. Oh.
Teddy!
Oh. Okay, it's okay.
Oh my god. Teddy really getting value out of the pressy attack there. Also almost winning. And this was the one window he had. And if he gets that kill, that's so big. But it doesn't come through. Oh
And
my
then
god. If he
Prince
gets
hit level 6 and almost killed him.
Yeah. Oh my god. That was... If there was a stray ward in that brush, that would have been just a disaster. Yeah, here we go. Ellen got the scuttle, but don't think it was worth it. As yeah, waves crashing, really nicely done here as well from the rest of Liv Sandbox. Roaming, even though they would have been a little bit later, it doesn't really matter. The fact that they're there in the first place means that there is no collapse available for Kwangdong. In another situation, maybe they could get away with that. Not
Liv
the case here.
Sandbox trying to get in onto the LeBlanc. Doesn't have the distortion right now. That's a lot of damage. Finally, Fate gets it back up, and bit of a rotation up top here. Already you can see the Rift Herald is getting pretty low, though.
Elam.
And Elam is in a lot of trouble now. He is going to smite it down and give his life for the good of the cause here. That is, they're going to hand the kill over to Prince, too, which is really huge. That is a lot of gold right now into that Kai'Sa that is already ahead.
And while the previous one was Elam greeting for a scuttle, this is clearly just the team calling Elam, we're getting that Herald, and you're going to be sacrificed. As Atlas would say, for the good of the colony. I need to ask him on Sunday what colony.
Yeah,
I don't
which
think
colony is he talking about?
We've never specified. And
It's a really great question.
I'm really curious.
He keeps mentioning a colony, like
Yeah.
which colony?
Well, maybe he knows we're in a simulation. We're actually in a colony on a
You know,
different planet.
actually, I would agree.
I mean, Atlas would know. But
Atlas
we
would
should
know.
definitely ask him. As yeah, the rest of the team again is there. But I actually like this from Kwangdong. Going for that is greedy, and only giving up a single kill while getting the objective, all things considered, is fine. If this would have been smited away and Croco had smite, it would have been an absolute disaster. So
yeah.
It is definitely a high-risk play, but at least Kwangdong doesn't follow it up by running in 4 versus 5, which we have seen teams do.
That would have happened a lot in spring.
Yeah. I'd like to think we've learned.
Yeah, and we have developed over the year.
A little bit.
The roster's kind of getting more practice together. Everybody's beginning to understand the game a bit better, bit by bit. And yeah, I mean, definitely, you know, as I mentioned before, the big thing is that Prince was able to pick up the kill and extend the lead. But for sure, I mean, we'll have to see how LM is going to use that Rift Herald and to what effect and in what lane it will be used. Because as it stands, if they don't get too far behind, and keep in mind that Kwangdong Freaks actually do have a minor gold lead at this point, based off of the early game and the first blood on the top side. We'll have to wait and see how long this game goes and if the Gangplank, the Ezreal, and the LeBlanc can get online.
Yeah, that's the price that has been paid for all this roaming that Dove has done, is also because his lane state is absolutely doomed. It's really bad. He's obviously not doing great at the 1v1, but Keen also has had, as he would, good wave management, making sure that Dove is either opening himself up to a gank or long trades that he doesn't want to take, as Kyle didn't quite get Rakan. But because of that, Keen is currently up 40 CS, and I mean, Dove might get 10 CS above the wave that's currently crashing into his turret, but it's not going to be great. And Liv Sandbox clearly say, you know what, Dove? Have fun. I'm going to do actual useful stuff, and pick up another Drake would be nice.
He did get that one kill, which is the one thing as they're trying to burst down Hoyt now. He's got the depth charge in there, and is it enough damage? It will be. The Ignite comes in, and the Subjugate is actually what will secure the kill. And Hoyt had been playing with fire, and Kale finds his moment.
I think it was Red Buff and Subjugate, like the final little ticks being enough. Nicely done again, and oh, Hoyt, you know that there. Can't get picked off like that. That's going to be the Drake. The only upside of that is that if that kill would have gone to Prince, it would have really, really augmented Liv Sandbox's chances. Because again, barring Closer popping off, which is definitely still a possibility if he picks up a Medjos at some point in particular, this is all about Prince. And Prince getting that kill would have been a great outcome. You'll still take it though, as usual. Liv Sandbox fully commit. Yeah,
Hoyt should know. It's Nautilus.
No, I know. Yeah.
He should know the best out of anybody.
I know.
But he's like standing there. He's like, no, Kale can't do anything. No, absolutely he can. Anyway, mistakes happen. Rift Herald does come down. It is going to pick up a couple of plates, and it is thrown into the mid lane. And it will at least augment that mid lane, but not a huge push, not a huge amount of gold that Kwangdong Freaks are putting up here. But again, the fact that they are still going strong here at this point in time with their scaling comp should feel pretty good.
And now every time a Killer Instinct is hit, or rather a Void Seeker is hit, Prince like, Teddy, am I going to go? Are we doing this? Of course, in this case, he doesn't have it available, so it's not an option, but that is the reality of this matchup where, especially as we get further into the game, the range of Killer Instinct is going to increase significantly. And as Prince hits, generally it's like 3 items. Going in with a Killer Instinct, hitting an isolated Q and a Void Seeker is enough to kill Teddy no matter what. So it's technically playable. We've seen AD carries be able to manage this matchup, but it's very, very slanted towards the Kai'Sa. And Prince, honestly, in his debut, or re-debut I should say, has been looking very much like the Prince of old, the player that, when the chips are down, hasn't always been the greatest, but when he's looking on form, can really punch with the best of them, as Dove is still being sacrificed and just, you know, the Keen test, you feel like it's unlucky, easier.
He's just hoping that he gets to say better top wins at the end of the game.
Yeah.
That's kind of what he's running for right now.
So
yeah,
he's fine.
He'll throw some ults out and maybe Prince carries and then go from there. But yeah, that's what he's going to be hoping for at least. It's very nice to see Prince actually coming back this strong.
It's good. I like it a lot.
Yeah, and kind of reminds me of when he first came into the LCK. We were like, oh, we're not sure what to expect from this guy. He was like decent his first couple of games, but then he really started to pop off when he was playing the Ezreal. So,
oh no.
Huh. Stuff doesn't care.
Well, that was going to do more damage.
No slow Areno, as he is a Sejuani. Also, Fate and Ellen were here, so.
Yeah, he's still, he's going to be like 40 CS down. A little bit more, maybe. Yeah, that's a 1.5K gold lead. Keen definitely doesn't give away leads.
That's true.
That has been a consistent
Good point.
theme as
We are pressing our buttons. They go in, and Hoyt immediately dies again. Down goes the Rakan, and this Rakan is getting 0 value in this game so far. None.
I'd like to remind everyone that Nautilus was open. Kwangno opted into Rakan, of course, Ezreal, and Nautilus is not a great lane. But when you're seeing this, I gotta feel like, as a Kwangno player, like, it was open, Hoyt. It was there, right in front of you, because every time. This is why Nautilus works very, very well with these type of dive comps. Hit a hook, press your R button, and someone's gonna die.
Oh, 3-man depth charge. And just like that, nobody can respond. Teddy lands 1 Q, and there's a cannon barrage. It is a lot of follow-up damage. You can see some low health bars, but it's still a clean engage.
The actual difference is that Spring with Sandbox would have chased through that choke past that. I would have seen him do it. It would have been bad, but they definitely would have. I gotta say, both this game and the previous one, the reintroduction of Prince also seemingly helped out Kyle so much, because he looks unrecognizable from the player that we saw in Spring.
Absolutely.
That just died a lot in many situations together with Envy, and it wasn't all on him. Clearly, it's always going to be hard when it is a AD carry support duo to really point fingers. But it was very clear that they couldn't match at all.
Yeah.
And, second game in a row, his Renata game, got first pick, got the blind pick, and definitely paid off.
You see a lot of talking, actually, from Prince, which is really nice to see. A guy who's been around for a long time, even Teddy mentioning it in the interview before the games did get started. Having someone who has experience, confidence, and can play to this high of a level, I think is always going to augment the team positively. So, Liv Sandbox, you know, take a look at the gold lead, still not great, but they're getting wins. They keep getting picks. We've had 2 quote-unquote fights, and both of them have just been Kale hitting a hook and then Liv Sandbox getting an objective.
Yeah, it hasn't been flashy, you know? It's been honest work, but it's been getting the job done. And we will have Infernal as well, and if you can get Infernal as Prince, that's...
Might just be a little bit of a game that by the end of it looks like a 1v9 situation.
Yeah, it's not even just for Prince. Even Closer, with the more utility-oriented build that he's gone here, is still going to be completely fine. Can I also say how much I love Dov's build? It's like, guys, I am useless. I am gonna buy FMS chains. I'm gonna
take him down with me.
I'm gonna CC some. I need to check to see who he actually chained. I'd assume it'd be Teddy or Keen.
I'm gonna bring him down to the depths of the sea with me.
And they're gonna be CC'd permanently. And I'm gonna just be there. You know, that's half the job. Just gonna stand in front of Prince.
Yeah.
Maybe give him a plasma stack or 2 and leave it at that. And as much as we're talking about Liv Sandbox, because I do think it's really cool to see this team look like, again, previous iterations. And let's not forget, in Spring they also won their first match 2-0, and we all know what happened afterwards. So even if they do end up taking this,
so romantic,
so romantic. Don't lose your heart fully. And the Kwangno comp also is still insane, right? There's still the problem of Teddy, who once he reaches a specific item threshold is going to be able to, barring Prince, get so much done in team fights. There is Keen and Gangplanks collectively have decided to start building damage in the LCK. These challengers also did this, and even though it's no Prowler's Claw, at least Keen is going for the damage-oriented build. As
here we go.
Yeah, plasma stacks at the ready.
Okay. Oh, he hit him. No. He's going in. The long-range Void Seeker. You gotta be kidding me. And they hand it over to Prince, who gets a shutdown as well. And now the Kaisa is just giga-fed.
Good job, Dov. You did it! You got him!
Just doing an honest day's work over here as a Sejuani player.
Wake
Gotta
up
love it.
early, throw and swing my flail. He got it done. And as we've talked about countless times, getting gold on Prince within this composition directly mitigates the main win con for Kwangdong, which will be Teddy.
Uh-oh. He should be okay because he is LeBlanc, but it's still a big chunk that can allow Closer to put on some pressure.
Durability patch. And also it's a Mercury Threats Everfrost.
Yes.
No, I mean, just but the Dark Seal, so
Well,
maybe it'll
no.
happen. Yeah, no plasma, no plasma.
Come on, let's go. As he's throwing out the Void Seeker, he's telling Dove to continue going and to join him because he is so confident that it is going to land. Oh, okay. Blue buff for Elam. They deny it away from Teddy, which is nice. Liv Sandbox putting on the pressure. If there's one team that we know will put on some pressure, it is this team.
Oh, yeah.
Them and T1 probably.
So no, I've been around for a while. I've been in the longest League of Legends game. I'm not falling for this one. And for Kwangdong, the way back into this game, because even though they have a gold lead, I'm still feeling like they were the one on the back foot because of how the game has played out thus far and how the previous game played out, which is a really weird kind of sensation. And I don't know if it's going to hold true as well. Is wait until Keen gets one more item, wait until Teddy gets one more item, and then sit and make sure Liv Sandbox doesn't engage on you, right? And that was a problem in the previous game, and in the previous game there was Vi. And there was, that in of itself really tells the whole story. Vi, when it comes to dive, is so insanely strong. And that isn't really available this time around, and Keen is, he's doing a lot.
Oh boy. Oh, he's able to not touch it. Keen just flashes and shoots him down.
Oh boy.
They're trying to get on top of Keen now, though, as Prince can join from here. He's going to wait. He is going to wait, as now he will join on to Elements. That is going to be 2 kills immediately struck back. And guess who is picking them up? It is Dove. As over the wall comes the True Shot Barrage, but it hits nobody. Krako's still going, and he flashes away. Guys, you know, there's a Drake coming up.
That's the most Kroko thing I've ever seen. Run into the brush and flash out.
It's like, how do I engage this Trundle? Do I just run it? Oh
no.
I should flash.
This was bad. What was also unfortunate for Sandbox is that the kill actually went over to Dove. Both of them did.
It's just a reward for his hard work, man. Can't take that away from them.
Keen also has TP. This isn't over yet.
Okay, let's see.
Keep going. This is good for Kwangdong. Honestly, these long fights.
TP. Here comes Keen. They're going to try to burst it and run. And let's see if it does work out for them. They do get the smite down, but where did the Trundle go? Keen is already gigantic. As the barrels will be denied, Teddy is trying to follow up, but Liv Sandbox get the Drake, and, you know, sacrificial Trundle is not the end of the world.
This game is so fun.
I know, it's great.
It just keeps going, and Kwangdong, you gotta stop getting engaged on, because this pick from Keen and Keen subsequently getting taken out, that part is honestly fine. Like trading 1-for-1, Keen getting accelerated and more fed, that's okay. The problem is that
Cannon Barrage used.
Yeah, and I mean the problem is that is this.
It's just like so great, so fun.
It is fun.
Yeah.
Because again, this is fine. Keen dying here is no problem. But why are we going in, Kwangdong? Why is Elim throwing his life away here?
I'll help you, Young.
Yeah, didn't really quite work out that way.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, Kroko, there is a LeBlanc and a barrel. Yeah.
825.
Yeah, Keen can still want to be this. That's the best part of this game. Is that even though the tempo and the momentum, not the gold, is clearly for Sandbox, who have no fear at all. But Keen is going to finish Lord Dominic's very soon, and he will.
He's gonna clap.
He's gonna clap, Velvis.
Yeah, and Kwangdong still have the lead in gold somehow in this game.
I love this game. It's so
Just
fun.
The way it's going, the ginormous lead in gold and in farm up in the top lane is what has to be doing it. Because on the other side, I mean, Prince has got a very big lead in terms of CS and also kills and assists over Teddy, who's really not seen the action so far. He's still trying to scale.
Oh no.
You just never know.
Every time. I mean, Prince just finished his IE. He's gonna one-tap people.
Yeah.
And Teddy, as stable of a game he's had, you do see the threat. He can't just farm side lanes like normally you would. Well, Ezreal, you have so much built-in safety, but Kai'Sa just has so much threat that it becomes a lot harder. It's not just the Kai'Sa, it's also that both Dove and Closer can provide plasma stacks, as well, now they know that the Baron is not being taken.
Yeah.
And again...
Oh. If they were all in there, I mean, that could have been risky as Hoyt, again, is going to get caught! He goes down again, and that's just going to start a 4v5. The damage is huge from Kwangdong Freaks, but you, again, do not have a Rakan.
The key issue, Kwangdong doesn't need to engage. They have the range advantage. They have Gangplank and Ezreal, and LeBlanc that can poke. You don't need to be that far up. There's no need.
Can you hear that in the distance?
You win the neutral.
It's the Moham train.
Oh,
I hear it chugging along.
Don't talk to me about the Moham train. I don't want to get distracted in this game, Valdez. I gotta focus.
Indeed. This is a very interesting game because just pick after pick, it's all Live Sandbox, and they have a big tempo lead. They keep getting objectives, they keep getting picks, they keep being able to control the map because of it. And Kwangdong had so much trouble with vision in game one that now, from this kind of awkward spot where you should be dealing damage now with the items you have, they just can't because they cannot get any control of this map.
And crucially, Liv Sandbox is gonna have every single ultimate up when this Drake comes. And while for them it's not a must go. And honestly, I would love if Liv Sandbox decide to instead push maybe some side lanes and set up a Baron play instead, because they don't need to go for this Drake, but they're Sandbox, so they're gonna group up as 5. And they're gonna fight for Drake. There is no doubt in my mind that that is what's about to happen here.
Oh, here we go. The Tarm hits, and that's Teddy now who's going to be picked. Just add him to the list. And now again, Liv Sandbox right before a big objective. They find somebody on the side of Kwangdong, and they can take whatever they want.
Ooh, and I like this. I like going for the Drake here. Although it is still 30 seconds, so actually never mind that. I thought it was already up. You should still be able to get it, and there is no way that Kwangdong can actually do the Baron here, so just
push
shove
mid.
out mid.
Yeah,
shove out mid, and then try to get this turret down, and then rotate over. Kwangdong, especially if Liv Sandbox is willing to invest a teleport here, it's not even going to lose, or not even going to get a turret, rather. If they keep the teleport, which I think is also defendable, just go for Soul. And now you have a Fat Kai'Sa with a Mountain Soul. Or sorry, an Infernal Soul. Mountain would be like, yeah, Mountain would be like kind of cool. Infernal is a hot disaster. And for what I feel like is the first time this game, Liv Sandbox got the gold lead.
Oh,
baby.
wow. Congratulations. You can get it going here. Let's take another look here. I mean, you see that they see Teddy on the Warden mid, and that's how they get it started.
Yep. Yeah, not a lot to say about that. Liv Sandbox is just Fred Brianing all over Kwangdong here. There's just nothing to do. Every single time, the entire team just commits. You got to be ready for that.
Here we go.
Oh, they're not ready.
Hey, we got the GA down here as Kale's getting low. Prince is in a bit of trouble. They do kite it back, though, as Liv Sandbox, for the first time in this game, it feels like they are pressured in a spot, and Prince loses his GA.
I got a feeling that it will have something to do with the pirate on our screen, but we'll see what actually ends up happening. Might be Fate, might be Teddy getting all the poke damage in. Teddy, by the way, now just, yeah, it was a really long time coming, and has now Surreal has his 3-item power spike, has taken a look at this. Okay, well done by Fate. Yeah.
So,
yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's Liv Sandbox as well, isn't it?
That's why.
Yeah. Yep. That's GA gone. GA gone, really, really big. Not in of itself going to be completely debilitating, but definitely removed a number of plays from Prince. But they still have Infernal Soul, and it's not like Kwangdong is going to feel very safe approaching here, seeing how trigger-happy Liv Sandbox has been.
Mm-hmm. You just tell, like, Liv Sandbox are the ones carrying themselves with confidence, and they have so many engaged tools with their comp where it's like, It's so threatening to play into that. Teddy is supposed to feel safe as the Ezreal, but he was the one that got caught in the last one. He has his flash now, which is good. Keen is still going to be pressuring with their damage. You know, you expected once it got into the later stages of the game, we're going to see barrels flying. We're going to see Mystic shots flying. The LeBlanc distorting over, getting poked down, and backing off right before any fight is taken. You see the pieces of the Kwangdong Freaks team comp, especially at this time, but it just doesn't feel like they are able to use any of it.
A little bit of a lack of patience there from the Sandbox. I think if they waited just a few seconds more, could have been in a better position. It's closer.
Oh, that's a lot, and that's an ult down now on Urari. Rocco does not care about anything. He is able to clear the ward. It's now Dove playing with fire.
Ari doesn't have TP. Can we not, Sandbox? This is the...
I want to fight!
Rocco, what are you doing?
Smork! Smork.
Well, they don't know Ari backed, so I guess... Just keeps going!
Yeah, they see enemy champion, fight enemy champion. Kale is spotted. He's got a little Hex Flash action going on there. Always threatening. It's good, though. I'm glad we have a game like this. It's the very opposite of our meditation segment yesterday, where we actually have action. Intention.
Tension is building. Still a far side over available here. There is the opportunity, and Liv Sandbox is going to start it off. Very high amount of Baron damage here.
Well, they are getting it down to about half, but here we go again! Not point again! Oh, you gotta be kidding me! I feel so bad for this player, but every single time...
He's still there, though. They're getting low. They're clumped up.
They are getting pretty low. The hook is going to miss. Charm hits onto Elam, and they get the Baron. Elam is ticking down to the Subjugate, ends the Ignite once again. That is going to be the end of them, and another Charm is going to land. So much for your oranges. Down he will go. They have Baron. They might just push to end.
I think they can. Oh, was he trying to predict a hook? I think they know Fate's
Maybe
there.
it looked like it, yeah. This is oh, TP coming in. Kale's just playing bodyguard on the back. He's getting the minions in. As TP is coming in and, okay, they're gonna, oh yeah, it's Liv Sandbox. They are definitely going to come in.
Yeah.
Look at the other TP's coming in. It's 5v3.
Kill Hexblast out of the way.
So many other teams would have backed already, but Liv Sandbox, they want to end the game now, maybe before our first blood in the game yesterday. As they go in, closer's pretty low. The ult will sail wide, but it does not seem to matter. Liv Sandbox take a giant mallet and smash it across Kwangdong Freaks' faces, and that is going to be the end of the series, 2-0. Liv Sandbox looking incredibly strong to start.
What a performance. And the biggest difference is the bot lane. Both Prince and KL just taking the team on their back in this, and it was needed with this draft as well. That top lane, the start was a disaster. It was so detrimental. Keen got fat. Didn't matter.
The team of Kwangdong Freaks just never put themselves in a position where it could matter. They never took it slow. It was always somebody getting picked. And it's not all Kwangdong Freaks' fault. I think that Liv Sandbox was really crisp today with their engages, and I think that was a big part of it. On this game, you could vote for Kale, you could vote for Prince. I think both deserve votes at this time.
Agreed.
It's going to be hard to find the one person.
That's a good comeback. Prince feeling great. And we talked about it in great detail on the analyst desk as well. I don't know if Liv Sandbox can do this to better teams like the top three, expected Genji, T1, and Damwon. But it is important that we have a team that at the very least tries to keep our teams honest, because it is not good if every single game we default to Ornn, Azir, Kindred games, and this man, what a role player, gets boomed in lane by Zenephamaz and just sits there.
That's what you got to do. Learn from him in solo queue. Things going wrong, you get ganked a couple times, turn it around and be the best tank. he actually did a lot for his team, but certainly him and Croco were just, it almost looked like they were having fun in this one because they were getting so hard carried by Kale and Prince, and it didn't matter.
Croco.
Prince pointing out a sign. It's like, hell yeah, that's me. I'm back.
Croco to me was kind of a surprise because that first play on top was vintage Croco. But I don't remember what the exact time he died, him and Summon, and like I think it was like 5-6 times in one game.
Yeah.
The big difference and a sign of maturity for Croco as a player, and Dove as well in specifically the topside role, is that from that point on they stemmed the bleeding. Now I do think that Croco didn't take that job nearly as serious as Dove did, because Croco did still do a lot of stuff that was overconfident. The blue buff run in, the most notable one at the end.
Yeah.
Or the run into the brush and then immediately flash out. But Closer, and in particular, Kyle and Prince, great first game here from Sandbox. And they did that last time around as well. This team is known for their romantic antics, so don't get your hopes up too high. But regardless, much more exciting look for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, super so crisp from Kale. Like every single one of these engages, the Hex flashes, the flash engages, just finding Hoyt every single time. The support diff in this game was really palpable. Everybody could feel it. And even here at the end, you know, Closer hitting every single charm. Very annoying to deal with, and this is what this comp does. Did not matter about all that scaling on the side of Kwangdong Freaks, because the game did just end. And it was just really good to see, you know, a great fresh start here from the side of Live Sandbox. Just gotta hope they can keep it up.
Because consistency has been the main issue for this team. Even in iteration, this one, which is much more closer to the one we had last year, actually maintaining this level of cohesiveness is going to be very hard. I don't think their drafting is going to deviate from this at all. I think this is going to be the only comp you see Sandbox play for the entirety of the split.
Yeah.
It's just going to be dive, and I really like it. There is high value. LPL has shown us time and time again in having specialized teams. And for Sandbox, they weren't always the most successful specialized team, but if any other team is gonna go for this every single time, it's them, right?
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how many wins they can get off of teams that are like, oh, this is the greed meta, let me just play greed, and then Live Sandbox are like, no.
I don't.
Bad scaling team.
Well, I agree. And for Kwangdong, very in line with past Kwangdong's performances, where on one day they looked pretty good. The one loss against Humble Life was kind of a sign, and then Live Sandbox today just look more cohesive, more crisp, and very on the trigger.
Yeah, it's really good to see, and they absolutely deserve that 2-0. So we'll have to see what the guys on the desk have to say about that one, and let's throw it over to the guys on the desk now and hear what they have to say.
Thank you so much, Valdez and Chronicler, for your cast on the day, or at least for the first half of it. And congratulations to Live Sandbox. I believe there was only one of us that picked it in our predictions.
Yeah, I believe it was Chronicler actually was able to identify that there was a pretty good chance they would take this best of 3. But man, it was such romantic fashion.
It was,
did it
wasn't
again. The drafting this time I liked it a lot better for Live Sandbox than what we saw in the previous game. Really did like the synergy they had. The Nautilus comes through, they've got the Aura, the pick potential. But things started off so badly for them in this game. It looked impossible to turn it around. You look at that gold graph at the end, you see it only turns Live Sandbox colored at the very end.
Yeah, it really does. And I think that I'm right with you. I don't even necessarily think that it was them getting into an unwinnable position, but watching Croco go back to that top lane after the first horrible failure of a gank, and then hoping that things will go right again the second time around, I was like, mentally, emotionally, maybe things have gone wrong. However, they just stayed in it.
And so let's talk about one player in particular, the player who returned to Live Sandbox, who I think has really gone under the radar. Everyone's talking about Nuggery, right? He's the big player who's returned to Damwon Kia. And even though Prince is returning to Live Sandbox, I think he hasn't really been talked about very much, even though at the end of 2021, he had a great season in summer, really popped off with effort, was one of the reasons why Live Sandbox almost made it into playoffs at the end when we had that crazy run. But Prince has been such a huge part of, or was in the second game, such a huge part of why they got back into it. So many great ultimates for him, some good catches on Keen. And I mean, the guy is really just clearly in his element right now.
Yeah, exactly. And he was always a huge fan of playing the Ezreal. Kalista is definitely one of his most played champions as well. A lot of the picks in the meta at the moment really do suit Prince. And I think I had Prince and Effort at the end of that season as like in top 4 or something like that of bottom lanes in the LCK. Like they were performing very, very well. And we've seen that Effort's had his ups and downs as he's moved over to Nongshim, you know, spent some time on the bench and things like that. But Prince coming back here is really looking like he's getting some work done.
Yeah, two of the picks, you know, you see on this list are extremely meta right now, the Kalista and the Ezreal. The Ezreal, his most famous champion, even though he has a losing record on it, technically speaking. The eye test clearly showed that it was his best champ, and he looked phenomenal on it. I think we can look forward to a lot more of it. We saw it banned in game 1. Liv Sandbox forced to be reckoned with this guy back on the roster.
Yeah, exactly right. And let's have a look at some of the good things that happened in this game for the bottom side of the map. This was honestly Hoyt getting the Nautilus treatment, and it's a little bit sad because this is, of course, the champion
Nautilus
that
player,
he is known for,
Yeah, so he gets picked here. He gets picked the second time. This was just a great play from Kale. Flash forward, triple knockup. There's a third time where he actually catches him, Hoyt, later on in the game. You know, we zoomed like 20 minutes forward, but those two critical picks really kept Liv Sandbox in the game. At a time where, as you mentioned, those two picks topside, the failed gank and then the second doubling down, meant the Dove just basically had to build an Athelos and sit back. He didn't get a Mythic this game. He was like, I'm just going to play to kill minions, and not even most of them, just like about half of the ones that are coming down my lane.
Just a few, please. Yeah, he didn't actually need any items at all, and he was a Sejuani. He straight up doesn't actually really need items. And it's really cool seeing Liv Sandbox being able to play far more facilitative towards that top side of the map, because it's not Envy and Ice. It's not these two players that haven't really been able to make their mark like they didn't in spring. It's Prince who's come back, and you can rely on this guy when it comes to the later stages. And Chronicle was talking about like the fact that Liv Sandbox will be playing dive over and over again. This game felt to me like they were just executing on pick so consistently and really beautifully. Let's have a look at our last highlight.
Yeah, forcing fights like this one on the Baron where they have vision control for most of it, and yes, Barrage goes down, but look at how crisp the execution is. Once again, picking Hoyt, who had a really rough game on the Rakan, was so desperately trying to look for a charm engage there on the flank, and they're able to pull back, secure the Baron, and then look for it once again. It's hard to engage. Ellen burns down here. And Teddy, on the backside of this, is trying as he may to somehow pick somebody, but he's an Ezreal. He's like, I'm the Ezreal who's trying to assassinate somebody because this fight has gone so poorly for them. Vision control was a big problem for Kwangdong throughout this series. Liv Sandbox played their comp to its win condition, found a new condition, which was to try to punish Keen in side lanes, look for picks on Hoyt. Beautiful turnaround.
Yep, the solo kill for Keen was definitely a lot of fun to watch. Ultimately led to the death of himself and one other teammate, so didn't necessarily work out. Keen looking like he's back in a position that he's very used to, which is sometimes having real good games and not having a team around him. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at who picks up player of the game for this one, because honestly, there's a lot of options, but I think it's probably going to be the Prince, and it is 7-0-4 on the Kai'Sa, and really did manage to shore things up in the mid to late game.
He set up so many traps, and we're going to take a look at a few of these. This is obviously one of those early game fights that goes his way, but when the top side of the map was completely, it was over. Like, it was done and dusted. Moves like this were so beautiful because he works with Dove, who's in a losing side lane, to actually long-range engage and punish Keen several times, picking up that bounty gold. Really kept him relevant and ahead of Teddy, who just wasn't able to fight without a support. There wasn't a great front line for him. And Liv Sandbox proved that late-game scaling isn't always about damage. It's often about execution.
It absolutely is. 8 out of 13 is going to be the votes. KO getting a lot of them, and I actually think that's
well-deserved.
Yeah, definitely well-deserved. You notice that a lot of the highlights sort of skipped the majority of the game. That is because KO was getting almost all of the picks that pivotally brought them back into this game in a really big way. You saw the gold graph, it was just all Kwangdong most of the way. But it's great to have Prince back, and I'm really glad that now we get him in the interview as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear what he has to say because it's been a long time. He's spent a lot of time on break and now is bringing his team back to the forefront potentially here of our bottom teams.
Yeah, exactly right. And like him, Nogari, both of them just taking some time off. I was wondering, like, where is Prince, right? Because I was thinking to myself, like, Noguri, yes, he had a bit of a rough time on FPX, he wanted a bit of a break, but Prince was in his prime, and hopefully now we'll have a chance to hear. So here is Ji-sun with some translation of the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by the LSB POG players Croco and Prince. Congratulations. You guys took down KDF with a 2-0 score. How do you feel? It was your opener match. I'm happy that I beat Fate. Are you nervous right now? A little bit? Yeah, because it's been a while, you know. A little bit. What about your Prince? How are you feeling? The Prince is back, and it was a phenomenal return to the LCK. You know, even though a lot of people around me were like trying to cheer me up, I was still having doubt of myself. But with this start, I think I will be able to regain confidence. How does it feel to be back in the LCK? I was having some stage jitters because it's been a while since I played on stage, and also I had some time off. So I was going through a lot of thoughts, you know, how I am going to develop myself during the off time. And I think actually taking that vacation kind of helped me out a lot. Yeah, indeed. However, right now, the meta is all about the AD carry and the bottom lane. How do you think that the meta will impact your playstyle? I can evolve into any kind of playstyle, you know? And I was prepared for everything. And also, the most important thing would be having a great synergy and teamwork with Kyle. And I'm happy that he's performing so well this day. So I'm also performing really good. Back to Croco. It has been a while since you played together with Prince as well as a teammate. So how was that? I mean, well, not only Prince but also other players on my team stepped up so much and they were doing great. So I'm just proud of them. Let's get back to the pick and back of game number 1. I mean, it's so hot on stage. I'm sorry. A little bit of pushback on my hair. Please excuse me. Game number 1 was a rough game for sure for AD carry because there were 7 target bans towards the marksman that you ended up playing Zeri, and you were playing against Caitlyn Karma, a very strong lane duo. Zeri, in fact, it's not a champion that I played a lot in scrims recently. I have never played it in the past 5-6 games, but I think our coach told me like Zeri looks like a perfect fit to the comp, so we just decided to give it a try. And Croco, it was Ari, Vi comp, pulled up by LSB. You guys are so fast to lock the comp in, so could you kind of break down the process of having that duo? Well, first off, Vi recently looked really good, you know, so I practiced that pick a lot. And also our mid laner closer is also really good at Ari as well, so those are kind of one of our comfort picks. What's with the stare, Prince? I mean, he's just funny. In the final team fight, Croco, you were asking your teammates whether if it's okay for you to dive onto the opponent, and you guys had a blast with the team fight. Could you tell us what happened there? You know, I'm kind of a guy who never looks back, you know. I just go all in. I just always rush in and just like put it my all. And this time around, I kind of thought I have to be the one kind of controlling my teammates, leading the team, so I wanted to have communication before I pulled off a play. And then moving on to game number 2, after the Vi got banned, you guys are so fast to secure Trundle for you. Why was that? First off, so that game number 2, during the spring split or even last year, after those runs, I kind of realized that I really have to work on my champion pool. So I have been practicing a lot of different picks, and Trundle was one of them. And also, Live Sandbox had a lot of priority down on the bottom lane. You guys were able to finish, Infinity Edge really early compared to the opponent AD carry. So what was your plan in playing against Teddy's Kai'Sa? Teddy's pick. So on Kai'Sa against Teddy's Ezreal, I just followed the typical Kai'Sa game plan. I never thought that I'm actually gonna lose to that Ezreal with that kind of comp. And also Kyle also doing a fantastic job when I was pushing him off the cliff. Any word over to Kyle? You mentioned it several times in the interview. You said the teamwork is going well. I think he did well, but the moment when he jumps off the cliff together with me is a perfect teamwork, but sometimes he just jumps off by himself, so we'll have to work on the timing. Live Sandbox is definitely back with more romantic plays this time around, and we can tell that the performance has stepped up so much. What about you guys? Do you also feel it the same way? Yeah, we also think that we have stepped up a lot. And I just want to say thank you to all my teammates. Just like I said earlier, I did someone to kind of control my aggressive play style, and then it was my teammates, giving me all the calls and having communication. So I was able to win this POG thanks to my teammates today. So I want to say thank you all. What about your fans? Any words for them? So, thank you for coming out to the LOL Park to support Live Sandbox, and also, still COVID is around in the LCK and also in Korea. So, everyone, be safe, and I'll meet you guys at the fan mid later. What about you, Prince? To start off, this was my comeback match, so I'm so happy that I will be able to meet you guys in real life, and also I heard a lot of people expected KDF to win this game. I think probably everyone predicted KDF victory, but I'm so happy that we were able to prove ourselves. And this will be the end of the interview from Prince Crocker from Live Sandbox. I'm going to pass it back to Atlas and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun. This is Atlas and Wolf, and we're here to talk about that interview that went for a very long time. Of course, it's very, very warm in the arena right now, and that's why you saw Prince showing us a whole bunch of different hairstyles. Yeah. But let's have a look at the standings and what that's done for what things look like right now. Of course, standings are very interesting in the first few days of a season, but Live Sandbox, the very top.
I think most people would call this a pretty substantial upset, though. Taking a 2-0 win over Kwangdong Freaks, Game 2, with arguably a comeback, but just such crisp execution. Both Kwangdong Freaks and Live Sandbox and Hanwha Life, three of our somewhat weaker teams so far, they've all played one best of 3 now and have looked all in different ways much improved from what we saw in spring, so that's a good sign for the rest of the season.
Yep, exactly right. T1 yet to play, but will be taking the stage after a decently long break. With the fact that it was a 2-0. Yeah. However, there have been some relatively long games, so it shouldn't be too long to wait. Nongshim are going to be joining them there, and we'll see whether they can get their first win or whether our MSI representatives are going to be too much for them. We'll see you after this, hopefully not too long break.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and
to lollygag, man, I'm on the go. I go 0 to 100, I go Tony Roll. Check my Robin Hood, Reddit latest post. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. No time to stash a bag, man, I'm on the go. Just rack the guap, market's hot in Tokyo. Cash in, cash out, don't let that chart catch vertigo. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half. No time to take a break, man, I'm on the road. Lunch break, steak with Ray Dalio. Warren Buffett, where you at? Hit me, bro. I'm trying to know where interest rates about to go. Inflation looking crazy, it's out of control. I ain't tripping though, I put aside some crypto. Even my chips got cookies, Nabisco. That mean my dough don't take no risk unless it's official. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. Don't go out.
메나가 아니면 이런
Shut off your light. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. Don't let it run wild. They can't feel you. They can't feel you. Don't hold
자, 이거 파이널! 자, 젠과 지원해!
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
제가 MSI 때 죽었을 때 그런 생각이 나면서 마음이 아팠어요.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK here at LOL Park. We are jumping into our second series of the night. It will be T1 up against Nongshim Red Force. T1, obviously the spring champions, and made it all the way to the finals of MSI. going up against Nongshim, who did lose their first match. We all know who the favorite is here. We'll see how the match goes.
If there's one thing we have learned over the years is that coming back from MSI, going to MSI in the first place, can lead to some wonky results, can lead to a lot of time necessary to recuperate, whereas any other team gets to scrim, gets to take a break, gets to kind of recalibrate after the end of spring. T1, not only did they have to go to MSI, they also were one game away from making it all, didn't make it, and if there is any org that no matter the circumstances has the most pressure on them, it's this team. So I wouldn't even be surprised if we see Nongshim make some crazy moves here.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, as it is a best of 3. We do have the T1 roster ready to go. We can take a closer look at that. There are no changes coming off of MSI. Not a big surprise here in terms of just everything, right? Because not only do the players not have the time, the whole org, and things are going pretty well for them, so no real need to change anything up right now.
Also, the pool of challengers T1 players it's okay. I mean, bringing up Gumayushi, Zeus, and Owner kinda, that was all they had, and it's really good. But nonetheless, will of course always be hard to maintain that.
Yeah, V10, 10th victory, defending champion, T1's first summer appearance. What is the MSI representative T1's take on the 12-10 patch meta? Something we talked about a bit. I think that Faker, if he gets his hands on Azir, he'll be totally happy with that, and they can just draft around that, and I think they'll be totally fine.
On the flip side, T1 has been at times known to draft creatively, so we'll see if that happens. Whereas for Nongshim, it was a really tough 0-2 lose. Could this be their first win? If it was anyone but T1, that would have been great. But even when they weren't playing well, they took T1 to 3 games, so that's something, Valdez.
Yeah, it's nice to see. You know, at least they're trying to rise to the level of their opponents, even when times are hard. And times are hard now because, you know, their first match was not really a big confidence booster. Highest level of top lane battle. Will we see Duelist champs yet again? Number 1 MSI solo kill god rookie Zeus. How will he perform against the former T1 top Kana?
Easy argument to be made for Zeus being obviously, I think, the best performing member on T1, the most consistent at the very least. Arguably even the best performing individual player at MSI. Even when T1 struggled, this guy in his international debut performed extremely well. But we have seen in the past, Kana's Worlds performance kind of surprised me, and he was a lot stronger there than expected as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the interviews with the players. Let's jump into that now.
상당히 아쉽게 생각하고 있습니다. 준우승이라는 것 자체가 아쉽죠.
관중이 그렇게 많은 데서 하다 보니까는
압박감이 너무 심해 보여서
좀 긴장을 많이 했던 것 같아요.
패배란 정말 슬프구나.
마음이 아팠습니다.
아픈 거구나.
좀 이제 함성 소리도 들리고 좀 처음이었어가지고
네, 2번 다시 지고 싶진 않습니다.
그래도 MSI 하면서 좀 저 자신한테 좀 많이 도움이 많이 됐던 것 같습니다.
그 리그마다의 정글러의 특징이나 뭐 플레이 스타일 같은 게 좀 많이 다르더라고요. 그래서 그런 부분에 대해서 좀 많이 배웠고
MSI 좀 기대했던 것보다 아쉽게 끝났는데 그래도 충분히 잘하는 선수들이기 때문에 MSI 경험을 통해서 더 발전할 거라고 생각합니다.
제가 생각하기에는 롤을 바텀 게임이라고 생각을 하는데 원딜이 하이퍼 캐리하는 역할을 많이 맡지 않을 거라고 생각합니다.
원딜이 중요해지면은 좋죠. 제가 잘 해낼 수 있다고 생각해서 기대하고 있습니다.
한 6대4 정도로 구매할 수가 없지 않나 생각하고 있습니다.
어느 정도 비슷하다고 생각하는데 이번엔 고스트 선수가 이길 것 같아요.
저희 바텀이 요새 들어서 이제 좀 되게 안정적이고 잘 하거든요.
다 패고 롤드컵 가야죠.
그게 구마유시 선수의 그 독보적인 스타일인 것 같아요. 뒤를 보지 않고 얘기하는 게 아주 상남자입니다.
감사합니다, 고스 선수.
LCK의 T1의 바텀은 쉽지 않을 것 같긴 한데 MSI의 T1 바텀 정도면은 저희가 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
MSI 지고 왔지만 그렇다고 우리가 무너진 건 아니니까 열심히 하셔야 될 것 같습니다.
저희가 이제 스프링 때 T1 상대로 항상 고군분투하다가 이제 뒷심이 부족해서 진 경기가 되게 많았는데
스프링 때 저희가 2대1로 2번을 이겼더라고요. 그래서 2대0이라는 스코어를 못 만들었어가지고
저희가 그래도 T1이랑 대회에서 만나면은 뭔가 이상하게 잘해줘가지고 잘 해줄 거라고 믿고 있습니다.
좀 더 경기장이 열기가 뜨거워져서 팬분들도 그렇고 선수들도 그렇고 재밌게 게임할 수 있을 것 같아서 기대를 하고 있고 재밌을 것 같습니다.
T1전 꼭 이길 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 화이팅! 농심 화이팅!
T1 화이팅!
Well, there you have it. Some shots fired. I think Ghost firing the biggest one. We can beat T1's bot lane that performed at MSI. I mean,
he's not wrong.
Well, I don't know. After seeing them play the first time, I think they still have some work to do. But we'll have to wait and see. I think that effort was definitely struggling in their first match. You know, I don't want to see what we saw out of Hoyt earlier today. You know, I don't want to see like a support player kind of fall apart and then have that be why Peter comes up. But at the end of the day, you know, the better performing support should play. So they're giving effort another chance. And we'll see how it does go. This is obviously a huge test for everybody on the side of Noshim, not just the support roles. So we'll be very interested to see how that does go. So we do have the players here. And let us introduce our first team. Noshim Red Force. A team which, when you first saw the roster, you were like, wow, that's pretty good, pretty strong. But they have been on struggle street. They've been living there for the entirety of the year.
Yeah, it's not looking pretty. And you have teams whose characteristic became inconsistency. DRX is a very good example of this as well. Kwangdong Freaks, where their day-to-day performance looked very different. But at least you felt like you know kind of what the team wants to do, what direction they want to move in. With Nongshim, we just never saw any of that. I never got the feeling that we saw a cohesive unit, that we saw a team that was on the same page, that knew the type of playstyle they wanted to have. And if the success of Fred O'Brien has taught us anything, it's that you can overcomplicate things, but you at the very least need to be on the same page. And that is, for me, the big challenge for this team, because effectively, they didn't even play that much together in this form over the course of spring.
Yeah, that is really the big question. Can they perform as a squad individually? A lot of skill in this lineup, a lot of experience, you can see. Just still struggling to put all the pieces together, and we are just waiting for that.
It's a Nazir and Talia meta. If it's not happening now, then I don't know.
Yeah, definitely a big question there. Well, let's take a look on the other side of the rift, as it is Keria holding the flag. And here it is. I believe that is Untara in the front. Yeah, that's him. And Keria holding the flag. Special little introduction to our spring victors. Yeah. Somebody is throwing flowers on them. Love it.
Petals from the Paper Cup.
Yeah.
I love it. It's a good band name. Petals from a Paper Cup as the spring champions come in. MSI might not have been the result that they were looking for, but they got close nonetheless, and still, without a doubt, up there as one of the clear favorites to take it all here in summer. I will try to... we're okay.
Okay, there you go, there you go.
Hey, Zays, he played like an experienced veteran in terms of gameplay, but... Come on, guys, I'm trying to cover for you here.
Hey, man, Faker had it perfectly. He walked right down the middle, not a skip in his step, just straight down the line.
This is not his first red carpet, Valdez.
He knows exactly what he's doing. Keria, on the other hand, another interesting point from the interview. He was like, yeah, I'm not used to playing in front of that big crowd. And I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense,
He started playing like right around that time when, of course, the pandemic began and we stopped having fans.
Even then, I'm going to be completely honest. I'd imagine that the Busan Expo space compared to LoL Park was a little different experience.
Absolutely.
As you go from, 500-something people to think tenfold at the very least. I don't know how
Yeah.
many it was at MSI, but it was a lot.
It was at least tenfold, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Here we do have the results from Spring round 1 and round 2. They are exactly the same. T1 won a game first, and then Nongshim, even in all of the situations they were dealing with, they were able to pull back a win after struggling and losing game number 1. So here is Zeus. You can see the stats from the MSI Rumble and Knockout stage.
Yeah.
He was pretty good.
He was pretty good.
He was all right, yeah.
Yeah.
18 solo kills.
Even in the finals, besides the first game where Bin got the better out of him on Gwen, he was, to me, again, the standout player. This player, ever since his debut last year, has played far beyond what is expected of a player of this caliber. And even then, even if he had a bad MSI, it would have been okay, because it would have been his first. But having stats like that in your international debut is just insane.
Here's BDD. You can see that he has some pretty nice stats from the first match that they did play. Unfortunately, it was a couple of losses on Corki and Azir. I thought that BDD was pretty good in the debut. I think that was one of the shining lights from Nongshim. Hopefully he can carry a bit here in the series.
As mentioned, for Nongshim, individually, I can't really pinpoint effort that would be the easiest one, but I do think if a team is not on the same page, the support is always going to look worse as well.
Yeah.
But to me, it still lacked the decisiveness, the feeling of cohesion that you're going to need against even a Fred Abrian, a Liv Sandbox, that teams that might not be up to par in terms of mechanical level, but will most definitely try to catch you off guard if you're not ready. And you're not playing against one of those teams, you're playing against T1, who still mechanically and in terms of laning, and even at MSI in terms of early game, were by a large margin the best team. So it's gonna be a tough ask, because if you fall very far behind in the early game, actually getting anywhere becomes very, very tough.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be a big deal here. I think that Nongshim have their work cut out for them, obviously. Tons of T1 fans and Nongshim fans are filling this entire stadium. Like I said before, there is not a seat that I see empty. And if it is, they're probably outside, you know, grabbing some snacks, or at the restroom, you know.
Getting merch? Getting merch from
buying.
us.
Yes, exactly. LCK merch.
I mean, I assume the teams have merch as well. I wasn't referring to the LCK
or the
shop.
team merch.
Gotta
Either
rep.
or both.
You gotta rep.
Gotta rep. And here we go. T1 on the blue side here. We'll see what they decide they want. And they don't want Azir.
Oh my. The Azir ban. They are playing as BDD.
Yep.
As Gwen immediately taken away. And if only the LCK could have caught him a little bit sooner. As BDD continues to get singled out here with a Talia ban. Now, the Azir, even with it being high prio, the ban very clearly targeted. Talia, just an all-around good ban.
Corki
Wukong,
next.
I wouldn't mind it.
Corki next, Wukong first.
Yeah.
Owner feels very good on that one.
Yeah, and then they lock in Aryan. Oh, no.
Oh, it's
Kench.
Sir Thomas.
It's just Kench. And I'm going to go off on a little bit of a tangent here. Kench being banned does not mean that Senna is bad. But I think that because of that Kench ban, Senna is just not going to be considered. And it makes me sad, because the pick is great. I think both Ghost and Gumayushi, Ghost in particular, over the years, Undam Kia has shown repeatedly that he knows how to pilot the Senna. It's a pick with a lot of versatility, and just because Kench is banned doesn't mean it's not playable, but we'll see. Military in 10 days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Fantastic. Wukong was available, so that was extremely obvious. It would have been really funny, though, if Zeus just came in and hard slammed down the Garen. We did see Draven. This could be picked again.
No. No.
They could do it.
Yes. There we go. As the most obvious 1-2 handshake is going to get picked up here again. No Vi, no shenanigans, just good old-fashioned, honest Wukong versus Viego. And the Twisted Fate has definitely dropped in terms of overall prio. I think that the pick is still okay, but it does very much require a comp being built around it. When we saw it having success, it was in a Nocturne comp, and in that context it worked quite well. So I like the Xayah a little bit more. I have no idea what T1's obsession with Garen is. Maybe they're...
What do you mean?
Hey, we had Jin Yumi. What about Garen Yumi? Bring it back.
Garen's really strong. That's their obsession.
He does yell a lot. Yes.
Saying be scared, be nervous. It is. Wow. It's locked in Yasuo. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay.
All right.
Hear me out. Now you lock in oh my god, and it's Senna Wukong bot. And then you can still flex your jungler?
What? Wait.
Yeah, you can. Carrier, we know Carrier plays Wukong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it just Rakan here for effort? Definitely a pick he has played in the past a lot. He is definitely a Rakan, Leona, Nautilus, Alistair.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, Alistair deals pretty well with Yasuo, especially. And with the Wukong, you can kind of just headbutt them away. They can still get their CC off, but you can kind of clean up from there. We have seen it a bunch in that scenario.
So now you force the Diana ban as well for Nongshim, because Nongshim might be staring down a Senna, Wukong, Diana, Yasuo comp otherwise, and I feel like that just is not going to be very fun. Might not end up doing it, might be calling T1's bluff and saying, hey, there's plenty of other picks that might go with the Senna.
Is Senna Yasuo a lane?
No, I feel like you can. I'm sure you can, but
sounds kind of...
honestly, at that point, just pick a Set or a Maokai or a Cyan, or there's a lot of picks that I'd much rather see combined with the Senna. But maybe.
Because they're still banning away Faker, assuming that the Yasuo can be, of course, flexed to the top lane. But
yeah,
we haven't seen a lot of success on that. Silas ban.
Silas is really good into Alistair, but my mind would be so far off of a Silas here, especially because what T1 needs is a reliable AP source of damage. So an Orianna ban I would have understood. A Victor ban I would have gotten, because if you pick Silas with this comp, like, itemization becomes so incredibly easy. Cannon actually would have been great as well if it ends up being for T1, that is. But there is still Vladimir available. There's some more niche picks that we could lock into. But what I love from T1 is that there is no info with this draft. There is so many different ways that they can round this out. And it makes it really hard to kind of anticipate. If you pick a Diana, that also solves your AP problem, right? And do gotta say, picking Diana into, or Diana Yasuo even into Xayah and Victor is not going to feel great. But we have seen, even with good comps that are good into Dive, Dive can always find a way.
Dive finds a way, and you know, I think that T1 could absolutely do that if they want to, right? We are considering a Akali.
What? Where does it go, though?
Mid, of course.
But
or it's just, you know, blind for the top lane. No. No. Wait, that would mean
so
that it is Yasuo.
It is
in the bot
Yasuo
lane.
bot for Guma. I don't love that.
For Keria, you mean?
For Keria. So, oh, yeah. Wait, hold up.
Let's
probably is, huh?
Let's, you know, make it clear who wears the pants in that bottom lane, you know?
It's scary. It's scary.
No, but it could be either or. Let's see. As Effort, of course, doing his Nasus hover. We were considering this.
I kind of love it. Well, this is definitely...
This is just the new Gragas top.
It is.
This is the new Gragas top. It's like, oh, well, yeah. Sejuani. Okay.
Never gonna be opposed to it. As mentioned, I like Sejuani combined with the Viego. So expected Gangplank top, that one's kind of a given.
Gangplank bot. No, I don't know. I'm just saying random stuff now.
It could.
Random combos.
If they think that the Yasuo is like a better matchup, but
So it is going to be Yasuo for Guma.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's not.
No, you were right all along, Valdez. Hey, T1, I'm loving the creativity. Is this actually what you wanted to end up with? I'm not 100% sure. The comp's gonna go in to the enemy backline very well.
Yes.
There is Zaya and Victor and Sejuani though.
What does that matter? Dive finds a way.
There's a lot of circles.
Alistair. Well.
Yeah.
This is certainly very fun.
I'm gonna need a moment to really. What does it all mean, Valdez?
I'm very curious. This is a BDD fan.
I was hoping for the good old
the spicy taste.
You know what would have been my round out to that draft? Would have just been Diana Orn. Diana Orn.
Diana Orn.
Yeah.
That does sound pretty fun.
Doesn't it?
And good. Kana, 900 days since his debut. Speaking of veterans on the Rift.
I love Psyduck Zeus.
Psyduck Zeus.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
This is like best Zeus. It's Bolt use.
Aww.
BDD. We saw a lot of those signs last season as well, where it's literally just a sign that says BDD.
Oh.
We're looking for
another text.
Victory 11. Okay. T1. Kings of 5. It's so hard to do this.
Kings of 5 games?
No, 5-man ult.
Ah.
Oh, Yasuo. Oh, it was okay. So it's King Yasuo combined. So King So.
Can't believe you didn't see that.
Oh man, I should have known.
Wow, Valdez. You've one job on this
Incoming
gas.
5-man Yasuo ult. How couldn't I have gotten that?
I know.
Yeah. Keria fighting. She gets it.
I love
She
that.
knows who wears it.
That emoji is just one of my favorites.
It's very good.
Yeah.
What is the thing in the bottom right? Is that a rabbit?
Coco Shin?
G-Sun says yes.
But what does that mean?
Trick question, it's a hare.
Is it?
I don't know.
Why would you lie to me like that, Valdez? Unbelievable.
Keria carries.
He does. A lot. He's playing Yasuo this game, so he better.
That's a pretty good Keria drawing there.
I agree.
What is this split? She's like, oh, I went to my phone. Hold up your sign. It's the same emote, except one is for Nongshim and one is for T1.
What?
It's the same exact emote. And I guess those like little creatures are part of the emote.
Oh my god.
And they must be friends.
I
Because
gotta get this emote
it says the same thing. Like maybe it says that on the emote. like the words too, they're the same.
One of the most famous emotes.
It does say it on the emote. It even says the Gogoshing in the bottom right of the right one. It even says that.
Fortunately, we have our emote expert, G-Sun.
G-Sun's right there. She's like spamming it in our chat. Thank you, G-Sun. Debut
That is
Kana.
cool.
900 days.
That is really well
The
done.
900 is in the middle of the Kana.
That's really well done. That's my favorite fan sign of the day. That is great calligraphy. Wow.
There you go.
Love it.
Here are the comps, by the way. We do have League of Legends, in case you forgot. Yeah, I think T1 they went into solo queue last night, and they just, they found champions that they thought were interesting. And they're playing them here.
Hey, there is a plan. You throw down a Gangplank ultimate, and then everyone goes Senna frozen ulti. That's the plan.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, or you hit a barrel, and then everyone also just goes in.
Press buttons and go in. And Nongshim, I mean, they have a lot of tools to kite and to disengage and to not fight. We'll see if any of that works for them as we do hop onto the Rift here for game number 1. there you have it. Both teams have come to party.
That's pretty good. I mean, not going to match T1, but I think they did an admirable job. As deft his damage charts have shown, the nerfs to Lethality Zaya were an illusion. And we are just going to pretend that they didn't happen. Just not gonna acknowledge it. And if you don't acknowledge it, it's not real.
Yeah, just like the durability patch. You know, if it didn't happen, just pick 5 dive champions and just go in.
Oh, but hear me out.
I mean, they do have gangplank and
not only that,
scaling,
but when it comes to scaling, the comp is fine. It's just that the sieging with this comp is very hard, and also you don't have frontline, really.
Just don't siege, just dive.
Well, that's what they're going to do.
Just get ahead.
Yeah. Well, they're also... I'm trying to get some hard-hitting analysis out there, Velvet.
All right, go ahead.
Not giving me this... Well, now I don't want it anymore. You do it.
Okay. Well, they don't call me the Valve analyst for nothing.
Oh, walked into my own trap.
Did you notice that 2 players on the side of Nongshim have decided to choose Gathering Storm instead of the Scorch that we unfortunately saw in the games earlier today?
Yeah, level 1. It's a great point, actually, fellas. Thank you for
That's
that.
my analysis.
That's the hit.
Yep, that's it.
Ward placed. Dread pathing upwards. And looking at 2v2s, looking at overall power spikes expected for T1 is, I'd say, a little bit harder to read. Nongshim is very straightforward. Once you hit 6, you're going to feel very good about your topside 2v2 with that Sejuani, with that Viego. Your team fights or your skirmishes, at least if you can actually play them front to back, even at 6 are already going to be fine for Nongshim. It's more about executing it well, and you do need to make sure that you don't get flanked by Faker, who also went Ignite, by the way. I
of course
want to reiterate that T1 has come to really play and completely, as you pointed out, ignore the durability patch, which I'm very happy about, because we need teams that don't go full Fretted Brion dumb on Kia. That's a good development.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you know, you and I were having a small conversation about this. You know, how much of it is mental in terms of how hard the meta has shifted here in the LCK, and how much of it is actually the durability patch. I mean, it is real. It did affect the game, and it does make you know, bursting someone 100-0 much harder. It does extend team fights. We have seen that, but you know, it doesn't mean that we have to only draft scaling as well. Yeah. So I'm glad as well that we are going to see at least some teams begin to experiment with the idea of, hey, maybe we can put on some pressure.
I'm happy you're happy. I'm happy for myself. I'm happy for the fans.
Happy times here at the LCK.
It's just happy times, as Zeus definitely getting ganked here.
Uh-oh. He's putting on the pressure on Akana, and he has run around Dread, and now Owner's here. Oh, perfectly handled. And
it's just fine. He's going to get the crash. No biggie.
He even got some extra damage into Kana. Like, who's that top laner for Notion?
Understandable confusion. Zeus once again dodging, absorbing pressure. Faker using health as a resource, even though he doesn't have Ignite, so he's really looking for this crash, and BDD actually. And
you mean teleport?
Yeah,
he does have
Ignite. There you go.
Look at him. He's like, yeah, I'm about to level up. It's fine. You're not getting the crash, though.
Yeah.
That way, which is very just kind of awkward for the mid laner to handle that. As stepping up here is Gumayusi. Nice little trade from effort. He doesn't take much damage on the backside of that.
All fine, and because of the attention that was paid by Owner on top side, hasn't actually been able to help Faker, but BDD is low on mana, so wasn't all in all a disaster. They know due to the timer, Dread is in the general vicinity, so Owner's just going to Shadow, make sure that Guma and Carrier can actually come back, as Guma will walk forward just for the soul, and then peace out. And with that knowledge, Zeus is going to remain right under Kana's turret, and
Jonas Strong's been having a field day up here.
Yeah.
He's like zooming in on every single missed CS and all the barrels that are about to go off. He's having a great time.
It's just good times. And as mentioned, basically every single LCK and Challengers top laner Gangplank that we've seen has shied away from the Hullbreaker build, I expect Zeus to do the same. Not in the last place, because you want a team fight with this comp. I don't think that... I guess you could 1-3-1 with Zeus and Keria inside.
They're just going to gank BDD, but they didn't know that effort was here, so they're like, oh, never mind. And also Dread is here on the top side. But with this roam up, including Gumiusi, it did help Faker a little bit. He's not going to get the perfect lane state, and BDD could hold it, but he needs to... He's just going to push it. He has actually fought already. Has the Lost Chapter, so he will be able to crash at least the one.
Yeah, so not a cannon wave, so gonna be some CS missed for Faker. And that is the side effect of picking up that Ignite. Going to hurt your longevity in the laning phase for sure. Now, a lot of minions getting taken down here. As the teleport meta, despite the other forms of aggression that we have seen definitely setting in here. Ghost, Keria, both running that teleport. And has been very prevalent for the ability to stay in lane. And especially in the case of the Yasuo, it also means that you can actually side lane later in the game. When you have your when you've hit your item spikes, and it becomes very hard for anyone on Nongshim really to kind of deal with the pressure that Keria is going to output.
Yeah, it's crazy that T1 just has a bottom lane that can do this.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen Senatom Kench. We could have a whole assortment of picks that I believe you were talking about earlier. With the Maokai, the Set, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But, yeah, the fact that Keria is just like, no, I'm just going to play Yasuo. It's really cool to have that actually be an option to you.
He has Wukong as well. So that does provide it with a lot more, I want to say, legitimacy as owner.
He is on the hunt. In the jungle. Here comes Owner. He's getting it on in there. There's that first knock-up. Forces the Heartbreaker away. And now a little bit of a... He actually doesn't have Smite, this Dread. He was about 2 seconds away. And that means that Owner will just steal away the blue.
And MSI, we saw Gumiusi struggle a little bit. Something that's not often talked about is the change in playstyle that you adopt the moment that you are not bound to waves anymore, how you play around vision, how you move around the map, things that come naturally to a support but are a little bit tougher when you are an AD carry. Regardless, Gumiusi this time around be safe, able to help carry out a little bit, and most importantly pick up some of those souls as Zeus getting ganked yet again.
Missed on that one, but he does have the oranges for the ultimate as the stun is sidestepped. Zeus sidesteps again, and he's doing dance moves up in the top side, not the first time. And he's really making it just so awkward to even try to gank the top lane. He's like, nope, you're just not allowed to gank me. It's not a thing.
It would have been perfectly fine if he absorbs that gank and has to use his flash. But he doesn't, and this is second time I've seen this. The benefit of starting off with your Glacial Prison is that your opponent is going to be rooted for a second, but especially against gank, like, I think you need the second activation. You desperately need to get 2 permafrost stacks in, and if you are unable to get those double stacks, if you throw your ultimate first, your E's not going to do anything, and then Zeus can just walk it off. Owner also on his way, and Flash doesn't even need to be expelled.
He doesn't even have boots. Imagine when he actually does buy that item, how much easier it is going to be for him. Not even Merc Treads or anything. Of course, he is Gangplank, but that's why everything you just said is so relevant. And we do have Nongshim. You see Dread here is going to be starting this up. It is kind of solo Keria in the bottom lane, so
yeah, this is good.
Say, you know, use this Prowl, let's get an objective, and they do exactly that.
Nice cross-map play. Unfortunately, it is a single Hextech Drake, whereas Owner has already picked up the Herald due to that top-side play not working out for Nongshim. And T1 is going to use that to snowball their gold lead, as they have done countless times, especially within the LCK in the past. And What I'm really interested about to see how T1 is actually going to set up this mid game. Because the laning phase, they're strong. We know this, we've seen this countless times. We see the mechanical prowess of players like Zeus, able to just absorb as much damage or as much threat as he did. Faker, Keria, Duma, all self-explanatory. But it's afterwards where this comp definitely deviates from how a lot of traditional comps do play out. And where T1 is going to have to show that they're able to land enough threat on the Nongshim backline to maybe force some defensive ultimates, some defensive summoners, and then find a play on the re-engage, or on the flip side, just 100-0 someone, which in the early game is definitely going to be doable, but the later we get, it's going to get harder and harder with defensive itemization, lower cooldowns, and that lethality build, I am not the biggest fan of it, but when it comes to cooldown reduction on your Feather Storm, it's definitely going to help.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen it work, and we'll see if Ghost can make it work here. And it's so funny that Keria is just solo in this lane now. Like, Guma has barely even been here. Like, he showed up a couple of times after about 8 minutes, and that has been about it. He's been on the roam with Owner as the engage comes in, but who's engaging on who? As they go over the wall, he's looking for that second activation, but Dread will expertly sidestep and get away.
Important that effort keeps that Yasuo away from Dread, otherwise Dread is very dead. A little bit of flexing going on there. And if that tornado hit, then maybe Ghost has to utilize at least some form of defensive tools, but not going to be the case. And meanwhile, on top side, Zeus, as expected, continues to build a lead. Not too bothered is Kana, because as Sejuani, especially with this comp, your job is don't die.
Cast Glacial
There's not
Prison.
more. There's not. You can add more if you want to, but it's all.
You don't have to actually cast Glacial Prison. You
It's
can just
all optional. Well, I would.
Optional ultimate ability.
Yeah.
Just stand
Just
there and
press
be
E. Be there.
Just be a tank.
Just be a tank.
Just be there for your team. I like it. Very supportive role. And we have not had a kill just yet. Feels like we, you know, without Live Sandbox in the game, we have gone a little bit back. And to be fair, I mean, T1 in the past, they would dominate lanes, and in spring they would go to the Rift Herald, they would take that down, and generally the enemy team would fight them over it. But as we saw in this game, that didn't happen, as Zeus is now on the red team and Kana's on the blue team.
He doesn't know.
That's a very nice setup here. As now he's going to run at the gangplank. He is going to miss the flail again, and now he's taking damage, but the stacks are coming in. There's the freeze, and a nice amount of damage is traded back with Zeus. Again, he just walks away, saying, no.
No.
I'm not a person who gets ganked. How does this keep happening?
In this specific case, it was both a little bit of a too early trigger pull, I'd say, from Nongshim. Because Kana went in very early there, and as Zeus, you know what's going on the moment that Kana goes in like that. But in addition to that, also, I think Zeus is reading the situation very well, as per usual.
This is at 1350. He's going to get 3 plates at 1350 to 14 minutes.
He got ganked 3 times.
And he got 3 plates.
Yeah.
Didn't even get that much
jungler attention.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, he is basically laning against B tank, and you don't have to cast anything. But
you do.
He did get ganked 3 times and all this stuff. It is.
He got a little. He got a
wonder.
little elbow from his team. Owner was in the area. Guma walked up, was looking menacingly.
That's a very large gun.
I love watching Zeus.
Okay, big knock up here. Effort trying to go in, but I don't think T1 are scared of that fight. Ghost on the flank, though. It's not they're just bullying him. Meanwhile, on the back line, Faker goes back in, but maybe a little bit too much. No, it's actually perfect. Over the wall, he second activates that ult and picks up the cow.
And the mobility and skirmishing power of the T1 comp shown there expertly. Didn't expect Faker to go for that, and then when he did, I didn't expect him to live as Ghost.
He's gonna have to flash.
That is painful.
And he stayed. Coder's like, what are you doing, man? You gotta go home.
Meanwhile, in top lane,
yeah,
Kana run. Run, Kana. This is not your place.
Okay, he got the memo. He did use that dash ability. This is going to be Infernal Drake here for T1 after a couple of kills. Down on the bottom side, Faker going to take the bottom turret as this is happening. And in classic T1 fashion, the game kind of just turns to sand before Nongshim's eyes.
Yeah,
You ever see that?
T1 hasn't really changed, have they?
No,
they really didn't.
Different meta, same T1.
Different meta, same T1.
Yeah. You know that gif of the raccoon is like holding cotton candy and then he tries to wash it off before he eats it? And then as he puts it in the water, the cotton candy disappears and he's like, what do you mean? Where'd it go?
I want to see
That's
this.
like Nongshim in this game.
I want to see this really badly.
It's a great one. It's
Can
been around for a while as well.
I would collectively, we should request Valdez to share this video later because it sounds amazing.
Yeah.
As even with the ultimate from Carrier being relatively low impact,
Faker hit that shuriken.
Yeah, and then he goes in. Only reason he stays alive there is actually because of the shield from Guma, which keeps him alive through BDD's laser. And this is where the ability from the composition of T1 to scale walls, right? To get these type of skirmishes, get your combo out, and then get away is just the best. They didn't have vision of Ghost, did they? Owner just made the read. I don't know if he still had vision because of the autos earlier, but yeah, I don't know what that was about for Ghost, especially with Featherstone not available and Owner still having flash.
He just walked right and then left for about half a second, and that's all that Owner needed. He's like, oh, yeah, you're dead.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate.
And for Nongshim, even in that point, it feels the same to me, where the team is just stuff is just kind of happening to them. They're just there and they're watching it happen, and it doesn't feel like they're setting up. To be fair, they did try to set up plays on top side. They ganked Zeus 3 times and it didn't work. So I don't want to be too hard on Nongshim. It's also T1 is a team that is extremely slippery if you're not very crisp about your plays. But it also paints a picture that was expected coming into tonight of T1 being way too early for Nongshim. Maybe there's a version of Nongshim that can deal with this a little bit better down the line, but we are currently looking at a classic spring, 18 minutes, what is it, 4.5K gold lead for T1, and I don't think it's going to show any sign of slowing down, although Guma...
He's actually fine, just flashes that immediately. Immediate respect shown. So now Zeus gets a big cannon barrage on all 3 of them, and you can see Effort and Dread, they're just leaving. They're like, no, we're not fighting. This is not a thing. And, you know, again, they tried to be proactive, but T1 are right there, just ready to fight.
Oh, and it's just... I really wanted Nongshim to have a good start, because their spring was one of the most heartbreaking stories of spring for me. A team of this caliber, you just don't expect to see them fall apart the way they did. But seeing BDD's cam as he's just shoving top while like the rest of the map falls apart, it's not an individual player's problem. It really is just the entirety of Nongshim. Like, they just don't look on the same page. They don't really know what to do. They're just getting shoved in at every point in time. And this composition still has teamfight power. Yes, it is up to T1 to mess up.
Yeah.
Wow. But Nongshim also can't mess up. And that is the part where it becomes a whole lot more difficult.
Yeah. It's a rough matchup. Anyone playing it to T1, and T1 didn't have to do all too much. It's only the 3 kills and just reacting to pretty much everything that Nongshim have tried to throw at them. The immediate flash here is key. He's just like, nope.
Hey, I've seen Guma get hit by that. I remember that. That wasn't a great MSI start, and Dread and Effort make the right call. You're not winning this with the ultimate still available from Gumayushi and the lack of offensive power for your own team. Kana immediately getting blown up. This is also, I think, the first time that I personally have seen this variant in pro play.
Yeah.
It might be a solo queue thing. The Ravenous Hydra, which in terms of laning pressure and your ultimate being an absolute nuisance, is obviously going to be amazing. Really interesting tech here coming through from Zeus.
Yeah, it's... I feel like it's pretty good in this meta as well, because something you were talking about in the Live Sandbox game was like, yeah, you guys are playing well, great as a team, but I'd love to see side lane pressure and some more setup.
Oh, yeah.
Well, T1 is a team that Well, they'll have to fight, I guess. Faker does. He's going in, thinking about it. Just ults away. It's kind of like he's playing with his food, but yeah, I mean, in this sense, this just allows Zeus to be so annoying in the side lane and put on so much pressure, and they have an excellent 1-3-1 because you could send Faker up there, you can send Keria up there. With this lead especially, you could just go for it.
It becomes so hard to match as well for Nongshim because you need vastly different defensive profiles. Zeus. Seen this one before.
Yeah, he's got the barrels, and that's going to force a Feather Storm already. And that essentially means that Nongshim can't fight, and they know it, so they just have to back away. And Dread is going to get hit by this. They could go in, but no need to force it. It's a T1. They have the inner track to mid, and they should be able to take this Tier 1 out. And maybe some bonus kills.
Fellas, they just keep going.
Yeah.
A Lethality Xayah and a Double Mask Victor and a Divine Sun Reviego meet a Mountain Soul. What do you think is going to happen?
Oh, no. Not like this.
So the upside is that Zeus, with this build, is definitely doing less damage in the 1v1 Tikana relatively to a lot of the other builds. So that's something, you know. I think it's excruciating.
Good job, Chronicler. You found the one thing.
Hey, there's more. Okay, there's more.
Okay.
I don't have anything right now, but if you give me a little
there
bit,
will be more.
There will be more.
Okay. I believe
Remember Spring, where it looked like Damwon Kia had beaten Genji and then Ruler had that one Xayah play?
Yeah, I remember.
You need one of those.
Just one Xayah play.
Because as good as T1 is, they have in the past been known to overextend at times. This comp invites overextending. Just have them overextend into Ghost. BDD places down. It's Gravity Field, and then you kill them all.
So talk to me a little bit about the Shadow Flame that Faker has picked up here, especially with the Mountain Soul that we are having in this game.
Cool. Yeah, Shadow Flame, really, I'm not 100% sure if the bug got fixed, because I know that at times it didn't give the amount of...
Okay, well that's just a double root here. They get them both caught. As now Effort is also just going to flash away, but he is not getting away by any means. BDD trying to get away from Owner. And Owner's just going to walk away from that. He already did his job. That's 2 kills more in the pockets of T1.
So back to Shadow Flame?
Yes.
Back to Shadow Flame.
Okay.
But if I have understood the math correctly, I'm personally the math guy. I look at people that have a much better grasp than I do. Shadow Flame actually better in a lot of cases on the durability patch because of some of the changes that did come through to the item, and specifically on champions like Akali, when combined with the passive of the Proto Belt and Soul Pan Boots, amount of damage that is going to be done is excruciatingly high, as I don't know, Dread and Effort. Giving up one of them there would have been fine, but like clumping up together for the sake of getting Senna's root to actually pop off is not great. As Zeus, this is really interesting because I'm pretty sure that the slow from Cyrilda should also activate on the splash damage that comes through from Ravenous Hydra. So he is extremely squishy compared to a lot of the other builds that we see. But his ult is going to be not okay. In terms of damage that it provides to the rest of the team.
Okay, well...
Really interesting.
We'll have to see.
It's better than Hullbreaker. I'll take it.
True, true. Taking a look here at the bounties, but also take a look at Zeus's gold. He has hit 12,000, just cresting that mark at 24.5 minutes. And he is about 3,000 gold ahead of even his teammates. And level 16.
Baron?
You said he was squishy. What happened?
Well,
I mean, it is.
I guess he gets health from the Hydra. I personally argue, and of course this is not a black and white thing, that the problem is not a surplus of tankiness from Zeus, but a shortage of damage from Nongshim.
There you go.
Yeah.
It was a test. I was testing you.
You were?
Yeah.
I feel like it's one of those tests where you write a really long answer and you're like, I guess some of that must have been right. I don't really know. Yeah, that about sums up the game. That moment right there, it really does.
It really does. I mean, that's just been the entire game for Nongshim. They've just been trying desperately. They have gone for... it's not like the old Jin Air thing where it was like, oh, we're losing, and now we're losing
plays.
harder, and we're not doing anything, and oh no, we're 15,000 goal behind. It's like, no, they've... it's like the 7th time. They have tried to make something happen. Just the coordination, and, you know, at this point, it's obviously a little bit too far gone. Keria thinks there's someone in the brush. There is not. He's still going to give the thumbs up and back away. That unfortunately only we got to see.
And in normal situations, you're like, Owner doing Drake by and then you look at the vision line. You're like, you know what? Faker's also aided by the same vision lines, pushing up to the inhib. I get it.
Yeah.
It's a hard game.
There are Mountain Drakes on the map, of course. T1 do not have to worry about that at all. So when it comes to them...
Oh, wait. No, he knows. He knows.
Okay, Keria's like, well, where do I go from here? Let's go forward.
There's a wave.
Yeah, he's got the tornado. That is going to be dodged, as now we do have the wall coming out. And now, who's flanking who? You see Ghost is trying to TP into this one. BDD barely has any health. As now Faker is going to use his own stopwatch. Might be in a little bit of trouble, actually. He does have his flash, though. And once again, the poor Sejuani is left to the Wolves. And taken down. T1 will secure a 6th kill.
Relatively low amount of kills, but in terms of goal, in terms of itemization, in terms of movement on the map, Nongshim simply can't match. And we can phrase it in many a way, but this game, I don't think it's gonna last for much longer. And today has been a marked improvement in terms of overall game time. I think previously our fastest game time was 31
minutes, yeah.
And today we already did a lot better, as with the wave. Keria is able to get out. Owner doesn't hit the wall jump. It also doesn't really matter. Everything has to be used just to stay alive through whatever Faker and Owner are doing. Gumayushi trying to get as much damage out as possible as well. Faker, sure, he's forced to flash. He's honestly just having fun on the Kali.
Yeah.
Like, he's just creating
It's like, whoa,
space.
this does a lot of damage.
This is fun.
Yeah.
I love this.
He now has a Zhonya's completed, so he had the stopwatch, used it.
Oh no. Oh no.
They do spot him here, but they don't know about the gangplank. As, he's just actually kiting him out of the Chaos Storm and inside his own cannon barrage. That was cruel. As, just gonna corral another kill here into the pockets of, I think it was Faker? Not sure. It was
Stop
one of them.
bullying T1.
Yeah.
Walk down the mid lane and end this.
No bully, Bible thump.
I thought Zeus was going to go for a Infinity Edge, but I guess we're, barely building any crit. Just going for GA is the better call, and
now he can dive harder.
He can. I'd imagine Gangplank has a natural affinity for diving, though.
Have you ever seen a pirate dive into the sea?
Yeah, I mean,
is that something?
Yeah, of course.
Like, don't.
What? I'm sure
What are you
Gangplank.
talking about?
I'm sure Gangplank, in his many years as a pirate, has been like forced to, like jump off.
Yeah, they jump off the ship, but they don't dive.
Well, I mean, maybe he does it as a hobby. You don't know.
I mean,
you know what Gangplank's up to in his
I don't know
holiday
everything
when he
about
takes
Gangplank,
when he
but-
takes a break from pirating?
I can make some assumptions, Chronicler, and I don't think he's a very strong diver.
Look at this outfit.
Look
You
at that
think this-
chain. You think he dives with that thing?
Well, no, he takes off the chain, obviously.
Wait, is that even the chain, or is that just like the collar?
No, I think it's,
it is
it's a
chain.
flower. No, it's like a flower necklace.
yeah.
So he takes that off.
Probably
Otherwise, the
dive
flowers
with that.
get ruined.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
don't want to do that either. It was a very nice gift.
It was.
From Malawi, no doubt.
Is it?
Yes.
Aw.
All right, well, this is the Baron. Okay, he actually stole it. Wait, what? And will he get away? He will. No, he won't. Aw. Well, I mean, they took the Baron. Now they have taken 1 turret, 1 Baron, and 1 Drake.
Hear me out. Sieging is hard with this comp.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, it's not really anymore because they're 10k gold ad, but bear with me here, Valdez.
Okay.
So if sieging is hard, then this is going to buy Nongshim the 5 minutes they need to get more items, and then T1's going to get impatient and dive them.
They're going to dive, and
yes.
BDD's going to live with like no health.
Yeah.
And he's going to do like 6k damage in the fight.
Hey.
Ooh.
Might I remind you?
Uh-oh.
Who have been gathering storms. We just hit the 30-minute mark.
Those are some big storms that we're gathering from BDD and Ghost.
Can't dive when storming. That's dangerous. Not allowed.
That's true, yeah. You also want to make sure the water's deep enough before you go for a dive. Just be safe out there.
Well, that's kind of a given, but yeah, good safety advice. I'm no expert, honestly, when it comes to diving.
That's just kind of like the basics, you know.
I'd imagine, yeah.
All right.
It's not really diving, you're just swimming at that point, aren't you?
The unfortunate part for Nongshim is that they kind of have to fight over the Mountain Soul, because I think they know their situation here. They can't allow this to go over to T1. Now they are just going to try to keep them at arm's length.
Oh, it's the long wraparound, I'm pretty sure.
It could be. Yeah, they're clearing the vision up there. This is looking mighty suspicious. And there it is. They immediately combo Ghost. He does have a stopwatch, though. He's buying a lot of time. Goes in the Feather Storm. Keria is going to stopwatch. So is Owner. They're going to get pretty low as BDD is trying his darndest here. But it's just a little bit too much gold. Gets bonked on the head by the safe full of gold. And that might just be the end of it here. Everybody getting kited out is now Guma. He says, nope, I'm just going to take all the kills now, and that should be enough here for T1, as they are just going to go for the Mountain Soul instead.
Go for the Mountain Soul, and if the wake states were different, I would not be surprised to see T1 just march it down and end it that way. Wonderful flank from Owner. The awareness that they had of the ward, even having Guma going in to like fake, we want a clear vision for a possible flank later. And then the fight starts off well, and BDD. He's trying so hard, Valdez. He is trying so hard. And if this was a 5k gold deficit, this might be the turning point. If this was a 3k gold deficit, it could have been Nongshim completely turning it around. But the unfortunate reality is with how big the leads are for T1, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that is the truth. And you can see that Nongshim, with the Baron minions, they will make it, of course, even more difficult. As if Zeus needed more gold. Faker just giving that over to Zeus. Very interesting. Actually, most farm in the game goes over to Ghost, who, you know, he's building towards GA. See if that helps him.
Again, individually, Nongshim still looks better than what we saw from them last split. Like, individually, BDD looked like a shadow of his past self. But that's just not enough against T1. That's the whole problem. Like, can argue that Nongshim look better than they did before, but when you're staring down a 12k gold deficit, I don't really know it feels this way. This feels more like a catharsis game for T1, where they're like, we didn't win. We're gonna take it out on someone.
Yeah.
It's a first match.
Yeah.
Let's show them, boys.
It does kind of feel like that.
Well, the game also hasn't ended yet, and that's the main reason why I feel that way. Yeah.
Yeah, they are
gonna wait for Baron and Elder.
Yeah.
The double whammy.
They could just, you know, 5-man bot and say, we're going to dive you. Again, they don't have to, and their siege is kind of crap, so they would have to dive, but I think they are far enough ahead at this point.
They are.
13,000 gold. Of course, they don't see the numbers like we do.
There's Death Dance. Well, he's definitely not squishy now anymore.
17,500 gold.
You know what the best part is? You've hit this peak so early that now you can also slowly change your build to crit. You can, like, one piece by piece just start replacing. Get yourself a Lord Dominic's and a Collector.
Yeah.
It's great.
That as well.
I mean, you don't really need to, but you can.
I feel like T1 are luring Nongshim out of the nest here.
Faker.
Yep, he's all the way behind them, and they have one target in mind. It's BDD. They don't even care about Ghost this time. And he does have a Zhonya's, but that is not going to last very long. As down he will go. Effort is next. And maybe the Nexus is next if T1 decide that's what they want.
Don't have a wave. And maybe we can see Nongshim.
They can go top.
Yeah, I guess they can just go there. I don't have a wave mid, so we're going to hold on for a little longer.
Yeah. For a second, I thought they were going to back off and do Baron. I'm like, whoa, they actually are trying to take this slow.
Hey, like this game, I completely ignored the existence of side lanes, and wait, they are not going to... Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it is Ghost with Flash and GA up, so maybe they're
and
like, well, we don't
Feather
want to...
Storm and BDD's coming up.
Yeah. So they're just going to go ahead and take Baron, might as well. This is the 100% play rather than the 99. Guma's about to 1v1 Dread. He's down a level, doesn't care. Faker takes a lot of damage, actually, from the lethality Xayah, that's for sure. He is going to hop away here, but he gets really low.
Wait.
So now the Baron is down, but T1's
going.
Yeah, they don't really want this fight here, as that is a big barrel, but... And now the Cannon Barrage, you see Ghost is like, he's out of there. He's like, nope, I don't want to fight this. I am not ready to go into this choke against T1.
Yeah, T1 can just double TP to the bot wave now, if they wanted to. I don't think they're going to. As when you're this far ahead, it's all about just starting a fight. And even with the vision line that is set up there for Nongshim, there's actually still a really big gap that Faker was able to get through. And they know BDD at this point is the biggest threat, whereas Ghost is going to, unless you really misposition, take out like one, maybe two people. BDD, when left unchecked, especially once he gets his death cap, can actually chew through a lot more. And T1 is still...
they're pinging bot.
Yeah, at this point, like, it does feel to me like a very deliberate move. I might be reading too much into that, but I understand T1's perspective as well. Wouldn't be the first time we see a team with an almost insurmountable lead throw it away into, especially with dive comps like this, into a team that does have great tools, but it does feel like the game should end on this push.
They're going for the tutorial victory, as Papa Smithy liked to call it. You gotta take down every building, every player, and they will go with it with waves in mid and bot, and now top. So they're just kiting it out here. There's a Cannon Barrage. This is letting that do the job for them. Featherstorm comes out very early, just as a defensive maneuver, as in goes Owner into that backline, gets the knock up onto BDD, and the Yasuo ultimate, the last breath, comes in onto the front line. Does not matter. Down goes the Nexus, and T1 will take game number 1.
Wacky draft, entertaining game, and T1 able to take the expected first game victory against Nongshim Red Force that unfortunately, unless we see a insane level of recuperation, just not able to match. Because whereas Nongshim was trying a bunch of stuff, trying to gank, trying to set up some plays, T1 out-executed, out-absorbed, in the case of Zeus, effectively any play on the map. The lead became 5, 6, 7K very early. For that point onward, it was just playing it out.
Yeah, a complete steamroll for them. It was kind of slow and steady, you know, not even just in the game time, but also early on. There was the one moment early on where they got that 4K gold lead immediately, and it was like, well, I guess they're just going to do this again, even in a different meta. But from there, it was, you know, one kill at a time, one objective at a time. They were slowly chipping away at the Nongshim defenses. And unfortunately for Nongshim, that is a very demoralizing loss.
That one hurts.
You know, it is T1 at the end of the day. They know that is a very strong opponent, but you're still going to feel hurt after that one.
You could feel it coming, but that doesn't make it any less painful. And
it's
going
first time at LCK, she's nervous.
It is a lot, especially if you've watched, you know, for many a year from home and get the opportunity to actually go.
This guy's first time too. Took a 5.5-hour bus from Oppo.
What a gamer.
A true gamer at that.
Gamer.
Yep.
BDD tried so hard.
Hey, they got 900 gold and objective bounty.
16-1 and 44 KDA versus 116 and 2 Valdez.
Yeah. They got one turret, one Herald, and one Drake.
And a Baron.
One Baron.
Yeah.
So they got one of everything, and at the end of the day, T1 won. That is just the way it does go at times here, guys. We will have a second game, and maybe a third, if Nongshim can do what they did in spring. That is the real question, as the T1 fans are out here in force. We'll see if T1 can start off strong here at the beginning of summer as well. But either way, guys, we're going to take a quick break and be back with game number 2.
공 한번 살짝 박을게. 천천히 해볼게.
타워만.
가야 돼, 가야 되고.
오케이, 타워.
내가 타워 가도 될 듯?
오케이. 갑니다.
됐다.
먹었다.
한방 팀 못해지네.
아, 왜 이렇게 얘네 막, 왜 이렇게 하려, 이 친구들.
나이스.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and that was a T1 victory, and it looked like they were having fun. Wolf, it was a fun draft, and it was a T1 having fun game.
It was a very fun game. It was a very fun draft, very much illustrating the power of blue side control in the draft and having perfect priority. Look, we started off with Wukong, then we had the Yasuo Senna, and you and I were kind of looking at each other going, could be a bot duo thing, but there's still a lot of flexibility here in the draft. Yep. And then we transitioned later to the Akali lock-in, and that's when it became very clear that's the direction we were headed. Gangplank came through, and you and I were looking at this draft thinking like, a lot of disrespect, doesn't seem that good. And then T1 ended the game with a 17,000 gold lead, 1 death apiece across the team, and they absolutely dominated the game. They're just the better hands team right now. Nongshim's still figuring out their synergy, which is a worrying sign. But T1, man, they looked clean, and it's hard to believe how that game ended when you look at this very unusual draft, shall we say.
Yeah, no, and part of the reason why I was a bit skeptical about the draft is because after those first 3 lock-ins, I was like, man, this is so flexible, it's so cool, they could have so many different options here, and I was expecting something like the Diana to come in, and then we'd have the Senna Wukong bottom lane that we've seen be so successful in the hands of Gamushi and Keria in the past. But we didn't get that, and it was instead just Gangplank for ultimate lane domination there towards the top side. And it all began up here, to be perfectly honest. Yeah. With Zeus absorbing all of the pressure and denying any sort of good start for Nongshim.
It's not the first time we've seen the Sejuani Gangplank lane go this way, where the attempt to be aggressive on the Gangplank is just stopped. Zeus, though, double sidestep here, doesn't need to flash, survives this one. The second time this happens, he ends up getting away and then also turning that aggression into triple plays. This is Kana's long con game attempt, which was talked about a lot in the broadcast as well. He jumps in a little bit too early. Notice how far away Viego is when he actually engages. This gives Zeus plenty of time to react. And by the time the mist comes around the corner here, Zeus knows he can Cannon Barrage choke because he knows Dread's wrapping. That mistake costs them 3 turret plates and is the beginning of Zeus really starting to snowball his lead and sending it into these upcoming team fights. It was mentioned on the broadcast as well, he went for a very greedy build, but it allowed him to do so much damage with that utility ultimate in upcoming fights.
Yeah, absolutely, and the barrels were doing just ludicrous amounts of work for Zeus as well. And I actually think that because he denied any sort of engage and any sort of gank to be successful, it was just kind of like Nongshim had nothing after that. Let's go into our next replay of sort of the first real decisive fight here from T1. And honestly, like even like Keria in this moment sidestepping, I believe, the pulverize from Effort. Oh man, it was just, they were just better.
This also just showcases how powerful this comp is for T1. When you have a defensive setup and then you get to re-engage, you could just trap everyone at a choke point. Nongshim also a little bit uncoordinated there, accidentally overlaying the Senna route there, really causing some problems. One small mistake in a fight like this can cost you big, as it did there.
Yeah, and also like, I think that, you know, T1 played excellently with what they had, but we have to talk about the fact that Nongshim weren't able to get any foothold in this game whatsoever. They had a very standard draft. I think more eyebrows need to be raised towards this Xayah build that is once again the lethality coming in, and it's just not really the same power level as it used to be. Would like to see a little bit more of that crit. But let's have a look at our final highlight here of T1 lining up for their Mountain Soul, and
it's a really great
got a great ulti again.
Yeah, and Owner sets it up over the wall here. They don't have vision of where Wukong is. They're trying to decide whether they want to commit in to try to steal the Drakeway, which is, of course, the Infernal Soul, or back out, and then they get trapped there by the Wukong over the wall, and it sets up for that ultimate you were talking about. Nongshim now trapped on the wrong side of the map. There's a few more fights that happen after this before the Nexus falls, but they were kind of really just formalities at that point. It's tough for Nongshim, right? I mean, you lost your first series, a tough one on your first opening day, and now you go against T1, somewhat disrespectful draft. Getting your headspace right going into game 2 is going to be such a momentous task.
No, it absolutely will. I mean, they will have side selection this time around, so maybe that will help them out. But honestly, based on how this game went, I don't think it's going to be enough from Nongshim because it just looks like T1 are the better team. Let's have a look at the Zeus of the game, though, the player of the game as we get into this one. It will be Zeus, of course, 2-0 and 12. Absorbed everything that was thrown at him and just played a pretty immaculate game of League of Legends.
Yep, goal difference in the end, 6,631. Over a third of T1's gold advantage when the game did come to its conclusion. Just sidestepping here early on, I mean, it's very rare you see a player of the game highlight reel just being not dying, but that's kind of the case here for him. This is a fight he turns around. BDD tries to survive here with a stopwatch. He just times a barrel right afterwards, takes him out easy peasy. That highlight reel, I think, didn't really do justice as to how much he accomplished. Great game from Owner as well, though, to be totally honest, on the Wukong. That flank angle we had on that second highlight, pretty immaculate.
Yeah, no, he definitely had a decent one. I think that we've had a few too many narrow denials of the 13 out of 13.
I was one of them. I feel bad about it, but you know.
No, that's okay. That's okay. And actually, I remember that one. That was actually, I was a bit confused about how it managed to make it to 12 out of 13 for that one. This example and Croco's example today, pretty egregious. But ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it back to the commentators and get into game number 2. See if Nongshim can repair their mental moving into this one.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for that wonderful breakdown of that game. Yeah, Zeus is kind of a beast, and I'm not sure why he didn't get the 13 out of 13. But maybe next time we can all come together and get it right. But we'll have to wait and see, first off, who's going to win this game and if Nongshim can put up any sort of fight tonight.
It's looking dicey. T1, they're in that comfort zone. They just got a momentous win. Took them a little longer than if it was T1 in spring, but it's the start of summer. You can take your time, and especially for a team that's just come back from MSI, personally, I imagine by week 4, a game like this will be over a good 10 minutes earlier.
Yeah.
Because this didn't need to be this long. We've seen T1 be able to not take it as slow as they did here, but it was still an extremely dominant game from basically start to finish, even with some slowdowns left and right. BDD pumping out some damage, and Dread finding a Baron. Not anything else, just the Baron.
The Baron. I think they also got that first Drake. If you
Well,
remember,
yeah, no, they got
the
one of
Hextech.
they got one of a lot of things.
Yeah.
But that's still not.
And they got the second Herald.
Yeah.
The first Herald was.
You're not wrong, Valdez.
Yeah. Just
No, I'm glad that you're here to check me on stuff like this.
That's what I'm here for.
It's important. I mess up a lot.
Nongshim selected blue. Let's see how that changes for them. They are not subscribing to the first pick Wukong magazine. They are much more into golf. Here is Gwen.
Sorry, I didn't see that one coming. That one caught me off guard. Gwen being probably the strongest ban, not really negotiable. Lucian is another one that I'm sure T1 will take away. The Talia would be my third guess because of how incredibly strong BDD historically has been on the champion, even though we have seen today that it's strong but not necessarily infallible. T1 can also leave open both and just say you can get either Lucian or you can get the Talia, and then we'll just get the other one. But they don't need to take that risk, and I personally don't think they will.
Yeah, absolutely. The Akali ban is quite interesting. They say, well, we don't want to have that in the hands of Faker, and kind of, discourages them from going into any kind of crazy diving comp again. There are ways to make it work without these two champs. Renata is also going to be taken away.
Also raises the stonks of a possible Nautilus pickup. Kwangdong and Nongshim finding himself in very similar situations as that is a Talia first pick, I'm sure. Zaya taken away. And somewhat of a confirmation to me that a lot of the hesitation that was shown by T1 was due to not wanting to overextend big into a Zaya, even though Ghost's damage was pretty abysmal, because please go crit. Crit is great.
Yeah.
Crit Zaya is really, really good. And
we are skipping Talia and going for Tom Kench.
Pick Yumi. T1, punish this, please.
Chronicler,
Pick
I think you might
Zillion.
be in the wrong league.
Zillion. You can punish this with plenty of enchanters. You can do a lot, just don't.
There's still a chance. They are going to go for the Viego first. Kind of makes sense, you know, it's next on the jungle tier list. Feels like jungle just gets tier listed so often.
It does.
At least here, this year especially. It's like, okay, who's next? Viego and Wukong were banned. I guess we're playing, what, Trundle? Like,
Trundle.
Are they playing Sejuani? Really yeah, definitely anymore. Trundle. 100%.
Well, the Wukong at least gets banned sometimes for some variety. No shocker there. Faker picking up his Azir.
And denying BDD.
It's a double whammy. I mean, BDD can still just go for Taliyah. Senna Taliyah here, not a bad lock-in in terms of overall power. Definitely gotta go for the Senna. You can also wait it out and then maybe pick up a Jinx or an Aphelios, but I would feel good about the Senna here.
Yeah. Senna seems extremely likely. Is BDD going to play the Taliyah into Azir matchup? Does he want to try something else? Does he think the power level of the Taliyah is good and he wants to just snatch that up? Don't say that again. That word is banned here on this desk.
Not allowed.
Yeah.
I would love this.
Yeah.
We're gonna get it. Very, very nice. BDD. I'd say his most iconic champion, although recently it's just been Azir and more Azir. A pick that has actually, has not been able to get that much done. Haven't really seen it yet. Has mostly been on the ban list.
So this is blind Gangplank, but they have 2 bans where they can make it a bit safer.
When you expand the 2 bans, I'd personally not be too bothered by it. Yeah, there is a lot to be said for Gangplank's current state, the amount of diversity in builds that he has, even with his nerfs to his early laning phase a couple of patches ago. Doesn't really, it feels like he's a little bit less of a bully, but all his upsides are still there. And with the durability patch, he also gained a lot of innate safety, even in situations where he does get ganked. And definitely one that benefits greatly. In T1, after a comp that was not necessarily all over the place, but definitely very aggressive, going to the much more meditative style that we have started to expect in the LCK.
The Jace ban is interesting. I mean, it's definitely something that Kana can play excellently. It's just not played very often in this meta. It offers a lot of poke and range alongside of what they already have. Ezreal is going to be the pickup here for the bottom side, so Kuma just going to look to scale up with that one. Of course, Bard top is the current meta, so we might be seeing this.
It's Bard jungle, fellas.
Oh.
Come on, get your head right.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, you can flex Taliyah to jungle.
Don't.
Yeah, you can. It's possible.
It is. It's happening. It's actually happening. Okay, so...
Wait.
No, that wouldn't be it. But the Corki makes sense, like you mentioned.
It does. No. That's not it. That's a self-counter pick.
Well, if you look at the stats, Chronicler...
It's very even, I know. I know.
At least he's not playing Sejuani.
No.
That's all I want to say. It will be Gnar. He's got range. He can poke a little bit. Either of these are good.
Either of these are great.
Yeah.
Good punish, both of them. Very different approaches, but the setup that you have with a Tempered Fate and Gangplank Azir, if you ever hit anyone,
it's Brad.
They're gone.
It's actually happening. Bard for Keria. Well, this is, you know, overall the comp a lot more standard, and then they just, you know, throw in a little bit of flavor on top. You
A little bit of flavor.
A little bit of crushed paprika. Like
some MSG, a little bit of salt.
Yeah.
Maybe some chili flakes.
It's just something like kind of unexpected, you know? Just a little bit of crushed dill right on top, yeah.
No, you know you're going a little bit too far.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's very specific to certain dishes.
Sorry.
I appreciate dill, but it's a hard herb. to really place in the right dish. Can be very overpowering.
But yeah, the Bard is actually going to be coming out here, and this is something that we're calling for immediately after seeing the Tom Kench as the first pick in the draft. And thankfully, T1 are a team that are willing to throw it in.
Not quite the Soraka, but still punish nonetheless. And the Nongshim Red first comp, I gotta be, again, it's loose pebbles. You know, Talia's in there, so I guess you can still throw those at your opponent, but the setup isn't great. The comp is kind of all over the place. Ideally, with champions like Annoy, you'd like a great engage option. If you have the Senna, then it's nice to have some beefy front line that you can actually support, but it's not really poke. There's not a lot of setup for Taliyah either. And then the C1 comp, the amount of power and range that you have is obscene, frankly.
Yeah, it is pretty intense for sure. And yeah, it's unbelievable, the skill of Gumayusi. I'm not going to translate the pun. It would have made Freak proud, let's just say. He's like, yeah, this is the best choice right before a test. Come to Lol Park. Gotta show that the red taste, the spicy taste in this case. Lots of fans out here for T1. You know what's interesting? The Nar pick, I feel like it's almost there for the boomerang. They're like, what is a top that has something that can poke also? It's Nar.
It's a boomerang.
And he's a tier pick, so we're just going to play him. And everybody else, it's like, you've got Senna, Corki, Taliyah, and a Tom Kench. Like, they don't want to fight ever. They only poke, and that's it.
It's a really cute Trundle.
Effort is the Troll King. I guess maybe they went to the same college?
Oh, wait, Effort
I'm not sure.
Effort and Trundle?
No, she and Trundle. No, she and Effort. Yes, T1 is good. The win is good. And another way to spell win is good.
Clean lines on this Patrick.
Yeah, you know, even like the pink.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. You would think it would be like a play on, you know, is League of Legends an instrument? Haha. But it's not. It's just a Nongshim cheer sign.
Carry FN.
Yeah.
Unsurprisingly.
Generally, this is the thing where you take apart the name and you put like the three syllables of the name and you make 3 sentences, but she didn't do any of that. She just did like,
she did.
Carry a pog, please give him the pog.
Yeah, it didn't actually work. Aw.
First time at Lol Park, first win of summer. Also some Japanese. Itadakimasu. You speak any? That's what it says in Korean. That's the only reason I was able to read it.
I was about, oh my god, Veldus, does your
man.
know any bounds? But
unfortunately it does. Yeah.
How's your Dutch?
What's the thing you taught me before?
I taught you to say thank you.
Yeah.
Right? You didn't remember? That's okay.
I know the beginning and the end. It's like donk something vel.
Yeah, that's really, it's only you in the middle, and then you're there.
Donkeyville.
Perfect.
There you go.
Look at you.
Oh, man.
Wonderful. I like this anime style T1. Very clean.
Yeah.
Little being on the side.
It's like the new thing, you know. It's like the new meta of
the
fan
webtoon,
signs.
the
Yeah,
webtoon fan sign.
Webtoons are extremely popular in Korea, and I guess in general. I have never read one actually ever.
Never?
Never.
No,
I have
Tower of God? No.
No.
Solo leveling?
Never
No?
even heard of it.
God of High School? No. None
No,
of
definitely not.
I mean, I know this already, Veldus.
It's like showing off his high school patch. He's like, I've got a test and I have to go to after school stuff and
Aww.
I skipped all that and I came to Lol Park. Sorry, Mom. Says that at the bottom with the heart.
Oh no! Mom will forgive him.
I hear Sunke, the voice is raising. The bug is over. Let's jump into game number 2. And off we go once again onto the Rift. Zeus is in fact playing Gangplank again. Is it the same skin though? I couldn't tell because he was in the brush.
I don't know. I hope it isn't. I hope he diversifies.
It's good to diversify your assets in these troubling times.
It is, yeah. It's important.
You mentioned stonks earlier. Yeah.
Ooh, lethal tempo on Senna for Ghost. I don't recall the last time I've seen that. Wonder how that works with Senna's passive. On the other side, not too many surprises. Gumushi going for the. It is a different skin. I'm pretty sure.
Dark
First
Harvest
strike.
for Dread.
Yeah, I don't. I was gonna get to that.
Yeah.
Dark Harvest with the current form of Lilia doesn't feel very great or consistent to me. Electrocute does the same thing, and especially in a competitive game where you have no guarantee that you're actually going to be able to get Dark Harvest stacks. That in of itself will make me like feel that the Dark Harvest in pro play on Talia is risky, but the champion has also been significantly changed where a lot more of your power budget is in your Q, and your Q is actually very relevant now. And then also, even if you do want to like chunk people, which is the main reason why you got a previously, because you could just one-tap everyone effectively if you got fed. You have very limited setup. It's Kench knock-up. The route from Ghost, who does sport a stellar win rate on Senna, and Kana in Mega form, and that's really it. Now, of course, it's a little bit bigger, but there are, I'd say, better choices for runes on Talia at this point in time. We've seen them, right? We've seen on Spellbook, seen First Strike even.
Well, yeah, I think that would have been fine.
Yeah.
But not the case in this game.
No.
Red may be going hunting.
Hopefully.
See how aggressive he gets here from the jungle.
I didn't check if he had Treasure Hunter as
His
well.
lanes are just, as you were mentioning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
If that was Renekton and Pantheon, you know, then I'm like, yeah, get that Dark Harvest.
Awesome.
Let's get him. But it's not.
It's quirky.
It is quirky.
Yeah, against an Azir as well. Speaking of which, I'm not sure we want to watch this lane. Definitely a sore spot in many LCK viewers' hearts. But also, I guess the soft spot? I don't even know if it is. Obviously, Corki versus Azir, a very famous matchup that we have had way too many times.
We make so much fun of Corki Azir, and I just imagine that there is somewhere out there, it's like just one person that really loves Corki Azir, and every time we mention it, like, Corki Azir, it's like, guys, it's a really fun, it's a really interactive matchup. There's actually a lot of depth to it, and like, okay.
Big hundo.
Small sample size, but we'll take it nonetheless. Of course, also bolstered by Bard being a very specific champion that you don't randomly pull out. His carry just rounds the corner.
Going for the gank here.
Drive-by trade.
Such a troll.
You're playing Bard, you have to.
Yeah, you got to do it.
Guma also clearly signaling that he's not interested in any form of action with First Strike, tier first Ezreal.
Yeah. He's not the only one. Although BDD did get his tier later, he also does have one and is also avoiding action in this game. We have how many teleports? 5 in this game because T1 took 3 and Nongshin took 2. You know, Ghost should have gone for teleport too.
I'd argue Effort should have.
You think so?
Yeah, because the ability to catch a wave and then still make it to a play is...
The Ignite is like, what are you even using that?
Yeah, that is not...
That ain't it.
That's not going to get a ton of value in this lane.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I just want to point out as well, Faker did go for Scorch and Airy. He is looking to dominate the lane and bring that 15 CS difference into the 25-minute team fight.
Scorch isn't that bad, okay?
Yeah, I know you're a Scorch enthusiast.
I'm not. I'm a hobbyist.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
it has
big
its
difference.
place.
That's one step before enthusiast. Before you know it, you're going to be scorching every weekend.
Nicely done by Nongshim.
Yeah. Pushing him out.
Lost that.
Take a Cloud Drake. Nice. No smite used, none needed. As they take that down. We've had so many Ocean Souls so far that I'm very glad that the next Drake is, in fact, Ocean Drake.
I could go for Hextech Drake. I always could go for Hextech Drake, honestly.
I kind of want a Mountain Drake.
Want to deal with that?
No. That is already satisfying. Zeus showing us the fun of Gangplank. Make a barrel, buy a call, and kill minions. Oh, did he? Oh, it's kind of fine.
Just in front of the turret.
Yeah.
Perfectly in place. Setting up for a possible owner gank as well. If owner didn't just give away his position. I say give away his position. they're going for Blue Wolf Invade and Kenna's there, so.
Everybody should know that this is happening.
Imagine being Ken and just having teleported up to your top side and seeing the wave frozen in front of you and not being able to walk up because guess what? Who might be there? It's owner.
Everyone.
Well, yeah, even Carrier could be. You're 100% right.
He was in the area. There was one question mark ping, which they do see owner and in fact ping him. So the fact that Dread saw that his blue was being taken also letting him know that yes, it is gone. Meanwhile, top lane, as you were mentioning, I think it is, I mean, it's kind of pushing it to Kana, but he's also down 20 CS.
Well, yeah, that.
Because of the situation from before.
Oh, Dread has ulti. He's hunting.
He's going to be looking for this flash, perhaps. Let's see if Zeus even flashes. Yeah, he's going to respect it, and he gets knocked into the wall. This is actually a lot of damage coming in, and it's not enough, though, as Kana nearly goes down, and Zeus is going to live. Oh, man. This guy just cannot die.
Just can't take him down. And Nongshim, you have the setup.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. They're going to call it. They're going to call it.
He's
going to call it, yeah.
Fine. Yeah.
Right? Right? Oh,
he did that on purpose. He knew. It was spotted like 4 times. So back to that gank. That is, you have the setup. It's Maganar. You can hit the knockup. You gotta. The previous ganks, there was a lot of Zeus being really clean, and I really appreciate that. But that was Nongshim just not communicating well. I did think Dread got a Dark Harvest deck though. That's nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think that's probably his first of the game.
Oh, yeah. It would be. It would be.
It's better than 0. You got to start somewhere. Meanwhile, Ghost and Effort are getting a pretty nice push down into the bottom side here. Do have Zeus getting a plate, which is also always very fun for the Gangplank to stack up that much gold. But 2 plates in the bottom side here for Ghost and Effort, so they're able to trade it back a little bit. Owner, though, is going to be taking this Rift Herald.
No counterplay, really. I don't know if she got the Drake while earlier, but one of the issues is that this is a very hard bot side to dive. Bard with Exhaust, Guma still with Flash available as well. Tempered Fade, like all those can kind of ruin your day when you try to set up a play. And because of that, there's not really an angle. And Senna Kench, when it comes to diving, is also not the best. Generally, still the 20 CS lead. I didn't actually recognize the skin until the ultimate came down. I don't know if you did, the Gangplank skin.
I saw when he was backing that it said Gimgoon.
Ah, that'll do it.
that certainly
gives
it away.
Yeah, that's a giveaway. It wasn't until I saw the FPX logo.
That also helps. Yes. Owner's up here, and Kana's actually sticking around, but notice his positioning.
Yeah, they know. They pinged him. I think they might have spotted him getting into the brush.
Yeah. He's in a spot now where he can hop away either south or to the west here. As Faker and Keria just going to join forces, pick up a cheeky plate here in mid. Still have the Rift Herald here into the hands of Owner. Looks like he is heading down to the bottom side, might just clear his camps, and then make a decision on mid or bot.
Zuma, are you going to go Powder Squall? Is it going to happen? Or Eclipse? He's probably just going to go no Mythic, but... I'm believing, Valdez.
Yeah, okay, let's see. Hey, take a look at that
It
poke.
could happen.
Look at that poke from the Narn.
That's been well.
Oh, nice little Abyssal Dive. Keria, I guess, did not have the Magical Journey. Used it earlier.
Yeah, it just came a cooldown.
Yeah. So unfortunate for him, but now Owner's getting in there. He's going to have to Heartbreak away from that one as the stun over the rocks. BDD. Got to know about that one is now.
Oh, look at Faker.
After Fade, he's trying to get in here. This Faker slowly making his way down. There's a lot of juicy targets for him to go for, waiting for that Devour, and actually he flashes away.
Oh.
And no Magical Journey. Now he's in a lot of trouble. He will be going down. First Blood is going to be given over to the side of BDD, and Dread is, or rather Dread, he is looking for more here as he will pick up a second kill. Dread just stacking him up, and T1 trying to force the fight, and Nongshim will take it away.
I was wrong. Dread was right. Give me the stacks, baby, as T1. Little disjointed there when the Tempered Feint comes down. Faker is moving up, but not going to be there quite in time, and because of that... What?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Even at BDD on the way out, it did a lot of damage.
And they still lose the play. Even with the Drake that they get, I'd argue that they...
Well, it's a bunch of plates on bottom for Guma. It is plates in mid for Faker. And also, obviously, the kill that the Ezreal did pick up here.
I want to see a replay of the earlier skirmish, but by the end of it, even with the kills that they pick up on Dread, that's really nice, and it might buy the time. And crucially, unlike the previous game, Nongshim not fully lost control of this one yet, right? The lead last time around was way bigger, but you still see the same macro issues. Zeus is getting pressured a little bit off of his turret, but there's no capitalization possible. He has TP. Guma's getting plates for free. On bot side, and it's the burstiness of Guma that I think makes T1 go, hey, we can make a play here. Owner really nicely done, uses the iframes to get away. And then here you're like, this is a freebie for T1, right? But it's not, because it's actually a 3-versus-4 for a really long time.
Kana is going to have to flash, but the stun comes in, and now follow-up flash from Zeus. He wants revenge, and Keria is running it. No, not actually. Looks like he did get devoured and picked up in a kill. As we'll have to see how that one happens. I would imagine just rooted, and he didn't have any summoners left.
Hey, that was an escape angle. He could portal through the turret and then run up top.
Yeah. You know, actually,
I'd imagine that was the attempt, but it was too much damage.
Trying to save Guma, perhaps.
Yeah, also possible. Just make sure that he gets out with his life, and a very different look from Nongshim. But it's still T1 getting the better of the summoners. T1 getting the gold lead here. 14 minutes. It's only 1.2k. It's definitely surmountable. There's immense scaling on Nongshim. Making his way over. Turret is low.
Yeah, we talked about the dive potential down here. I mean, they're attempting it here as Magical Journey just says no, but Guma not in as easy of a spot. He does not have the Arcane Shift as the Cannon Barrage is trying to help him out, but it is not going to at the end of the day. And it's another kill, 3 for Dread right now.
I'm about to eat my words. Dread, he is snowballing the map. He is making plays all around, using that Talia ultimate, showing us the flex potential of this champion. As we flash back to better times.
잡았다.
There we go. Got him. Okay, so I see.
Yeah.
There's not much else to say.
No, it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, that is Kench.
That's what happens. And Guma already using his arcane shifts. Not much that he could do. There's another Dark Harvest stack. I'd like to see how many he has now. I'd imagine like 4?
I think
5?
4. Might be 5. We'll see. We're going to see a lot of Dread this game. He has been able to have a really big impact here, and this is a key difference. We talked about the amount of damage that has been taken out of the WE combo of Talia, but the utility way up, and the reliability of her poke with her new Q, and the amount of damage that it does way higher. So there is still plenty of opportunity. Even with all this happening, the gold is in favor of T1, and I'd argue that in terms of range, they still have a really big scaling advantage. Nongshim is going to be very reliant on actually finding the plays, or find really big Corky rockets. But T1 actually has the capability to engage, right? For a lot of Nongshim members, it is really hard to get away from a Tempered Fate. And the Tempered Fate by itself is fine, but then you look at the rest of the ultimates available on the team, and it's a bad time.
Effort has his work cut out for him. And, you know, something we saw actually against Corky in the past was the Senna and her ability to sustain through all of that damage. Now we've got a Bard. You know, he was thinking about Soraka, thinking about the Bard. Soraka, I suppose, overall more healing, but Bard offering a little bit more in terms of setup. And you begin to see that, you know, it's not just Keria saying, haha, well, we're just going to 2-0 them and I can play whatever I want. Like, it actually does make a lot of sense when you consider what they're going into.
Nongshim, at the moment, though, still incredibly strong, and even with the gold as it is, do not underestimate the sense of momentum that I'm sure Nongshim is feeling here. This is a soul point possibility for them if they can pick it up.
Play on Aguma. Oh, that's... that ain't it. Not able to get over the wall. And you saw Keria was like trying to find that angle, but with the package available, this is going to be awkward for T1 to actually try to force this. It's now Heartbreak over the wall, and
that's going to be soul point.
Yeah, that's just a bunch of stuff lost on the side of T1. Still a decent amount of poke. The big one is going to sail wide. As the healing, the sustain is coming in here for this Senna. You can see Kana in the Meganar. He's waiting for it. There's the Tempered Fate as it's going to reset.
Faker.
And around the back, here we go. Magical Journey in place, and he picks up 2 of them, but Meganar creates position. Faker's got the stopwatch, and Dread got the Dragon. After all of that, Zeus is going to be able to pick up 1 kill, but it's 2 here for the side of Nongshim, plus the Infernal Drake, as they are beginning to get some wind beneath their sails.
And if you have your ultimates or your summoners, you might win it as T1, but you don't. And going for...
Okay.
Going
Looks
for
like
that
he got
in the
stunned
first
by the
place.
Bard.
Yeah. Okay. Third time's the charm. Going for that in the first place, ST1 is very, very confident over aggressive, depending on how you might want to frame that. Because your health bars are low. You've lost your Heartbreaker, one of the best ways to get the Viego chain going. You had to use your flash on the Ezreal very, very early, and
Guma's going forward. Trying to obviously get on top of BDD here. We got a TP in. As Faker trying to help him out, but not able to do so.
And it is 6 stacks on the Dark Harvest, which is a fair amount, as Zeus continues the tradition of not being too bothered by all the shenanigans that are going on the rest of the map, and just doing a good job, being a good top laner, not dying, doing damage.
He's collecting the gold.
Yeah, his call now finished. Should be able... I wonder if he's going to go for the same build. Definitely a good build when there is no sustain available. I'd argue that you'd rather go for crit and one-tap potential when you're playing into Senna specifically. But we'll see. Maybe he does value the AoE potential of the previous build more. Say is definitely want to... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, definitely want to diversify his build generally. But we'll be going for what looks like the same setup again.
Yeah, I mean, it worked in game number 1, obviously. Pretty different scenario, but taking another look at this, as you mentioned, ults are down, but they still see an angle and decide to go for it.
And BDD flashes, there is a Devour on Ghost, and Dread uses Zhonya's. So even with Faker Shuffle looking good, not actually working out, Owner going for the aggressive 1v1, and Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a stun. And then, oh, that was the edge of that Q.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Guma, this is, you know this is greedy. You know this is greedy.
Hey man, that was a cannon wave. He really needed that 90 gold. And he got it. He did pick up the 90 gold, so props for that. You see now that T1 still in the lead in terms of gold, about 2,000 golds here, and they did pick up a lot of plates earlier on. But, you know, with Infernal Soul points on the way in 2 minutes and the way that Nongshim have been able to set up these fights so far, there is still a chance for them in this game. Again, very different from the first one we had.
Extremely so. The gold lead still, to a certain extent, in favor of T1. But the overall momentum is extremely different. Dread is very, very fed. The one person who's really stayed behind is...
What is happening here?
Dead, yeah.
What is he? Okay, so there was that one ward, and he was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I don't see them. I should be able to take this."
Not you two, Zeus. Not you two.
Hey man, he's just split pushing. Yeah, I mean, with Talia on the map, like, you got to be so careful. He's going in for this one because there is only one direction, and he will not be able to pick it up as over the wall he comes. Owner will have to Heartbreaker out of this one. I guess a little speed boost there as the lick does come in, but it is Viego. We'll break down the analysis of that play for us, Chronicler.
I don't want to.
Let's see the replay.
I really don't.
이제 뽑아갔다. 뭐야 이거? 오,
he shifted in.
Yeah.
던졌는데?
Kind of like he threw. Who's throwing? I don't know. It's weird. Strange.
And the Zeus play, while still not being okay, a little more defendable because Bard is on the way and you can feel a sense of safety, no Tempered Fate
he's
there.
dead. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think Nongshim is going to do it. Honestly, at this point, not because I don't think T1 can't win this comp, but they are just all over the place. They're looking frazzled.
There's one team that's focused, and then there's another team.
Yeah.
That's one way to put it. I mean, this is right before the Infernal Soul.
They're not going to do it. They're going to give up Soul.
Wow. TP to the top lane. And Nongshim, they can just take it here. They're just going to let Dread go for it because they know that T1 are giving it away.
Yeah, Corki with a Infernal Soul is definitely bad.
T1 don't seem to care. Zeus is playing Turret Destruction Simulator. He's doing a great job, actually. He has destroyed quite a lot of turrets.
Well, that's the... If you're a Nongshim fan, I think they're in a favorite position here because of the Corki, but also just because of how the game is played out. Is, yeah, the Herald is... You're not going to get away with that if it is not placed over the wall. But the one edge that T1 will still have is how they play around the map, how they split push, and how they set up objectives. And for Nongshim, the one thing that, against all costs, I want them to avoid is them over-indexing on a Soul or a Baron and then just losing the game off of a split push situation. Because that's like my main win con for T1 at this point. That or just a 50-minute game where everyone gets 6 items and it becomes more about the clutch factor. But Dread is doing so much damage with this Infernal Soul Talia.
Yeah.
BDD, I don't know if he even has his... Yeah, no, he's when Leandries, but has an AP Mythic now as well. Just finished that.
Yeah, I think Gumi is fine into that. As long as he dodges the poke, he will be fine to, you know, step up and be aggressive. He's got Bard behind him. And he can just have fun with that. But
this is a vintage Spring T1 game where they win the first game too hard, and then they're like, we're going to do it again. Oh, no, Well, guys, what's happening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of those.
It is one of those.
That increased radius, man. It really gets you.
It feels... I'm sad Talia's getting immediately nerfed in 12-10. She's, or in 12-11 rather. She's clearly too strong and it's okay. But maybe let her have a little bit of the limelight. Viego has been good for, what, 4 months now? 5? Longer even. I mean, he was really good at Worlds. What about Gwen? Gwen exists.
Who's that?
Why is Gwen allowed
She's
to?
immune to your
Why is
criticism. Okay.
Gwen allowed to exist?
She's immune.
Why can't Aaliyah have some fun, man?
Well, because she's not immune.
I'm not even.
That's just the way it goes sometimes. As we are having a little bit of a, a poke war here in mid. With the Infernal Drake down and Baron not really an option for either team at this moment. You can see why they would go for this because, you hit a couple of pokes like this and, Dread comes up there. Or on the other side, True Shot Barrage hits and maybe a Q and Dread has to back as, okay, we're just going to do Baron, I guess.
No, they know. They know.
They know, but T1...
Wait, do they know?
No way!
No way!
No way!
No!
And he's
can't end that way.
He's TPing mid. It's like, oh, they're just gonna pick up Baron. They can't keep getting away with this. Owner's getting low. Oh, there's the smite. And he is going to be fine. Down goes the Baron, and T1 get the Baron. Just like that. That actually happens.
I'm gonna need a moment.
Yeah, well, Nongshim, I think they should have just warded it or expected it. There's a Bard, there is a Viego.
Please leave, Kana. Don't let this end with, like, the cheeky free Baron.
Oh my god, not again! Second time for him to snipe that one.
That's just gonna end now. That's gonna be it.
Well, there's the stun into the wall. There is effort right here, so at least he'll be fine, but... Yeah, I mean, you can feel the energy, right? It's like they just snuck it away, and now it's like they're just gonna get away with it again. They're just gonna sneak it and take the win. That is a lot of damage though from even Infernal Soul Gnar.
It's 4 mil Gnar, okay? He's got damage, and oh, Nongshim, I could feel the heart of any Nongshim fan break as BDD like walked past that Baron pit.
Yeah. Here is the sniper.
Moments like this as well.
Because he knows that, okay, he hit a couple of Qs in mid, so he's low. And so, is he going for the kill? Is he going for vision? I suppose both, because he knows that the Senna was low, but either way.
You mentioned this earlier, but the existence of those double Ravenous Hydras also makes it so hard for Nongshim to ever get any control of the map because of the speed. Because both Guma and Zeus basically constantly throw out ultimates. Like, they're just consistently making sure that there's no wave for Nongshim to play around. And Nongshim's poke is still insanely good. That's the mind-blowing thing. And all of a sudden, it's a free Baron. It's not even about Baron power play, but it's about the sinking feeling that I'm sure Nongshim is feeling, and they're like, oh no, can't end like this. But a single Elder Flip might turn it the other way around.
There are 3 of them here.
Okay,
I mean, that's Zeus dead, I suppose. The Devourer comes in, and down he goes. So, nice try, I suppose. Not expecting all 3 of them to come in there.
He won what he... No. That's Elder for Nongshim. I'm so confused, Valdez!
4v5. And, I mean, they gotta deny Elder, I suppose, is their thinking, but it's not gonna be easy. Just dodge everything forehead, I guess, is what they're saying. And this is a lot of damage already into this Elder. They see Faker. Here's the wall. Dread takes a lot of damage to do that, but Temper Fate is a thing. And effort's still getting pretty low.
It's gonna be flip. It's gonna be flip.
Yeah, they're not okay to go for it.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't.
Yeah. Oh, they're gonna flip it. They're gonna go for it. Here's the burst damage, and there's the Corki picking it up as BDD gets in there, immediately assassinates someone. BDD doesn't want to go down without a fight, but Zeus is in fact going to get that, and now they're thinking about fighting against Elder.
Cannon Barrage coming up soon.
Oh boy.
Maybe they can route them.
Yeah, they are waiting for this as Owner might just die. How did he not die? I guess maybe Heartbreaker. No, it's not enough. Faker is coming in there. The poke is there. Faker gets one. He's looking for more. How are they going to do this against Elder Drake? Zaya's going to be taken down by Kana. As everybody's just scattering, not trying to get hit here, but that is another one. As the magical journey will come in.
He's 4 mil.
Yeah, he's going to get another one. There's the Temper Fate, triple kill for the Gnar. As Owner is actually just fighting it. He says, no, I'm going to get the kill, and no, you're not. That's a Quadra for Kana as he cleans him up.
What is happening? I don't get it, Valdez.
They just...
Oh! Well, Elder's gone on everyone besides Kana. So that's good.
I suppose that's what they were going for here.
Okay, go over this step by step. Let's try to break down the problem into small digestible bites so we can see what's happening. Owner goes over, but crucially, BDD picks up the Drake. Right, so that part's easy. That part makes sense. Immediately, at 900 goes down.
Faker didn't make it over the wall, by the way.
No, he didn't. It's really, really unfortunate. Zayas then comes in with the TP, gets a really big kill on BDD, and that gives T1 the idea. Corky's gone. We can make this happen. That, I don't know how Owner does. Oh, okay, there you go. Stopwatch.
Yep, best item in the game.
And then Faker goes in, but the Devour from Effort is huge here. And then the only one that can actually kill Kana at this point with the itemization as it is Faker. Kana knows this, so the moment he goes into Mega,
괜찮아. 안 끝날 것 같아.
he's ready. He's like, I'm fine.
Yeah, he said, I actually am fine.
Yeah?
괜찮아.
I'm fine.
아, 다행이다.
Oh, thank God. That's what he said. It's a relief. And yeah, I mean, he actually was fine at the end of the day.
The best part is, game hasn't changed at all. Back where we were.
Yep. Infernal Soul here for Nongshim. And a Baron available. This time Nongshim won't miss it, okay? It's one thing you can say, okay? They're not gonna make the same mistake twice. Right.
Ooh, they need to be careful. Gonna try and take control of this pit.
It's a good ward.
Oh, that is risky for everyone involved.
And only Faker showing, but over the wall comes Owner, and
Now
immediately they know.
Well, now you can just push if they want to.
So
No, never mind, they can't.
Yeah. Corky's like, yeah, I exist. And a little bit of a heal from the Bard at least, but BDD was there to catch the wave, and that is important. Still, there's a ton of damage on this map right now. They know this is starting. The question is, can they get there on time?
I think the Baron's gone. It's more about what happens next.
Yeah, they're going to try to get in here. The ultimate comes down, and everybody's over the wall. See you later. And Nongshim can't do anything about it.
Just in a split second, T1 makes the call, utilizes all the utility that they have available to slow down opponents. The utility for Zayas with that ultimate in of itself already slows, but add a Surreal Dust to that. And the Grudge keeps anyone from making their way over to the Baron pit. And now T1 can siege. Oh, yeah, I was about to say, don't let it end like that.
That's a Talia,
This game has been a roller coaster. This is a. It's not a clean game. I don't know if it's a good game,
not.
but it's a fun game, Valdez. And we gotta deal with, what we're given. That Morello's not it necessarily. Item's not that great, and the amount of sustain available is. I guess it's not as bad into the double Ravenous and Bard, but it's not really.
Yeah.
We don't love Morellos.
Not really, no.
On the flip side,
I
it would
suppose
be better.
I suppose he says, "Oh, I've got enough damage, so let's add in some utility."
We're running,
trying to figure it out.
So we've had
Second
first
Elder
Elder flip.
It's like first dinner, and then you go get seconds.
Yeah.
Second Elder. That's definitely going to be a common pattern that we have here at the LCK. No doubt.
This is also two comps, both of which lack like reliable hard engage and have a ludicrous amount of poke. So if you're sieging and you take one arcane shot,
don't
right?
go there.
Yeah, or a barrel, or a corky rocket.
Yeah.
It's just doomed.
Look at this for Notion. They're like, where do we go?
Where are they?
Just go up the river, I guess.
Ghost blading his way.
And Ghost is leading the charge, and a massive hit to his health bar at this point in time.
They have Piercing Darkness. Ghost can heal them up a little.
They got to do something here, going for the plant. As the package, it's available. Remember when that got nerfed? It's here in every fight. Okay, just waiting for this one. BDD going to take the brunt of the damage for now.
No one can actually do an objective. The poke's too strong.
Yeah.
They got to pull the trigger on someone, but neither team is giving each other an opening.
It's just going to be a game of poke. Temper Fate does go wide.
Another result already?
Yeah. He's going to get it back real soon, by the way. There's a light. That's a big one.
Corky.
Advantage. Nongshin.
I mean, they know Zace is there.
Since we're playing tennis. All right. It's 30 love T1. Let's see. That's a lot of damage coming through now. The wall going to be put down. The Elder. It's being burst. There's no Temper Fate this time. And over the wall, there are some big barrels, but Zeus not quite able to put it in as now trying to get on top of Faker there on the left side. The Elder is... Where's the smite? Where's the smite as Corky gets it? Corky's the one who picks it up. Faker goes down. Guma is going to be able to take everybody down. Are you kidding me? As Kana will finally be able to take him and teleports to mid. He's going to try to end the game by himself. I think he can. That's my prediction.
I mean, Carrier's going to come up. Carrier can...
tanking. No,
it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. And the game continues.
Kana lives with Elder buff again as the only one.
This time, nobody else is alive.
This game. Oh.
Okay, so he will be able to get this inhibitor at least.
Yeah, that's big.
So that is one thing, right?
Carrier could ult it, but I guess he wants to try and use the ult to, catch Kana.
Yeah, Faker was about to come up and he had TPs.
Yeah.
He's looking for the kill. So break this down for us, analyst.
Like that you keep putting me in this position. As both smites get removed from the equation here, as Baron, I think, does a little reset in a little bit. The health bars are so low due to all the poke that T1 wants to commit but can't really. Dredge doesn't have smite. I shouldn't have the smite to like stay alive. Owner is in stopwatch. So it's Corky that gets it again. Then Guma goes in and Guma, the sheer audacity of going in on that in of itself is great. The fact that he then walks into Brush was like, I'm gonna get Kana.
That was too much.
Yeah.
That was too much.
That was the it's the moment where you cross the line from badass to just getting demolished. You know, you got it's a thin line to walk. Kana went Hullbreaker, which is good because his team is dying every single fight, so he can use the extra resistances to make sure that he stays alone and survives again.
So, we've had second Elder. What about third Elder?
I think it's Baron. They can't.
Uh-oh. Guma's in trouble. Guma! Oh, Temper Fate is going to be so huge. He's burning! And he will just barely survive. 14 seconds to the Baron. Nongshim should receive this one.
He has TP.
Never mind.
Yeah. Well, they still have position. And everyone
for now
insta-gets Baron, so...
It's an insane amount of damage that is on the map right now. We're just zooming in onto every piece of poke that exists in the game.
The rockets.
The damage is in, and over the wall goes Owner, and he gets it! You gotta be kidding me! He does it once again. I don't know what it is with Viego stealing Barons today, but that's 2 for 2.
This is the real face of the durability patch. We were all mistaken.
time
we
to
were
revert
all
it.
wrong.
It's time to revert it.
No! Let us have this. Nothing matters. Every buff is imaginary. This game is
Do we
never
have to
gonna
buff
end.
Baron and Elder again? Ice
cold.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I got it. I'm gonna back. I'm getting out of there.
Now what?
Third Elder.
Hey.
I told you already.
I bet. You know what would feel great right now, Valdez, as we tick past the 40-minute mark?
Fourth Elder.
Gathering Storm.
Yeah, you know.
We're going full circle, baby.
It's true. It is very true.
Jonas Strong is zooming in on every single
I mean, it could be the
seismic
moments.
shove.
It
No,
could
I
be
know,
the big
but I
moments.
can't take it. It's too much. It's so stressful. Dread?
Okay.
Dread almost.
Okay. Focus coming in. The Bard healing not quite cutting it at this moment in time.
So at this point, maybe it's all just about Corki. That's the only thing that matters is
Guess
Corki,
so.
because no one can out Corki, right?
Yeah. Talia's range isn't quite high enough because you get into Ezreal range.
Yeah, well, exactly.
You're
But
just gonna die.
But Corki.
But Corki.
But Corki. Yeah.
I don't remember this from spring.
I feel this.
Thought I had
was
deleted all those memories.
It was a
but
little different, though.
I think I was,
wasn't it?
yeah, a little bit.
Summoner's Rift is looking like one of those FPS levels where there's just barrels, there's explosive barrels everywhere. And you're
Yeah.
like, I can shoot those and take down the enemies.
Yep. It's Machine Gun Ezreal. Full builds here. I don't know if he'll get rid of his boots, especially with how close he's been a couple of times.
At this item breakpoint, please get a Mythic. The extra stats are legitimately really big. Right, like it provides you with so much extra damage if you pick up the Proudest Claw here. Even if you sell your Essence Reaver and go for like a try. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Kuma. That'll do it.
Hey,
hey,
nice.
It's a lot of extra stats.
Yep,
it's great. I like it a lot.
He also has a red buff. So we got third Elder here in 20 seconds.
2 Elders have gone to Nongshim, and then Kana has been left by himself. He has Hullbreaker now, so that's going to happen again.
But again, T1 have total vision control, and again, Nongshim have to just claw their way through the bottom lane. So it's just...
Ghost ceiling's too much at this point.
It's just not what you want from the side of Nongshim. They do have package, again, by the way. It's up again for the objective.
They have Infernal Soul as well.
Yeah. T1 are so good at just dodging every single rocket somehow. BD has hit like 3 big ones so far.
The damage doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Ghost immediately heals it up.
You gotta land like 2 or 3 in a row. And now Nongshim, they credit to them, they are slowly chipping away, and their lanes are fine elsewhere, so they could be here all day.
Upside shoving, but I think mid is also going to shove into T1. Good ult, but it's going to get healed up. Go get him, Owner!
Owner is the jungler, by the way. Yeah, he's just going to go mid and push that one back. Meganar is well-timed for this fight. You can see maybe that's what Nongshim were waiting for. Although, to be honest, I think you just got to wait for more as, oh no, Kana takes a ton of damage, but he will be okay, but this is going to be the wall down now.
Oh, that might be it.
Kana's Meganar is now not really available unless he goes in right now. He's trying to back and TP in.
It's going to be Mini, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if it even matters that he's Mini. Who cares?
It's just poke.
Who cares? He's outdoing him!
Temper fight, and yeah, okay, they're just going for Faker. The damage is there. He has to go into his Sonya's. Dread is over here as well. Faker will go down. As Guma's behind enemy lines. Okay, he's looking for more. Not able to kill either of them.
He doesn't get them!
He's not going to get them. BDD lives, and Owner, he's not going to be able to do anything by himself. He's just running away. He's just running away. What? He just keeps running. He's not.
Why are they chasing him?
Just do the Elder Drake.
Or finish the game.
Okay, they finally have. They are actually going to finish the game here. Guma is trying to poke him down.
Oh, God.
I don't think that's enough, though. Owner will be denied a back. As, of course, he has GA. And Guma is trying desperately to stop them from coming in here. He wants a reset on his ultimate. He's about to get it.
Wait. 10 seconds for Carrier. 10 for Faker.
Ooh, I don't know. He's got the Ravenous Hydra owner is somehow getting out of here. They could just hit the... Oh, no, they don't have a wave. They don't have a wave. No! They don't have a wave.
How is Oda still alive?
Kana, come on, man. You just... Oh, no. He just keeps going invisible, and now the TP, and...
No!
They're gonna kill BDD! They get him! And that's the end of him, and Kana will be next. Heartbreaker comes in, and down goes Kana, and now T1 might be able to end this. They don't have a wave, though.
Top side.
They're going top. They're going top. And I think that T1 has done it. I don't want to call it early, but you know what? I think they've done it. It is enough. And I thought game 1 was demoralizing, but game 2 is worse. T1, they have their fun. It's not pretty, but they pick up a 2-0 tonight as they will take the win. They are in hysterics as they take down the Nexus. Carrier cannot actually, okay. They're gonna kill effort and take down the Nexus. GG, 2-0 for T1, nothing to see here.
All chuckles from the T1 players as the audience goes wild. And please don't let the camera pan to Nongshim, because that was a roller coaster for us. Imagine being in that game. Wow. T1's perseverance shines through. But as you pointed out, clean 2-0. No problems here.
Nothing to see here, guys. Just a clean 2-0 victory. T1 did it again. Yeah, that was... They were having a lot of fun with the series, okay? Game number 1 was ultra safe. Game number 2, I mean, multiple times they were just diving into the enemy when they did not have to, and they got away with it. They actually won at the end. I thought we were going to a game number 3 with how many times this happened. It was clear that at the end of the day, I think T1's ability to handle the pressure was better. Because I think there were multiple times where Nongshim were like, oh, what do we do? I don't know. Like, this is crazy. And T1 were just like, oh, yeah, just another day in the office. Whereas Nongshim were just like, I don't know, a little bit lost. You can't really blame them in that kind of game, though.
I said it already, and it truly does feel like this is a test for Nongshim that maybe I don't see them winning the series, but maybe they win this game if it's 2 weeks later. But this much pressure this early on against the spring champions, yeah, it's not gonna work out well for you. And despite stellar individual performances from Dread on his Talia, from Kana on the Nar, it's just not enough. PG voting was hard on that one because the players that did the most, Guma, Zeus, also had moments that were less than ideal. But in the end, 2-0's 2-0. We'll take it.
Again, clean, nothing to see here. Let's take another look at the final push. I think this is a great decision because it was very close.
And
Guma's just charging his ult. That's all he's trying to do.
You pointed it out really well, is that the moment that this True Shot barrage comes through, that's it. And the Ravenous Hydra actually turns out to be so big here.
It's ridiculous. I mean, Ezreal Ultimate with Ravenous Hydra is like old Ez ult, where you just clear the entire wave. It's almost like not fair.
And then, yeah, Ghost gets taken. You know the moment that you don't finish that push, that the game is over. And then this wraparound from Owner, that one's painful. That one's painful. Avoiding Kana for, like, what, a minute? It felt like continuously running around, weaving in and out of stealth. People are not next level here. I don't know what game this was. Surely it wasn't this one.
When did this happen?
honestly don't remember.
Well, it was a fight that T1 lost. Faker had some good moments with his scoops. And again, this was against Elder Drake, so this was the first Elder where Kana got the Quadra.
But this one we already had a replay of. I want to see that fadeaway.
Yeah.
The fadeaway brick straight into the pigeon's face. Unbelievable. And then after that, Itemization will keep Kana alive, even when he loses resistances and goes into mini. This is the one I'm really curious about.
Zeus is flashing walls. Faker is getting 1v1 by Kana.
Yeah.
And it goes down to 270 health.
Guma's like, I'm gonna get it with. That's the type of game this was. I'm gonna get it with my true shot barrage.
He nearly did.
And then he walks into the.
So, yeah, let's listen to what they say. Stop it, hold it. It's good, it's good.
나 멀다 일단. 나 궁대. 코르키 노플이야. 코르키 노플이야. 바텀. 이거 내가 봐줄게.
Go back. Let's go for it.
오케이. 라인 지켜내 라인.
Get him. Owner's just like calling for the help as he's setting up for that play. He's like losing his mind.
야 근데 이거 캔치 나오고. 아 끝났다 지지.
Game is over, says Faker.
뭐 하는 사람이야? 아 형 뭐야?
Everyone else, like Zay's like, owner is shouting. Faker's, yeah, we won.
Yeah, the game's over.
야 캔치 터졌다. 이 정도면은 내가 원딜 표지.
He's got a little smirk, you know.
Look at the corners of the mouth.
Yeah.
제발.
Please. Zeus. Calling for the end.
뭐 캐냈다. 재밌다. 뭐야 이거 트롤.
We did it.
야 이거 사고.
It's like, wait. We need to kill effort. And they did. They got effort at the end of it all as the cherry on top. The epitome of the cherry on top.
I don't know if they would have killed anyone besides effort. You know, it's an ex teammate. You gotta get
They always
him.
do that though, or they're just like, you know, they gotta get the last guy. They gotta pad their stats. Very important. I mean,
what do you say after that? Remember game
Lane
number
2-0, nothing to see here.
Remember game number 1 where we had a sincere discussion about Gangplank's dive hit habits, and then we went from that to this.
Yeah.
That's a
It
big one.
got even crazier. I mean, game 1 was pretty much controlled, I think. It was just kind of slow and steady demolition of T1 over Nongshim, and then game 2, I think they just...
I'm glad we didn't get to see any Nongshim cams, because that's obviously the T1 win is always going to be the highlight, but the Nongshim loss, it's easy to say, yeah, but it was a much better second game. Well, yeah, it was, but they still lost. And they got 2-0'd.
Like that. In high-pressure situations. 3 Elders.
Yeah. And 2 of them go your way. And it's those clutch moments, as you point out, that Nongshim just can't match.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit too much for them to handle. They were like, oh, where do we go? And even just like the small, 2-3 seconds delay, it could have meant the difference between them just like hammering the Nexus home. As this is the post-game breakdown. No gold graph, but we do have a bunch of damage.
A lot of damage.
Mostly Gumi UC.
He did have a good time. He did have a really good time. When it came to the damage output, Faker much more of a utility-based bird this time around.
Based, you say?
Utility-based, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Extremely based, I agree.
That's not.
That's exactly what he said.
I can't with you right now, Valdez. Don't test me.
So I guess there wasn't a third Elder. Because, it reset and then, they just push mid and then T1, So there you go. We don't know what to say, and thankfully we have 2 handsome young men that will take us away. Let's go, Atlas and Wolf. Very curious about what you have to say here on the analyst desk.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You say that we might have something to say. Not after that game.
Yeah, he called us young men. I'm like, I feel like I aged a lot throughout that
I mean, you
second
don't have
game.
your schoolboy outfit on, so that does make you look younger. I'm not gonna lie.
trying, I'm trying to look young, but
That game, it was too silly, Wolf. I don't know whether there are any Monty Python fans out there, but there was definitely too many silly moments in that particular video game. I think T1 were definitely having a lot of fun. You could see in the cams at the end that they were very relieved that the win went their direction. But honestly, it was not smooth sailing in any way.
it certainly wasn't. I mean, 2 Elders given up, and those fights around Elders were dominated by Kana. He had the performance of a lifetime. His Gnar had a quadra kill in the bottom of that fight, zoned Faker off of several objectives, managed his Gnar bar extremely well. Also, Dread on the Talia. Been playing a lot in solo queue, comes in, has an opportunity to carry with this pick in jungle, gets a ton of Dark Harvest stacks early on in the game, and continues to snowball. It's such a tragedy for Nongshim because, as the casters just mentioned, I think the bigger story is Nongshim let this one slip through their fingers more than T1 were able to save it and prevent that game 3. I think for Nongshim, after losing their first series and losing game 1 by a humiliating draft, to be totally frank, then in game 2 losing it in even more humiliating fashion, they're so ahead on the Nexus and can't close it out. Like, recovering for week 2 is going to be a huge task. It's a huge ask for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, they had Corki with Infernal Soul and as many Elders as they want as well. Like, it was just ridiculous. Let's have a look at some of our replays, though. We had a lot of highlights that we had lined up, but let's just do the Elders. This is Elder fight number 1, the 30-minute one. There were a lot of other moments, but these were the most relevant and the most interesting.
We had a lot of delays coming through here from Keria with his ultimate around these objectives. The critical part of this fight is that Zeus is actually picked right before this, so he's actually not able to participate in it whatsoever. You see his death timer still at 6 seconds. And Owner and Faker on the edge of this. The Drake is pulled to the outside of the pit, so Owner has to go over the pit here. Notice he's out of range to actually steal the smite away as well. So he and Faker both were out of this fight as well, just hoping for a steal. Could have offered a lot more damage. Faker went for the Ludens build this game, so didn't have a lot of burn. So
Plus the Unraveled Earth as well, getting the stun onto Owner so he couldn't get in.
It was so well placed, and like Faker in these longer fights doesn't do a ton of damage because of his itemization here. And he comes in here, has a really nice ultimate, part of it of course dodged here by Dread, but it's all Kana in the end because they do get the Elder buff, and that's what helps him execute these final targets, and he does end up taking out all 4 players.
Yeah, this looked like it should have been just T1 sorting it out and taking down the last remaining member, but Kana had a Thornmail. This guy was massive. And the Hullbreaker that he built, I had a bit of a giggle about it, but it was super valuable here.
Well, it's hilarious. I think Chronicles on the casting, he keeps being left alone with no teammates in these fights, so he's getting a lot of value out of it and ends up taking out Owner here. That was our first crazy
Let's
Elder
keep
fight.
them rolling. Let's go to the second
Next,
Elder
please.
to get onto it. We will be getting there very, very soon, of course. The fights looked very, very similar, though, and one of the huge problems for Nongshim, I thought, was the fact that these rockets weren't landing as much as I think they would have in the past, right?
Yeah.
I think BDD has controlled battlefields a lot more effectively with his Corki than he has here. And it's very unfortunate because I think that these sorts of moments are exactly where Corki shines.
And Gumayusi is playing Ezreal, so he has the opportunity to do a lot of sustained, extended damage in these fights. As this is, I believe, the rocket that secures it, from BDD.
He did secure a couple of Elders, that is.
And Zeus doesn't have really good damage in this fight either because he's preemptively used his barrels. Faker's 1v1ing on the side. Kana kills Faker on the edge, then comes in here to clean up, and once again is left alone. They try to finish the game. I mean, this is just so absurd.
It's definitely it's one of the wackiest series that we've seen. This game in particular, of course, the first one was not necessarily as wacky as this, but
well, it was for different reasons, right?
Yeah, let's get into this this last Elder fight. The Elder didn't actually officially go down. However, we did get the battle.
Look at how much Kana absorbs here on the top side with his Hullbreaker. He has those extra resistances. He has Thornmail, gets his Gnar bar, and buys a ton of time. And then T1 here are kind of in this awkward spot now where, again, Faker built Ludens, and he's just trying to help break down this Drake, but doesn't have that extra Leandri's burn we're seeing a lot on Azir in this meta. So choke point here is completely controlled by Nongshim. Ult goes down onto the Senna here, which is really unfortunate because there's a lot of better targets they could have actually locked down in the front line. Obviously, we know how this game ends, so it's not as impactful, but I really did want to highlight again how well Nongshim controlled this fight. And
yeah, I mean, it felt to me like a whole lot of these fights actually went Nongshim's way. They just never really understood what they're supposed to do afterwards in order to win the game.
And this is how Nongshim lost the game, basically. They chased Owner extremely far, and I actually voted for Owner POG because of this, because he was able to pull aggression away, pulling Kana over here, survives, stays, then catches the Nongshim members at the end after the Nexus doesn't go down. So he actually channels here, he keeps Kana here. Kana does not have teleport, so it's not like he could just go mid and end the game. But him surviving here is actually quite massive.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's completely huge.
And he just keeps using his mist here to quite literally ring around the Rosie. And despite Kana having one of his best games of his career tonight, it's just, there's too much to check. Like, he cannot identify which direction Owner went. Did he go right? Did he go left? BDD doesn't find him until it's too late.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the tragedy, right? Like, this is the moment where when the Nexus fell, I was like, if no one is crying or punching the wall in the backstage after this in Nongshim's team, we should be worried, right? Like,
yeah, it is a bit of a shame. Let's have a look at player of the game, though, see who picks it up. This is definitely a difficult one, but it will go to Gumayusi. I think his build was absolutely fantastic, and yeah, his defense of the Nexus.
His build was good, as mentioned. The Hydra actually allows him to true shot the defense there, and honestly, his early game was pretty bad. Like, he had a few true shot snipes.
He sniped Ghost like 3 times.
Ghost's only deaths, his only kills were sniping him 3 times. But in the later parts of the game, obviously, sustained damage from him was really good, even though he did get picked off because of the Elder buff in this particular moment, and also walking into Kana, question mark ping. This is the real POG moment where I think he was going to pick up a lot of the votes. Both he and Owner surviving until the end to secure T1 those final moments. True shot barrage to clear was pretty amazing, and then he's just cleaning up house.
Yeah, having a really fantastic performance. 10 out of 13. Yeah, a few Owner votes, and the rest going to Gumayusi. I think that's a decent split. With a game like this, I think that those ending moments are the most important, so that's where a lot of the votes need to go. But let's throw it over to the interview and hear what the players have to say about this series.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Season for the POG interview translation. This time around, joined by Zeus and Gumayusi. A great start to the summer split, and it was a crazy series for sure. To open up the split, how was it? Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since we played on stage, so I had a little bit of stage jitters, but it was really fun. What about you, Gumayusi? I'm happy or relieved that we were able to get a 2-0 victory, and also I'm happy that I won on Ezreal. It's a big relief. I guess you really wanted to kind of prove something about that Ezreal, right? I mean, it's just like the first step, I want to say. So T1 actually had a relatively short period of time to prepare for the summer split. So how was the preparation like heading into this new meta and new season? What did you focus on in order to adjust to the new patch? Well, first off, I think so the MSI was before the durability patch, so it was really important to kind of get used to that major update. But T1 is really fast with those kind of adjustments, so I think we're doing pretty good job right now. And Zeus, you are doing a fantastic job both on carries and tanks on the top lane, so which one do you prefer? In fact, I don't really care much, I'm confident in both playstyle, so I don't really pay too much attention about it. But recently, we are seeing Sejuani, Kayle, some of the champions that we didn't really get to play previously, so I'm pretty sure I'm lacking information about that kind of new pick, so I think I have to learn a lot. and study more. Game number 1, we had Yasuo support pulled off by Kyria, paired up with your Senna. And Kyria was actually the first support in the LCK to play Yasuo. Tell us about that duo. I mean, Kyria, he's just so good at, top champions, mid lane champions. So I think that's the unique kind of comp only T1 can play, and I think we were focusing on the priority that they have in team fights. And Zeus, you were just dodging everything on GP, and so many of the times you were even saving up your flash. I mean, Owner was so good at just keeping the track of the enemy jungler, so we had all the information. I always had that in my mind, and also somehow, as long as I can, dodge the Viego W, I was pretty sure that I can just keep my flash, and I was like, this is doable. I gave it a go, and it worked. So we had a lot of pool party GP swimming smoothly around the map, so I think a lot of users are gonna buy that. Is that your favorite GP skin? I mean, obviously GP has so many great skins, but there's my favorite streamer actually plays GP every day. I mean, that's his favorite skin, so I wanted to kind of wrap the same one. However, in game number 2, it was actually Nongshim having the priority early on, and the game was all going back and forth all day, and the T1 Sneaky Baron was so on point. Whose call was that? The game was pretty hectic, so I cannot really remember that, but I think, well, Zeus just told me he said that was his idea, so I'm just gonna say so. I'm not sure either, but I think it was either Kyria or me, but I'm pretty sure that was me. So it was Nongshim always securing the Elder and T1 always getting that Baron. It was a very interesting trade of major objectives. So how did T1 players kind of see the whole situation? So even though sometimes you were a little bit behind, you wanted to stay kind of confident, and the game is getting pretty longer, so I think the late game focus is really significant in the current meta. And also Guma Yuzi, at the end of the game, you were picking up double kill, and you were the one saving T1's Nexus, and you guys were able to turn the game around. Somehow, with a blink of an eye, all of my teammates were dead, so I was a little bit flustered, but still, I was pretty sure that we can still defend our Nexus, so I did my best and saved my team. And I could tell that all of the T1 players were so excited in the end, but who was staying calm the most in the end? Probably me, I think. I don't really care about how others feel, What about you, Zeus? To be honest, I was like, there's no way we're stopping them. So I was about to prepare for game number 3, but somehow, Ezreal stopped their siege, and then Viego somehow lived. So I was like, what's going on? But still, we got lucky, and it was all good. And that's the way T1 ends the series tonight. And your next opponent is KT Roaster. There's a telecom war ahead of you. What's your resolution for that match? I think last time I was just playing ARAM by myself, and the opponent actually all chat, beware of the Summer KT Roaster. So I guess I have to stay alert, and we will do our best in order to get the victory in that match as well. He was just a random ARAM user. I don't know who that was. And Zeus. Now, Nuguri recently mentioned you after his return match here in the LCK. He said, Zeus, you're so strong. I can't wait to play against him. So what do you feel about that? I always check all the interviews from the top laners in the LCK, so I saw that already. And every time I play against Nuguri in solo queue, he's so good, but I'm also excited to play against him. Looking forward to T1 versus Tom and Kia matchup coming in next week as well. But lastly, any resolution for the KT series? I mean, Rascal, he was so strong starting from the spring split, so I think we should not let our guards down, and I'm looking forward to that matchup as well. And to wrap up the interview, is there any message you would like to send to the T1 fans out here and also watching online? One of them actually took 5 hours and 30 minutes of a bus ride to get here to just come to Lower Park and support you guys. Yeah, I mean today, you know, I was just so happy to see this entire venue packed with T1 fans, and also, you know, having live audience always adds more energy. So I was also getting a lot of motivation. So I want to say thank you to all my fans. Thank you for showing up to the arena, also watching us, tuning in. And I'm so glad that COVID situation getting a lot better. So we are having more people here in the venue, and also you can hear them very loud. And this is gonna be our first fan meet here at Lowell Park, so I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm looking forward to it. Did you guys prepare anything special for the fan meet? Nope. I'm the special one, and this will be the end of the interview from the special T1 players, Gumayoshi and Zeus, and back to Atlas and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation, and Zeus absolutely adorable, very honestly losing his mind about the end of that second game.
Yeah, I think we all did a little bit, didn't we?
Yeah.
It's interesting to see how calm they were in their comms at the end of the game, as well as just kind of how they were already prepared to go to that game 3, but they kept it together. They were able to bring it back. I mean, that was definitely going to be one of the most historic LCK games probably of all time. We had just had our 10-year anniversary on the 20th. Like, this one's on the list, right? This one and that crazy Gen G one from playoffs, 2 this year probably.
Well, we'll see whether we've got more, because let's have a look at the standings, see how this one all lines up. And of course, it was a 2-0, nothing to see here, so T1 do join our top dogs. Of course, everyone on 2-0 after their victories in first place. Condong Freaks, the only team that's mixed it up, getting 1-1 thus far, but also one of the only teams to have played twice so far. Let's have a look at tomorrow's matches. First one will be Gen G taking to the Rift one more time, this time against Hanwha Live Esports, and then DRX against Fredit Brion. That one, to me, is going to be very interesting.
I think so too. Fredit Brion showed a great series against Damwon Kia, and DRX are looking as strong as the scrims indicated. So, banger second match. Maybe Hanwha steals a game in the first one.
Yeah, who knows? Big test, but we'll see what is going to happen then. Thank you so much for watching, guys. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
Set me free. You break down the